Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh, because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Kelsey's personal life: the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Smith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, He inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half-minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the haul truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, The situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have two different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cunneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of two from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. "We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find," he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. "It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated." He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. "The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway." He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. "Please come forward with any information," Lorraine sobbed. "We still want to know who did this to my baby." The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cunning helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cunning met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arrace also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that of boxing. "I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old." He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswell Brook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswell Brook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first 2 numbers represented the location of point-to-point, 2-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswell Brook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswell Brook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they look through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswell Brook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Newson attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunning lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cunning was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery, and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work during her absence. She always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her, nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them, since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance, he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while pushing buttons and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives first visited, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 1:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently, he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house But the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card, and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles. From Anchorage, he spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal. He would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years until in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the third man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified, but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at an incident that happened in Florida, USA, on July 14, 2012, when Adrienne Robert, 29, was discovered dead by her roommate. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. CCTV cameras were instrumental in the investigation of this case, assisting detectives in locating and apprehending the criminal. Adrienne was born January 4, 1983, in Brunswick, Maine, and 1983, in Brunswick, Maine. She graduated from Leavitt High School in Maine in 2001 and from the University of Maine at Augusta in 2005. In 2007, she relocated from Maine to Clearwater, Florida. Adrienne's family and friends described her as a beautiful, unkind person who was always cheerful and energetic. She looked forward to the future with excitement. She and her boyfriend, Justin, were preparing to start a life together. Adrienne was renting a home with her friend Jay at the time. The relationship with Justin was progressing, and in July 2012, they found a home where they planned to live together. Adrienne packed her belongings and decided to throw a goodbye party on the evening of July 13, 2012. She told her boyfriend Justin that she and her roommate Jay planned to go to a movie, a bar or something. Justin was unable to join them due to an urgent business matter. At the same time, Justin had no objection to Adrienne spending the evening in Jay's company. After all, they were both roommates and friends. Jay and Adrienne began their celebrations at home. They had a few drinks, recalling happy memories from the past, but then decided to continue the night elsewhere, going to the Diamond Dolls strip club. This establishment is still in operation today and appears to be the same from the outside. At 3:34 a.m., Jay called 911 and told the operator that he had just returned home and discovered his roommate dead. Jay stated that he and Adrienne were at a nightclub, but she had left earlier, so he spent more time there. And when he returned home, he discovered her on the bathroom floor. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. There were also signs of a struggle implying a crime. The operator told Jay to concentrate and perform CPR on Adrienne while giving him instructions. Jay followed them all, attempting to restart Adrienne's heart until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, she had died, and they were unable to assist her in any way. She was pronounced dead on the scene. The police had to answer the following questions. Who killed Adrienne Roberts, and was her roommate involved? They began by thoroughly searching the house, inspecting every closet and checking under each bed. The police needed to ensure that the criminal was not hiding somewhere inside the house. When detectives and forensic experts arrived at the crime scene, they noticed that there were no forced entry signs on the front door. Adrienne was lying on the bathroom floor. She was wearing only a bra. Her death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. Adrienne was trying to protect herself, as evidenced by the signs of a struggle in the bathroom. The fact that she was nearly naked led the detectives to believe the criminal was a man. They had to wait for more details from the forensic experts who performed the autopsy. Detectives discovered something strange while further inspecting the house. While looking around Adrienne's bedroom, they noticed that a portion of the sheet on her bed had been cut. Without a doubt, that detective had a reason for suggesting that was how the criminal was attempting to destroy the evidence. Maybe the criminal's DNA was on the sheet. However, it was strange that the person who did it did not take the entire sheet. After all, the remaining portion of the sheet did contain some DNA. They discovered something similar to seminal fluid and sent the samples to the lab for testing. Adrienne's car was also discovered to be missing from the parking lot next to the house, implying that it had been stolen by a criminal. The police searched for potential witnesses to the crime and placed an AB on the victim's car. To resolve this case, detectives needed to learn every detail of Adrienne's final hours. But first, they had to inform her family of the tragic news about her. Adrienne's parents were shocked by what had happened to her. They couldn't believe someone had taken away their beloved daughter. Adrienne's boyfriend, Justin, learned about the incident the next morning. When he noticed that the police had cordoned off Adrienne's house, he knew something was wrong. The detectives informed him that Adrienne had died last night. Criminals frequently returned to the scene of a crime. Given this, and the fact that Justin was in a relationship with Adrienne, the detectives began to investigate him for possible involvement in the crime. The closest individuals become the first suspects. It is a common practice, and there is nothing surprising about it. On the same day, a few hours later, they discovered Adrienne's car a few blocks from her home. The headlights were turned on, and the keys were inside the ignition. The abandoned car only confirmed the investigators' assumption that the criminal used the victim's car to flee the crime scene. Forensic experts carefully examined the vehicle's interior, hoping to find something that could help solve the case. Investigators turned to CCTV footage to determine who was driving Adrienne's car. Unfortunately, the location where the police discovered Adrienne's car lacked cameras. Nonetheless, there were cameras on nearby buildings. Looking through the recordings, the investigators noticed a man wearing shorts, a baseball cap, and long hair. It was around the same time that the 911 call came in. He was slowly walking in the opposite direction of Adrienne's car, and it was critical to know where he was going next. There was another surveillance camera around the corner. However, the investigators were greatly disappointed. This man went the opposite way. As a result, they lost track of his location. They replayed the recording dozens of times, hoping to catch something they hadn't noticed before. However, it was difficult to see anything but the general features of this man. Because the recording was done at night, interviewing witnesses provided the police with new information to consider while sitting on the porch of his house at night. One of the neighbors noticed Adrienne and a man running down the sidewalk. It was unusual for several reasons. First, it was late at night. Second, it did not appear that they'd gone for a run. Adrienne wore a dress rather than sportswear. Furthermore, she had shoes in her hand. The man running after her was not dressed in sportswear, but it did not appear to be stalking because Adrienne was not screaming or calling for help. As a result, the neighbor placed little importance on what he saw. As I previously stated, the investigators needed to reconstruct the sequence of events preceding the 911 call about Adrienne, the victim's roommate. Jay was invited to the police station for questioning. After all, Adrienne accompanied him to the club, and he later discovered her on the bathroom floor, or so he claimed. During a conversation with the detective, Jay stated that he and Adrienne had a few drinks at home before going to Diamond Dolls. They used to go there to relax and get away from their daily problems. According to Jay, they went there on foot because they had already consumed alcohol and didn't want to drive in such a state. As a result, the police decided to focus on Diamond Dolls, as visitors with questionable reputations frequent such locations. Jay said he and Adrienne arrived at the club around 10:30 p.m. I stayed there for several hours. When they were sitting at a table, another man they had never met before joined them. Jay referred to him as an African American with a beard and a baseball cap. Adrienne returned home a few hours later, and Jay is said to have stayed behind. He noticed that the guy sitting at the table with them had also left, hoping to confirm Jay's testimony and uncover new clues. The investigators headed to the Diamond Dolls. They were confident that the club had surveillance cameras that would allow them to determine whether Jay was telling the truth or had something to hide. The wide-angle camera aimed at the road recorded everyone who entered and exited the club that evening. Looking through the footage, the investigators discovered the moment Jay and Adrienne arrived at the club. They were relaxed, and nothing unusual was happening. The other camera was positioned at the club's entrance. Furthermore, the recording quality was quite good. It enabled the police to make. The CCTV footage verified Jay's testimony. He exited the club alone at 2:53 a.m. He stepped outside, crossed the parking lot, and walked to his house. Adrienne also left the club earlier than Jay, at 1:38 a.m., according to security cameras. When Adrienne entered the club, the most observant viewers likely noticed something was wrong. She was dressed in a dress and what appeared to be a jacket. However, when she returns home, she only wears a dress. Adrienne had left the club and was about to head home. But 4 seconds later, a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the club. He dashed out after her to return the jacket she had left inside. After he handed Adrienne the jacket, they appeared to be discussing something. We'll never know what they were discussing at that point. Instead of returning to the club, this man followed Adrienne out of the parking lot, where they turned right. As you can see, the street isn't crowded. There are almost no houses here. Did Adrienne feel in danger at that time? Perhaps. We will never know for sure. Investigators concluded that the man caught on camera at the club and the man seen near Adrienne's abandoned car were not the same person. Given all of the circumstances surrounding her death, they concluded that the perpetrator was most likely the man they saw on the club's key TV footage, and that the man in this recording could be a random passerby. In any case, the police were investigating all possible scenarios and hoped to provide answers to Adrienne's parents as soon as possible. Her family traveled to Florida to pick up her belongings. The investigators met with Mark and Dolores and promised to do everything possible to locate and prosecute the criminal. Adrienne's parents described her as a friendly person who had no enemies. She got along well with her boyfriend, Justin, and her roommate, Jay. Investigators believe Adrienne had no real connection to the person who murdered her. Soon, the laboratory report arrived. Although the criminal cut out a portion of the sheet in an attempt to avoid responsibility, forensic experts discovered male DNA there. Furthermore, it appeared not only on the sheet but also on Adrienne's body within the walls. When the investigators compared the obtained DNA to the database, they were disappointed that there were no matches. Thus, the police had an unknown man's DNA and CCTV footage from the club where Adrienne spent her final evening. At this point in the investigation, detectives considered the footage to be the most important clue in solving the case. They examined the recordings again, but this time they watched not only the night recordings but also the day recordings, which yielded results. approximately 8 hours before Adrienne died. Investigators saw the same man Adrienne was talking to in the parking lot and who left with her. The police now had a better view of his face. But that is not all. I was trying to figure out how this unknown man got into the club. The investigators noticed that he had arrived by taxi. The phone number printed on the taxi's body was visible on the recording, and the car's brand was easily identified. This man could now be identified much more easily. Detectives discovered the phone number used to order a taxi, which was captured on video near Diamond Dolls, and discovered it belonged to Thomas Frederick. When they compared his driver's license photo to the image of the man on the CTV footage, they realized they were looking at the same person. Thomas Frederick had become the primary suspect in this case, and the police needed irrefutable evidence to arrest him. The recordings from the cameras alone were insufficient. As a result, they secretly watched Frederick. The police were afraid of scaring him away, so they decided to obtain his DNA without his knowledge. The officers monitored him for a week and a half, waiting for the right moment. They followed him to work. They spent the entire night watching him at his house. They were always there, patiently waiting for him to give them something, and it paid off. One day, Frederick threw a cigarette butt on the road. They collected the cigarette buttocks and sent them to the lab for DNA testing. It was necessary to determine whether Thomas Frederick was responsible for the traces found in Adrienne Roberts' home. While awaiting the results of the tests, police officers continued to keep an eye on him in secret, fearing he would flee the state. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the laboratory's report shortly after it was issued. That concludes. Isn't it strange that the DNA on the sheet on the walls of the house and Adrienne's body belonged to Thomas Frederick? After receiving this information, police officers arrested him and transported him to the police station. During the interrogation, the man stated that he frequently visits different clubs and bars and almost always meets new people there. When the police showed him a photo of Adrienne Robert, he stated that he met her at Diamond Dolls. Adrienne allegedly treated him to a drink, after which they danced and talked. Frederick said he went to work after the club, but the CTV footage contradicted his claims. When the detectives pointed out the inconsistency, it revealed that he had left with Adrienne. He stated that he and Adrienne walked together to the end of the street before departing in different directions. Sounds convenient, right? Especially when it is said by someone who could face life in prison. When asked if he had ever been to Adrienne's house, Frederick said he couldn't remember because he had drunk too much. As a result, he began to contradict his own statements. Or perhaps Frederick had only a few memories from that night. He remembered they had arrived at the end of the street and then parted ways. The man remembered going to work after the club, but he couldn't recall being at Adrienne's house. The investigators knew he was lying because they had a witness who saw Adrienne running barefoot with her shoes in her hands, and this man running after her. When they told Frederick about it, he said Adrienne asked to walk her home and then said she needed to hurry up. She took off her shoes and ran. The man claimed he had no choice but to run with her. He claimed he didn't pursue her and instead kept her company. The detectives grew tired of hearing his constantly changing stories and accused him of attacking Adrienne. They told him that his DNA was on the sheet, Adrienne's body, and a variety of other items in her home. Frederick realized he could not get away with it. He claimed he was acting in self-defense. Now his memory has returned. He claimed he and Adrienne went to her house and had consensual intercourse. Adrienne became ill shortly after, and they went to the bathroom, where she vomited. Then they started fighting. Adrienne took out a knife, threatened him, and attempted to injure him. He exercised his right to self-defense, resulting in Adrienne's death. Frederick allegedly panicked and had no idea what to do, so he chose not to call 911. Instead, he fled because he knew they'd blame him for the woman's death. Thomas Frederick was charged with first-degree deprivation of life. When he appeared in court for the trial in January 2014, the prosecutor gave his version of what happened that night. Adrienne and Jay drank some alcohol at home before heading to Diamond Dolls in good spirits. Thomas Frederick sat down at a table alongside them. They thought the man was a fairly ordinary person. They were chatting casually and simply relaxing. Adrienne needed to move her belongings to her and Justin's new home the next day, so she decided to leave early. Jay chose to stay at the club. Frederick decided to take advantage of the situation by following her. She did not want him to accompany her, so she attempted to flee from him, but she couldn't. He chased her all the way home, and when she went inside, he broke in, stole a knife from the kitchen, and did what he came after Adrienne for. According to the prosecutor, the injuries on her body indicated that her encounter with Frederick was not consensual. He then decided to end Adrienne's life so that she could report him to the police. He attempted to cover his tracks by cutting out the area of the sheet where his seminal fluid remained. However, it did not prevent the police from obtaining the criminal's DNA. After all, it was found in numerous other locations, including Adrienne's body. Then he took her car keys, drove a few blocks, and left the vehicle. Adrienne's parents left the courtroom while the medical examiner was giving his statement. "I did not want to hear that. Mark Roberts stated that does not bring her back, and I did not want to know what she went through. According to what I've heard, she fought extremely hard. Mark and Dolores, Robert, have found it difficult to live without their daughter. It will undoubtedly take some time for us because we have recently lost the most important thing in our lives." He said, "We'll get back on our feet because Adrienne would want that, and it'll take some time, but we'll get there." Thomas Frederick's defense attempted to make Adrienne look bad. At the trial, his lawyer stated that Adrienne also invited Frederick to her home to engage in consensual intercourse with him. This version has no basis and could simply be an attempt by the perpetrator to justify his presence in the victim's home. The presence of DNA, which can only be traced back to one individual, is undeniable. Frederick's defense team also attempted to persuade the jury that he acted in self-defense. She did sustain a stab wound while he was fighting her off, according to his lawyer, and his attempt to convince the jury that it was self-defense was unsuccessful. Due to a lack of evidence, the jury convicted Thomas Frederick of first-degree life deprivation and stealing Adrienne's car. They did not accuse him of coercing her into intimacy by threatening her with a knife. The court sentenced Thomas Hampton Frederick, 25, to life in prison without parole. Adrienne's father stated that he and his wife were thrilled to learn that Frederick would spend the rest of his life in prison. It does not bring Adrienne back, but justice was done today. It was difficult to be in the same room as the man who had hurt his daughter and keep his emotions under control. He claimed Frederick showed no sympathy or remorse, even when the jury returned its verdict. Instead, the man acted arrogantly. Robert and his wife Dolores sobbed as the verdict was read aloud in court. "We were extremely happy." He said, "She simply loved to live life. Her smile was contagious. It's unfortunate that we will never see that again." Adrienne's family thanked everyone who helped them through this difficult time, including the police and the prosecutor, who ensured the criminal received a well-deserved punishment. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist, and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps of his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, Despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times, he even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away, apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside shortly before this 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harrow suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harrow would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Haru, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a Saturday evening in December 2019, a horrific event took place in the peaceful town of Arklow, Ireland, leaving the community stunned. Nadine Lott, a young beautician and mother, was the target of a brutal attack that changed everything. And today I'll tell you about that night's relationship, the shocking turn of events, and the legal ramifications that followed. Claire and David Lott gave birth to Nadine Lott on October 6, 1989, in Arklow, Ireland. She was the oldest of 3 children. On December 14, 2019, She always tried to help her parents and care for her family. On Saturday, around 4:25 a.m., Amelia Kalinovich called the police to report an urgent situation involving her neighbor Nadine Latt, who had been stabbed. The police arrived at the apartment of Nadine Latt, a 30-year-old beauty therapist in Arklow, Wicklow, Ireland, and discovered her unconscious on the kitchen floor with severe injuries. Dean's mother, Claire Lott, was attempting to help her daughter. The police immediately called for an ambulance, describing the Dean's condition as if she had been beaten to a pulp. Amelia Kulinovic told the police that she rushed to Nadine's apartment after hearing screams. Upon entering, she noticed Dean's ex-partner, Daniel Murtaugh, hunching over her and delivering violent blows while growling. Amelia described Murtaugh as being consumed by rage and resembling a wild animal. She immediately alerted the police and contacted Nadine's sister, Phoebe Lott, who arrived at the scene with her mother Claire in minutes. When the police arrived at Dean's apartment at night, Daniel was not there. Investigations revealed that Daniel and Nadine first met in 2012 while working in Darwin, Australia. Nadine enjoyed her job as a beauty therapist in a salon, but she returned to Ireland after a year there. Daniel moved home a few months after Nadine. Initially, the couple intended to keep their relationship going, even considering moving in together. However, the relationship eventually faltered. Nadine and their daughter Kaya then moved to an apartment in Arklow, while Daniel moved to Dublin to live with his parents. On the night of December 13th, police discovered that Daniel had gone to Arklow and spent the night in Nadine's apartment while out celebrating her aunt's birthday. What happened when Nadine came home? When paramedics arrived the next morning, Nadine was quickly transported to the hospital. A few hours later, Daniel was arrested. At 7:30 a.m., Daniel collided with a tree while driving his Volvo, causing the vehicle to end up in a ditch. Laura was crossing Bookie's Bridge when she noticed the car in the ditch, and Daniel standing by the side of the road. A concerned passerby stopped to offer help. Daniel confessed to him that he had murdered my wife because she was with a friend. Daniel was then taken to the police station for questioning, and as the interview progressed, some harrowing details about the violence perpetrated on Nadine emerged. When initially questioned by police about Nadine's condition, Daniel claimed he had no recollection due to intoxication. He initially claimed that he had slapped her following a confrontation sparked by his drinking and smoking in her apartment. However, after further questioning, he admitted to delivering 5 or 6 forceful slabs, acknowledging that some were applied with significant force. Dean's injuries were too severe to be attributed solely to a few slaps. The police persisted with the questioning. Daniel, a trained boxer, then admitted to repeatedly pounding and punching Nadine. He continued saying, "I knew she was with a lad in Arklow, and I was just trying to get it out of her." When asked about the apparent lack of damage to his hands, Daniel explained that his knuckles had been conditioned over years of boxing. Despite his shock and fear at seeing blood coming from Nadine's nose and lips, he insisted that she was still alive as he left the apartment. Nadine sustained a stab wound on the right side of her neck. When questioned about the knife found near her, Daniel claimed it was simply a butter knife he had used the night before to cut up a burger and a battered sausage. When asked about the location of the assault, Daniel stated that everything happened in the living room. However, when the police discovered Nadine in the kitchen, he speculated that she must have walked into the kitchen on her own after he left and possibly collapsed there. The police responded by informing Daniel about apparent drag marks leading into the kitchen. Despite this evidence, Daniel maintained that he had only assaulted Nadine in the living room, which contradicted the physical evidence at the scene. When the police asked him what he used to attack Nadine, he initially stated that he used his fists. Daniel then told police he beat her with a tire pump charger and a wire wrapped around his knuckles. Daniel also admitted that he may have used a cigarette charger in a hammer motion. He denied using the mirror found in the Dean's apartment. When police entered the apartment, they found broken glass in the living room, hallway, and kitchen. Part of the mirror's frame was discovered in the kitchen. In his final police interview, Daniel described waking up on the sofa to the sound of Nadine screaming and shouting. "I slapped her, and she returned to the ground beside the cabinet. Standing over her, he began pounding her, only realizing the gravity of the situation when he noticed the blood." Daniel claimed he never intended to harm Nadine, expressing his love for her and asserting that it was reciprocated. He told the police that if he wanted to kill Nadine, she'd be gone. Tragically, 3 days after the assault, Nadine succumbed to her severe injuries, never regaining consciousness, and died in the hospital. Daniel was subsequently charged with murder. Daniel pleaded not guilty to murder, but admitted guilt to manslaughter. He acknowledged that he was solely responsible for Nadine's death. He argued that he lacked the necessary intent to be charged with murder. Daniel contended that the use of illegal substances and alcohol on the night in question played a critical role in the tragic assault on Nadine. The jury's central question was whether Daniel intended to kill or seriously harm Nadine. At the start of the trial, Daniel's attorney admitted that he had unlawfully taken Nadine's life and that he alone was responsible for the injury she sustained. The judge instructed the jury that murder is a crime of specific intent, which occurs when one person unlawfully kills another with the intent to cause death or serious injury. Despite admitting guilt to manslaughter and accepting responsibility for unlawfully causing Nadine's death, Daniel claimed that he lacked the necessary mental state. During the acts, he used the defense of intoxication. The judge explained to the jury that intoxication could be used as a defense for crimes with specific intent, potentially reducing a murder charge to manslaughter. The prosecution claimed that this case clearly constituted murder. According to their argument, Nadine was attacked violently and repeatedly in her own home by a man she knew. The prosecution claimed her ex-partner beat and stabbed her out of jealous rage. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that in the weeks preceding Dean's death, the nature of their messages indicated Daniel's desire for a relationship, despite Nadine's clear reluctance. Despite not being in a relationship, Daniel consistently referred to Nadine as his girlfriend and future wife. The prosecutor emphasized this point to the jury, claiming it was coming from his head. Check out the WhatsApp app exchanges. They are unambiguous and unequivocal. She makes it clear that she has no further desire to interact with him on that level, simply because they fell for each other in Australia. He somehow believed he had the right to control her life and decide who she would date. The court learned that just under 2 weeks before her death, Nadine explicitly messaged Daniel, warning him not to threaten her and emphasizing that nothing will ever happen between us again. I'd like to make that clear. These messages served as proof of Nadine's unequivocal position on their relationship in court. Amila gave testimony about Daniel's condition when she saw him assault Nadine. She described how he had his hands around Nadine's neck and shoulder. His mother, Claire Nadine, also testified, expressing shock at the sight of her own daughter. When Claire arrived, Nadine was unconscious but making gurgling and gasping noises. Claire sat beside her, assuring her that they could handle the situation. Despite administering CPR, Dean's injuries were so severe that it seemed like their efforts were futile. The court also heard that a police officer drove the ambulance to the hospital, allowing the paramedics to care for Nadine during the journey. One of the paramedics, Ian Clark, testified that the call haunted him throughout his career. He described the scene inside Nadine's apartment as if a bulldozer had ripped through it, with broken furniture strewn about. He described it as one of the most horrific scenes he had ever witnessed, leaving his uniform covered in blood as he departed. Nadine was rushed to the hospital's emergency department, and a nurse testified in court that she was unconscious when she arrived. The nurse described Nadine's condition, pointing out that her head appeared disproportionately large in comparison to her small body, most likely due to significant swelling around her face. Nadine was admitted to the intensive care unit after receiving her initial treatment. Nurse Leah Grant, who works in the IQ, testified in court describing Dean's shocking knee injuries. Leah stated that Nadine was unrecognizable. She emphasized the gravity of the situation by describing an incident in which the Dean's mother brought in a photograph of her. Leah's colleagues couldn't identify the person in the picture, so she pointed to Nadine and said, "That's her." The woman in the hospital bed bore no resemblance to Nadine in the photograph due to the severity of her injuries. Leah testified that the severity of Dean's injuries made it impossible to examine her pupils, particularly her right eye, which was so swollen that it could not be opened. Nadine received 42 units of blood in the first 24 hours of her hospital stay. They informed the jury that Nadine's hair contained numerous shards of reflective glass, and her nose continued to bleed profusely. The prosecution shocked the court by revealing that the Dean had 64 distinct injuries on his body that could not be explained by medical intervention. Dr. Linda Mulligan, the chief state pathologist, testified about Nadine's injuries. Dr. Mulligan stated that Nadine's death was caused by hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, which resulted from cardiac arrests caused by severe head and neck injuries. These injuries included a stab wound on the right side of the neck, an incised wound on the left side of the neck, and severe blunt force trauma to the head. Dr. Mulligan clarified that the blunt force injuries were consistent with being caused by hands, fists, or feet, but the use of a blunt weapon could not be ruled out. The examination revealed a fracture of the hyoid bone and bruising around the neck area, indicating that force had been applied to Nadine's neck. Nadine's injuries also included an incised wound on the left side of her neck that ran from the left earlobe to the left side of her neck, Dean also had a stab wound on the right side of his knee. The 5-centimeter depth of the stab wound indicated that a knife was used on a knife-shaped object. The court was informed of Nadine's additional injuries, which included nasal bone fractures, lower jaw fractures, and blood oozing from both nostrils. Blunt force trauma caused bruising around the right eye and side of the head, severe swelling, lacerations around the left eye, and polarization of the left-sided facial muscles. Nadine's brain showed diffuse swelling, limited expansion, nerve cell damage, and brainstem discoloration. Dr. Mulligan summarized her findings and concluded that the injuries were the result of a sustained assault with both blunt and sharp force trauma. Dr. Stephen Clifford, a forensic scientist, testified that the amount of blood splatter found in the kitchen indicated a sustained assault. Nadine was on the floor there. The prosecution claimed that Nadine was attacked both in the living room and in the kitchen. The defense claimed that the violent incident that resulted in the bloodbath would not have occurred if Daniel had not been under the influence of alcohol and illegal drugs in court. Daniel claimed that he and Nadine had reconciled several times since their return from Australia and were together when she died. Daniel stated that they had been in a relationship for several weeks and planned to tell their families about it during Christmas. Daniel admitted to using substances in the hours before the incident. He claimed that his brutal and violent attack on Nadine was motivated by his substance abuse. In the closing arguments, the prosecutor urged the jury to find Daniel guilty of murder, emphasizing the apparent clear intent demonstrated by his actions. On the other hand, the defense urged the jury to focus on the intent aspect, presenting it as the case's central battleground. They asked the jury to consider the degree of intoxication on the night of the incident as a mitigating factor. On August 5, 2021, a jury at the Central Criminal Court unanimously convicted Murtaugh of murdering Lot, rejecting his defense after nearly 6 hours of deliberation over 2 days. He was then sentenced to life imprisonment on October 4, 2021, as required by law. Claire Light delivered a victim impact statement during the sentencing, describing how the Latz family has been haunted by Nadine's terror, fear, and panic during the prolonged and evil attack that fateful night. She emphasized that the family is now dealing with traumatic counseling rather than hobbies, experiences, night terrors, and sleepless nights, and that life is being replaced with mere existence. Murtaugh also had 9 prior convictions, one for threatening and abusive behavior in 2011, which was revealed during the sentencing hearing. Nadine's funeral service was held on December 22 at St. Mary and Peter's Church in Arklow. Nearly 1,000 people attended the church ceremony, and hundreds more gathered outside afterward. She was laid to rest at St. Gabriel Cemetery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a quiet, unassuming Tuesday in 1992, a series of events would set the stage for a mystery that would live on in the collective memory for years. A young man known for his charm and popularity found himself in the midst of a perplexing situation within the walls of his own home. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a perplexing journey full of secrets, questions, and a never-ending search for answers. On that fateful Tuesday, October 13, 1992, in the quiet town of West Liberty, Iowa, 22-year-old Corey Wynek's life took an unexpected turn. Corey was a well-known figure in the community, not only for his athletic ability as a West Liberty High School football player, but also for his work as a bartender at his grandparents' establishment, Wink's Bar and Grill. The night before, Corey had worked a late shift at Wink's, where he spent many of his evenings as the 13th approached. Corey was scheduled to work another night behind the bar. However, when his fiancée Jody Hotz returned home around 6:30 p.m., she was met with an unusual sight. Corey's car remained parked in the driveway, and their beloved golden Labrador retriever was outside. This unusual situation alarmed Jody. Corey's routine was well established, and he was usually on his way to work by the time she got home from her job at a bank in Iowa City. The location, of course, the car, and the presence of Casey outside indicated that something was wrong. Jody's concern grew when she noticed that the screen door to their house was wide open and had out-of-place details, which heightened her anxiety. Bracing herself, she entered and discovered the main door unlocked. Her heart racing, she started searching the house, fearing the worst. Jody discovered Corey lying motionless on the floor in their bedroom, a horrific scene. He was covered in blood, unresponsive, and his body had become cold. Panic overwhelmed her, and in her distress, she called 911 in an emergency. Her voice trembled as she described the gruesome discovery. "I believe my fiancé has died." She informed the dispatcher that he was all bloody, not breathing, and cold. The peace of their farmhouse had been shattered by an unfathomable tragedy, and the search for answers would soon begin. The police arrived at Corey's farmhouse and confirmed a grim reality. He had been brutally beaten to death, sustaining multiple blunt force injuries, including a skull fracture. It was a startling and terrifying discovery. Jody, Corey's fiancée, became a valuable source of information for the investigators. She described her last interactions with Corey, revealing that she left for work at 8:30 a.m. That morning, he slept peacefully. Corey had returned home from Iowa City around 7 a.m. It appeared to be an ordinary morning for the couple. The lack of evidence of robbery or theft perplexed the investigators. Corey appeared to have been specifically targeted. Someone had entered their home with the sole purpose of inflicting harm on him. As the investigation progressed and word of Corey's tragic death spread throughout the community, an important piece of evidence surfaced. At 1:30 p.m., a local farmer reported driving past the quarry house. On that fateful day, they discovered a metal baseball bat on the side of the road near the property. Strangely, when he passed by earlier that morning around 9 a.m., the bat was not present. This information led police to believe that Corey was attacked between 9 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. The discovery of the baseball bat was a watershed moment in the case. Traces of blood found on the baseball bat matched Corey's blood type, implying that it was the murder weapon. Corey's injuries were consistent with the types of injuries that a baseball bat can cause. Despite having the murder weapon in their possession, the investigation encountered a frustrating setback. No fingerprints or DNA evidence were discovered on the baseball bat. This perplexing lack of conclusive evidence added another layer of complexity to the case, leaving investigators with a haunting mystery about who had targeted Corey and why the investigation into Corey's tragic murder took an unexpected turn as police delved deeper into his personal life. It became clear to law enforcement that this was not a random act of violence. Rather, it appeared that Corey knew his assailant, revealing a web of complex relationships and potential motives. The police made a startling discovery. Corey had romantic relationships with several women before his death, in addition to his fiancée, Jody. This revelation generated a large pool of potential suspects, posing a complex puzzle for investigators to solve. In the months following Corey's tragic death, they interviewed over 400 people in their never-ending search for the truth. Despite their tireless efforts, the case remained unsolved and became colder with each passing year. A decade after Corey's murder, there was still no concrete evidence of a motive or perpetrator. The much-needed breakthrough arrived unexpectedly, a quarter of a century after Corey's murder in December 2017. The information they received had the potential to uncover the truth about Corey Wienecke's tragic and long unsolved murder. In December 2017, a chance encounter at an Iowa hospital gave new life to the long unsolved murder case of Corey Wienecke. Special Agent Trent Villeda of the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation had gone to the hospital for an unrelated reason when he struck up a conversation with a nurse named Jessica Becker. When Jessica discovered Age's work on cold cases, she felt compelled to share a haunting story from her childhood. Jessica described an incident from 1992 when she was only 9 years old. She had spent the night at a friend's house on a sleepover. Annette Cahill's sister-in-law happened to be the daughter of Jacques Hazen. Jacques, one of Corey's 4 romantic partners at the time of his murder, was a woman known to the police for her involvement with him. When questioned by police, She claimed to have been shopping in Iowa City with Jack when Corey died, citing store receipts as alibis. However, Jessica's recollection cast doubt on Annette Cahill's alibi. She admitted that during her sleepover at Jack's house following Corey's murder, she and a friend sneaked downstairs after bedtime. At the bottom of the stairs, Jessica overheard Annette Cahill in the dining room, seen from behind with people crying and lighting black candles. Jessica could clearly hear Annette Cahill uttering regretful phrases. "I never intended to hurt you, Corey. I'm very sorry. I never intended to kill you, Corey. Corey, I love you." Overwhelmed and afraid of being discovered, Jessica went upstairs without Annette Cahill noticing her presence. She later told her mother about what she had witnessed, but her mother declined to report it to the police at the time. Agent V's most recent conversation with Jessica prompted a fresh look at the investigation into Corey's death. In the case files, they discovered an interview from 1996 with a man named Scott Payne, who was friends with Jocks and Annette Cahill. Scott's interview report included a critical detail. Scott Payne claimed that Annette Cahill was seen burning a lot of stuff after Anna Kay was killed. When Scott was re-interviewed, he vividly remembered seeing Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing in a barrel at Jack's house. He claimed that this occurred about 1 or 2 days after Corey's murder. Annette Cahill claimed to be disposing of paint-stained clothing, but Scott, who had previously worked in a meatpacking facility, was convinced it was blood. With this new evidence and testimonies, the police took a significant step. They arrested and charged him with first-degree murder, signaling a watershed moment in the long-running investigation into Corey Wienek's death. Annette Cahill was 56 years old when her trial began, and she was accused of a heinous crime. The prosecution's case was based on Annette Cahill's claim of first-degree murder, accusing her of killing Corey with deliberate, premeditated, and malicious intent. However, her initial trial ended in a mistrial. Despite nearly a full day of deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Their initial vote was 11-1, with the majority favoring acquittal to ensure a fair and just decision. The judge granted the jury additional time to deliberate. Despite the extension, the jury remains deadlocked, unable to reach a consensus. As a result, the trial ended in a mistrial, and the mistrial signaled a brief pause in the legal proceedings. However, Annette Cahill's legal battle did not end there. She would face trial again in the hopes of resolving the unanswered questions surrounding Corey's tragic death. At Annette Cahill's second trial, the prosecution based their case on a disturbing story of jealousy and a deadly encounter. They claimed that Annette Cahill killed Corey out of jealousy, motivated by his engagement and involvement with other women. The court heard gruesome details about Corey's death. He had received 13 blows, all while still alive. The murder weapon, a bat, had been discovered about a mile from Corey's house. It was discovered by a reporter who was forced to walk down a gravel road after his car broke down, where he came across the ominous item. A nearby farmer confirmed seeing the bat by the side of the road around 1:30 p.m. The backboard had distinctive features, including white tape wrapped around the handle and a blue barrel indicating a powerful light heavyweight. In white lettering, these white letters appeared to have bloodstains. The court learned that the bat had been purchased from Walmart, and it was speculated that it could have been leftover from last year's inventory. It had an initial retail price of $15, but was purchased on sale for $13. The cause of Corey's tragic death was blunt: forced trauma, emphasizing the brutality of the attack. The night before Corey was murdered, Annette made an unsettling appearance at Wink's, where Corey worked. After the bar closed, Corey left with Wendy Marshall. Their departure, however, was hampered when they came across Annette Cahill, who was intoxicated and waiting in Corey's car. Annette Cahill joins them on their journey, creating a tense and agitated environment. During the drive to Annette Cahill's house, she abruptly jumped out of the car, resulting in a confrontation with Corey. Corey then dropped off Wendy and then Annette at their respective homes. When Jody left for work the next morning, Corey was still at home, sleeping peacefully in his bed. The courtroom drama continued with a series of testimonies intended to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding Corey's murder. First, Jessica Becker and her mother took the stand. Jessica described a haunting memory from when she was 9 years old, vividly repeating the details she had previously shared with Agent Violetta. Her mother corroborated her story, stating that Jessica had confided in her at the time. However, she chose not to report it out of fear, recognizing the brutality and viciousness of Corey's attack. Scott Payne, a previously unmentioned witness, also testified. He told the court what he had previously told the police. He saw Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing. The defense made a compelling case, claiming that Annette Cahill had a solid alibi and should not be held responsible for Corey's murder. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence linking Annette Cahill to the crime. The hairs found in Corey's hand were not definitively linked to her, and there were no fingerprints or traces of her blood on the bat. Annette Cahill testified that she saw Corey the night before his murder. She admitted to being jealous when she saw him with another woman, but insisted they had reconciled and even had sexual intercourse. When she attempted to visit Corey's house that morning, she spent the next day working on a roofing job with Jack. She assumed it was empty because she received no response when she knocked on the door to discuss Ed's defense, which revolved around her presence at a construction job site and subsequent shopping trip with Jack on the day of Corey's murder. The prosecution argued that the provided receipts did not cover the time of Corey's murder. Jack testified that she picked up Annette Cahill around 10 a.m. At the job site, they made a brief stop at Corey's house on their way to Iowa City to return a book for Annette Cahill. They claimed there was no one home because no one answered the door, prompting them to travel to Iowa City. Jack produced receipts for their purchases, but only one had a timestamp indicating a purchase at 1:25 p.m. The defense also attempted to discredit Jessica's testimony, claiming that her bias against Annette Cahill was influenced by Annette Cahill's previous sexual relationship with Jessica's stepfather as a child. After hours of deliberation, including a deadlock at one point, the jury reached a unanimous decision. Annette Cahill was found guilty of second-degree murder rather than first-degree murder, as had been the case in the initial trial. This verdict was a significant step forward in the ongoing legal saga surrounding Corey's tragic death, but it did not completely resolve the case's mysteries and complexities. Annette Cahill's legal journey continued as she explored various options for challenging her conviction and obtaining her release. One of the key post-trial motions she filed was a request to compel discovery regarding the hairs discovered in Corey's hands. She inquired about the testing of these hairs and requested that the court order an explanation from the state if the evidence had been lost or destroyed. She also requested a new trial based on a Brady violation, withholding exculpatory evidence, and argued that the jurors' failure to receive a spoliation instruction regarding the destroyed evidence was unfair. However, her motion was denied, and she was eventually sentenced to 50 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Have you ever wondered how often people are forced to do terrible things out of love? In most cases, completely innocent people who have no idea they have become victims in such stories suffer. The story begins with the protagonist, a lovely girl named Kendra Hatcher, who, without realizing it, becomes a victim in a love triangle. How did it all start? Who is Kendra Hatcher? We'll find out today. It occurred from September to 2015. On Wednesday, Kendra Hatcher, 35, drove into the parking garage of a Gales Park 17 home. She lived in a house where everyone, including Kendra, felt completely safe because there was a 24-hour concierge on duty. And it was a lively and luxurious apartment building with a saltwater pool, a fitness studio, and a gourmet coffee bar in the uptown neighborhood of Dallas, Texas, USA. But let's go through everything in order. Kendra Hatcher, 35, a pediatric dentist from Springfield, Illinois, was born on February 3, 1980. She came from a good family that could afford many things for her, including a good education, a good university, and a job. She grew up in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and attended dental school before moving to Dallas for work. She had recently taken a job at Smile Zone. It seemed like an ideal fit for her during her spare time. Kendra led Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study. She was a devout Christian who wanted to use her dental skills to benefit others. She took part in volunteer programs such as building churches overseas and providing free dental care to children in Ecuador. Kendra's professional and personal lives were both very active. On May 24, 2015, she started dating a doctor named Ricky Paniagua. Ricky was finishing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Kendra and Ricky met on the dating app Tinder and had their first date on May 24. They were inseparable from the very first date. They shared similar values and desired the same things in life. Although their relationship had only lasted a few months, they were already discussing the possibility of marriage. Unfortunately, Kendra had no idea what lay ahead. Kendra drove into the parking garage to park her car after work one evening in September. She arrived at 7:42 p.m. She did this every day, but she was looking forward to the upcoming weekend because she had planned to spend Labor Day in Mexico with Ricky, but Kendra was not going to make it there. A few minutes later, she pulled into the parking lot. Two men walking nearby overheard screams and gunshots. After the shots were fired, a Jeep Cherokee pulled out of the parking garage. Hashim said, who lives in the apartment complex, overheard the screams and called 911. The police arrived and discovered Kendra's body in the garage. She'd been shot. It was initially thought to be a robbery. Kendra's expensive purse went missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were discovered on the ground near her body. However, after further investigation and examination of the scene, police determined that the manner of the shooting did not indicate a robbery. Rather, it resembled a shooting. The gunshot residue discovered indicated that Kendra's hands were up and behind her head at the time of the shooting. The entry point was at the top of her head, and the bullet exited through the chin. But who could have intended to kill Kendra as a result of the shooting? Everyone was in deep despair. How could this have occurred? She had never disagreed with anyone. Everyone had no idea what could have happened. There were numerous questions, but no answers yet. The police started their investigation. Police recovered surveillance footage from Gallus Park 17. The video shows a Jeep Grand Cherokee driving into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. At 7:42 p.m., Kendra returns home and pulls into the same garage. The footage shows a man walking to Kendra Scott, R., and then returning to the Jeep. Police believe this is the man who shot Kendra. The video showed that there was another person involved. The driver of the Jeep was a woman, and she drove out of the parking lot as soon as the man returned to the Jeep, but they could not be identified. So police released images of the Jeep and its driver to the media and asked the public for assistance. The appeal worked. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz, who claimed ownership of the Jeep but was not involved in the shooting or driving at the time. Jose stated that on September morning, two of his friends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, approached him and asked to borrow his Jeep. They explained that Crystal was having car problems, so they left the car at Jose's house for him to fix, and he loaned them his Jeep. They were supposed to return the Jeep to him that evening after work. Instead, Brenda requested that he meet her at Chili's that evening, and he agreed that Crystal was not at the restaurant, nor was his Jeep. Jose told police that he was at the restaurant with Brenda when the shooting occurred. Later that evening, the Jeep was returned to Jose's residence. Jose didn't expect his Jeep to be used as a getaway vehicle. He said he became aware of it when he saw the police address and recognized his Jeep. When he asked Brenda about it, she said it wasn't his Jeep. But Crystal used it to get dangerous substances for someone, and something went wrong. Jose told the police that Brenda convinced him not to say anything because it was his Jeep, and he could get in trouble with the cops, jeopardizing his citizenship. It appeared to him that she was attempting to manipulate him. According to Jose, Brenda offered to pay to have his Jeep repainted a different color. After speaking with Brenda, Jose called the police. The police officers approached Brenda and asked if she knew who Kendra was. Brenda said she had no idea who Kendra was and had never seen her. At 7:42 p.m. on September 2, the police asked where she was, and Brenda said she was at Chili's with Jose, showing them the dinner receipts. Nonetheless, the police realized Brenda was involved in the crime. The first suspect in the case stepped forward. The cops questioned her about Jose's Jeep. Brenda said she gave Crystal the Jeep. When the police questioned Crystal, another suspect came forward. Crystal turned out to be a 23-year-old single mother. They asked if she was the woman on videotape driving the Jeep. She confirmed her identity and explained that an armed carjacker forced her to drive to the parking lot that evening. She stated that her 9-year-old son was with her, but the videotape shows that the child was not in the car. When the police informed her of this, she altered her story. She claimed there was no carjacking and that she voluntarily drove the man to the garage but she assumed it was only for the robbery. She insisted that she knew nothing about the shooting. The police officers questioned her about why she had agreed to drive there, even though she suspected it was a robbery, and she admitted that Brenda had asked her to do so. The cops asked her what Brenda wanted from Kendra, which revealed new information. Kendra was dating Brenda's ex-boyfriend. It is about Ricky. Brenda and Ricky had dated from 2012 to early 2015. When they broke up, he began dating Kendra, which upset Brenda. However, Ricky was unaware of her unhappiness. In February 2015, he ended the relationship and began dating other women. When he met Kendra in May, he realized things were serious, and as a courtesy, he sent Brenda an email informing her that he was in a serious relationship. He didn't tell her Kendra's name, and Brenda seemed fine with it, saying she hoped to stay on good terms with Ricky as the interrogations continued and evidence piled up. Crystal sought a plea bargain and agreed to testify in exchange for a lesser sentence. She told the police that Brenda wanted to kill Kendra and that the murder was her idea. Crystal claims that within 2 weeks of meeting Brenda, they began planning to kill Kendra. Brenda was not simply upset that her relationship with Ricky had ended. According to the police, she was obsessed with him and desperately wanted him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was content with their friendship, but her life began to unravel. She was ready to hit rock bottom, so she began missing work. Brenda decided to make it her full-time job to bring Ricky back. She stalked Kendra and Ricky on social media, hacking Ricky's email and discovering their plans and travel arrangements. She started to hate Kendra even more. She believed Kendra had taken her place. In other words, she determined to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. Brenda asked Crystal if she knew of anyone who could help, and Crystal agreed to assist. They started devising a plan to kill Kendra. They met multiple times and devised various plans. Initially, they intended to inject Kendra with an illegal substance or sedative before discussing shooting her. Brenda asked Crystal if she could find someone to do it or if she knew anyone, as she was from a low-income neighborhood. They drove around the neighborhood asking people if they could help. Later, they met Christopher Love. He agreed to assist, and they started talking about different ways to kill Kendra. They decided that shooting her would be the most effective way to kill her because it was quick. Crystal told the cops that Brenda had agreed to give her $500, and she agreed to give Christopher both the money and the illegal substances. Crystal told police that they decided to kill Kendra on September 2 because they knew she and Ricky had plans for Labor Day weekend and would leave Dallas for a vacation in Mexico on September 3. Brenda felt they should have finished it sooner. Brenda was aware of all their plans and activities after learning that they intended to relocate to San Francisco upon their return. Brenda told Crystal that because she had downloaded Ricky's iPhone account to another phone and used it for snooping, she wanted the murder to appear to be a botched robbery. To determine where to commit the murder, Brenda and Crystal decided to follow Kendra to see how she got around on her typical day. They followed her to work. They sat outside the Salvation Army store and used binoculars to observe her movements while she was working. Brenda didn't realize Ricky's obsession with her head had turned her into a terrifying person, and Crystal didn't discourage her friend, instead assisting her for money. After work, they followed her and discovered the best way to get into the parking lot. They realized they could easily get in by parking in the visitor spot first and then following another car into the garage. They followed the same procedure for several days to ensure that nothing changed. They were confident that they knew exactly what Kendra would be doing from September 1 to the day before. Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher completed one last check and clocked in. They took gloves, syringes, disinfectant spray, and wipes from Kendra's workstation. The murder was planned to be committed by Crystal and Christopher alone the following day, September 2. Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Josie's early in the morning before meeting Christopher at Jack in the Box. Brenda was dropped off at the Carrollton Library, while Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex alone. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes before driving to Kendra's place of employment. Crystal left to get her son and nephew from school and dropped them off at her grandmother's house. She drove back to Kendra's workplace and followed her as she left. They lost her in traffic, but returned first, so they pulled into the garage and waited for her there. When Kendra arrived, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her as she exited the car. Crystal stated that she heard the shot rather than seeing it. They left and Crystal collected her son after dropping Christopher off at home. Later, she met Brenda at Josie's house, where she returned his Jeep. Under the terms of the agreement, Crystal Maid would be the prosecution's star witness. There'd be 2 trials. Christopher and Brenda were charged with capital murder and tried independently. Crystal received a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for her testimony and guilty plea to murder charges. The police discovered a gun in the side compartment of Christopher's car. The gun had been used to shoot Kendra. Because of this, Christopher was prepared to speak. He told the police that Brenda had promised to pay him in illegal substances and money, and that she had hired him to shoot Kendra. Christopher was found guilty and sentenced to death. Brenda had been on the run for nearly 7 months before being brought to trial. She was even listed as one of the FBI's 10 most wanted people. She was arrested in April 2016 in Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico. Mexico agreed to extradite her on the condition that she not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was officially charged with capital murder. Brenda's family and Ricky initially refused to believe she was involved in the crime. They recognized her as a loving woman of good character, with a good family and Christian values. Ricky told the police that they remained friends after their relationship with her ended. He even texted her the night Kendra was shot, letting her know she offered to help in any way she could. Brenda didn't plead guilty or not guilty, and her defense claimed she wasn't with Kendra at all and had an alibi and receipts proving she was at Chili's restaurant at the time of the crime. However, the prosecution claimed that Kendra was killed as part of a contract-killing scheme orchestrated by Brenda. Brenda did not have to be present during the shooting to be convicted of the crime, and she could still be found guilty because she planned and organized the entire event, and she hired Crystal and Christopher to commit the murder. Brenda's motive for wanting Kendra dead was revealed in court. She saw her as a hindrance to getting what she desired. She wanted to get back to Ricky. Brenda became increasingly obsessed with Kendra and Ricky in the months before her death, according to the court. Several people who knew Brenda testified in court about her obsession. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, testified that she was depressed after ending her relationship with Ricky. He testified that she promised him a reward if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend Jennifer Escobar testified that Brenda was obsessed with Ricky and was angry when he ended their relationship. She testified in court that Brenda read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank accounts. Jennifer testified that Brenda asked her to eliminate Kendra Hatcher. She told the court that Brenda wanted her to either give her a lethal injection or hit her with a bat and leave her in a coma. Jennifer also confirmed to the court that Brenda offered her $2,000, a car, and illegal substances if she agreed to do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then declined. The prosecution believes Brenda asked several people to assist her before finding one who agreed. They believe she used Crystal's to her advantage. Crystal was a single mother earning $11 per hour, and she admired Brenda, a woman with her own apartment and money, and aspired to be like her. The court learned that she gave Crystal $500, and police discovered an ATM withdrawal receipt in her belongings. She had also paid Christopher, who received the money, as well as $600 to $300 in illegal substances. Brenda was at Chili's restaurant the night Kendra was shot and left immediately. However, the jury was shown video footage from a surveillance camera installed at Josie's neighbor's house on the night of the murder. It also revealed that Brenda had gone to Josie's house after leaving Chili's. She was there with Crystal, and they exchanged their Jeep for a car. Cell phone data revealed that she was with Crystal and Christopher prior to the murder, and Brenda and Crystal communicated 99 times between August 22 and September. After only 30 minutes of deliberation, the jury found Brenda guilty. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Brenda was imprisoned and will not be released again. As a result, 5 people's lives were destroyed. First and foremost, Kendra, who had no idea Ricky would never get over it. Crystal, a single mother with a 9-year-old son, and Brenda's obsession have all had serious consequences. Unfortunately, a strong emotion like love can have such devastating consequences. It's times like these when you need to pause and let go. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a typical Sunday evening in Dallas, Texas, a young woman named Zoe Hastings went missing on her way to church class. Her disappearance prompted a disturbing investigation and trial. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, to Jim and Cheryl Hastings. So she was an excellent big sister, spending a lot of time with her younger brother and sisters. Zoe Hastings' parents described her as someone who made it a daily goal to make others happy. She was extremely talented in the spring of 2014. Zoe Hastings graduated from Booker Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. Her interests centered on visual arts and theater. While studying there, she dabbled in acting and costume design. He was also very proud of her work as a lifeguard at the pool. And by the end of the summer, she had been promoted to supervisor. Zoe Hastings was also a graduate of theological seminary at the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ and was deeply committed to her faith. She considered an offer from 6 top Texas universities, which included the opportunity to serve on an 18-month mission trip for the church. She genuinely cared about others, sometimes neglecting her own needs. She liked to give small gifts. Zoe Hastings aspired to be a doctor and to assist people in gaining theoretical knowledge by watching documentaries and surgical videos. On that fateful Sunday, October 11, 2015, Zoe Hastings set out to attend a Bible study class at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Dallas, Texas. Zoe, a young and enthusiastic 18-year-old, had recently graduated and was looking forward to a mission trip with her church in November. Her departure that afternoon was no different from any other day. She bid her parents farewell and promised to return home for their traditional family dinner. Dinner together was a treasured tradition. But Zoe's excitement about her upcoming mission trip caused her to prioritize the Bible study class that day. So we left her house around 4:30 p.m., driving the family minivan, with the Bible study class beginning at 5 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. and became increasingly concerned as time passed with no sign of their daughter. Not only was her absence unusual, but she also missed the 5 p.m. Bible study class, which added to their concern. They are anxious. Jim and Cheryl attempted to contact Zoe Hastings via text messages and numerous phone calls. However, their efforts were met with silence. They contacted friends in the hopes of finding out where she was, but none of them could provide any information. To make matters worse, the Hastings family discovered that Zoe Hastings did not show up for the Bible study class. As the hours passed and there was no sign of Zoe, her parents decided to contact the police at 10 p.m. However, by midnight, the authorities had not responded to their call. Fearing for their daughter's safety, they took action and filed a missing persons report while continuing their search. The breakthrough came in the early hours of Monday morning when Zoe's parents discovered she needed to find My iPhone app, which was installed on her phone. They used this tool to track her phone's location, which led them to a nearby creek only a 5-minute drive from their house. They rushed to the scene full of urgency. They found a scene of chaos and concern. Police, paramedics, and flashing lights surrounded the area, which was cordoned off with police tape. Zoe Hastings' minivan was discovered in a precarious and alarming position, nose down in the creek bed, nearly vertically submerged in water. The tragic events that occurred on that fateful Sunday evening and early Monday morning shed light on a disturbing series of incidents. The chain of events began when Kurt Rem, a concerned member of the public, was walking his dog near Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. He came across a man who approached him urgently, reporting a car crash involving a young girl in the creek. The stranger, visibly shaken, asked Kurt to join him in investigating the scene. Together, they went down to the creek, and the man informed Kurt that the girl would later identify Kurt, immediately dialed 911 after Zoe Hastings tragically died, fearing the worst. However, the mysterious man who had initially alerted him fled the scene before police arrived. Upon their arrival, the police discovered Zoe Hastings' lifeless body. She lay face down in a pool of blood about 10 to 20 feet from the driver's door of the minivan. The initial assumption that her death was caused by the crash was quickly dispelled when police discovered that she died as a result of homicidal violence. The horrific nature of the crime became clear as details emerged. Zoe's clothing had been disturbed. Her dress had pulled up above her waist, and her underwear had rolled down to her mid-thighs, indicating sexual assault. Zoe had several deep cuts on her neck. Throughout their investigation, the police thoroughly searched the area for evidence. All of the minivan doors except the driver's door were locked. They discovered a blood-covered knife at the top of the embankment, which they suspected was used to inflict Zoe's fatal wounds on her neck. So his phone, which has location services, provided a timeline for the investigation. It showed that her phone had been at the creek since 5 p.m. She remained there from Sunday evening until Monday morning, when her body was discovered. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that after leaving her house, Zoe Hastings stopped briefly at a Walgreens on Garland Road to return a Redbox movie on her way to the Bible study. The Walgreens was so close to her house that she could see it from the parking lot. She returned the movie at 4:42 p.m. However, authorities wanted to know what happened after that and why she didn't show up for the 5 p.m. Bible study. As the investigation into Zoe Hastings' tragic death continued, 2 key witnesses came forward. The witnesses said they saw a woman near a minivan in the parking lot outside the Walgreens store. One of the witnesses described seeing an African-American man approach the woman quickly. To their surprise, both people entered the minivan with the man behind the wheel. The second witness stated that the man appeared to be holding something in his hand during the encounter. After exchanging words with the woman, they both quickly entered the minivan, which drove away from the scene. The discovery of DNA on the knife found in the creek sparked a breakthrough in the case. The DNA evidence was linked to a man whose genetic profile had already been recorded in the law enforcement database. This individual was identified as Antonio Cochran. Antonio vehemently denied being involved in Zoe's murder. Nonetheless, based on DNA evidence and witness statements, he was charged with capital murder. The charges were based on the belief that Zoe's murder occurred during a kidnapping or attempted kidnapping. The prevailing theory among law enforcement was that Zoe's abduction and subsequent murder were random, with no prior relationship between her and Antonio. When Antonio Coltrane's trial began, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case centered on the theory that Zoe Hastings was kidnapped from the Walgreens parking lot while returning a Redbox movie just across the street from her house on that fateful Sunday afternoon. This theory was supported by the testimony of 2 key witnesses who appeared in court to give their versions of events. The first witness, Lester Lee Clark, identified himself as a tattoo artist who worked near the intersection of Garland Road and PV Road in East Dallas. He testified at around 4:45 p.m. As he approached the Walgreens, he noticed a woman, presumably Zoe, near the Redbox kiosk. She appeared to be returning or retrieving a movie as she entered her minivan. A short, heavy-set African-American male quickly approached her and grabbed the car door, sparking an animated but brief conversation between the two that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Lester stated that he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he did notice that the woman at the driver's side door had moved to the passenger side. The man got into the minivan and quickly drove away. The second witness, Gary Whitman, was homeless at the time and stated that he was across the street from the Walgreens around 4:04 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, he described a stout, heavy-set African-American man who stood about 5 feet, 8 or 9 inches tall, and walked aggressively but discreetly. He thought the man was trying not to draw attention to himself. Gary reported that the man approached the woman in a minivan in the Walgreens parking lot from behind as she attempted to enter it. He claimed that the man extended his arms to block her path and appeared to pull something from his pocket. Although he couldn't see the exact object, Gary saw both people get into the minivan, with the man taking the wheel and driving away. Gary's immediate response, according to the court, was to seek help because he did not have access to a phone. He approached an employee at a nearby convenience store and asked them to dial 911. The court heard testimony from several researchers who carried out the tests. Gloria John Dimmock, a mitochondrial DNA analyst, told the court that several hairs were discovered at the scene. While mitochondrial DNA does not provide a unique identifier, it can be used to exclude people. According to the analysis, the hair found on Zoe's left arm could belong to Antonio Cochran. There was more evidence against the defendant. Copeland's DNA was discovered on the handle of a knife, which had been covered in Zoe's blood. The prosecution claimed that after abducting Zoe Hastings from the parking lot, Cochran drove her to a creek, where he raped and killed her cell tower. Data confirms that Cochran's cell phone pinged on Sunday, near the location where Zoe's body was discovered. Prior to Zoe's abduction, Cochran sent several text messages to various people. At 1:48 a.m., the first text message was sent to Gillis Pina Cochran's neighbor, Antonio, who stated that he intended to leave the house he and Gillis rented together. At 2 p.m., he messaged his ex-girlfriend, Angie Simon, informing her that Raina, who had been like a mother to him, had died the day before. He also messaged someone named Mimi at 2:25 p.m. and 3:19 p.m., telling her that he had been crying, drinking alcohol, and driving aimlessly around town. At 4:34 p.m., Antonio's cell phone communicated with a specific transceiver on a Dallas radio tower, which covered the Walgreens store. Antonio sent another text message from his smartphone. This time, it was addressed to Frank Torres, Gillis Pina's brother. "I really need you, brother. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Frank. A lot has happened. I need you, brother." Antonio, according to the court, began working as a checker at a Fiesta Mart grocery store just 2 days before Zoe's murder. He was supposed to work the day after Zoe died, but he did not show up for his shift. The prosecutor also informed the judge that a detailed search history was conducted on Cocker's cell phone between October 13 and October 23. He searched for local and crime news 32 times, 5 of which were about Zoe's death. Prior to that, Antonio had shown little interest in crime stories, having only opened the news once in the previous month with a report on local gang crimes. The defense presented a compelling case, attempting to cast doubt on the prosecution's claim that Antonio Cochran was responsible for Zoe Hastings' murder. They questioned the DNA evidence's validity, as well as the witnesses' reliability. Paul Johnson, Antonio's defense attorney, stated that, at the time of Zoe's murder, Antonio was assisting a friend in presenting an alibi that placed him in a different location. He challenged the testimony of 2 key witnesses who claimed to have witnessed Zoe's abduction. Lester's timeline and description of the man involved were called into question, raising concerns about the veracity of his story. The defense also questioned the credibility of the second witness, Gary, who had a criminal record and a history of illegal substance use. Paul Johnson questioned how Gary could have witnessed the events from across the street and suggested that his testimony might be suspect. Despite the potential consequences for himself, Gary insisted that he had come forward to do the right thing and was later apprehended due to an active arrest warrant. The defense's challenge included the DNA evidence. They acknowledged that Antonio's DNA was discovered on the knife handle, but proposed an alternative explanation. They speculated that his DNA could have been on the knife from a previous occasion, possibly while working at a local movie theater and coming into contact with it. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints on or inside the minivan called into question the witnesses' claims that Antonio grabbed the door during the alleged abduction. The defense also pointed out that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault and that Antonio was not charged with sexual assault, implying that this information was used to incite the jury. Finally, Paul Johnson urged the jury to find Antonio not guilty, emphasizing the importance of making a decision based on the evidence presented rather than reacting to popular sentiment. He encouraged the jury to do what they thought was right. The prosecution disagreed and urged the jury to find Antonio guilty. The jury deliberated for nearly 23 hours over several days. During this time, they requested additional information and clarification from the judge on 3 specific issues, including a photo of the Walgreens store, mitochondrial DNA, and the timeline of police interviews with the 2 witnesses. Ultimately, the jury convicted Antonio of the lesser offense of murder, rather than capital murder. Antonio was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, with a $10,000 fine. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his two young children, 3.5 years old, and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son, in-law, and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first. Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over. fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not us citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth. Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself, but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was led out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Thursday, December 16, 2004, Bobby Jo Stinnett, a 23-year-old woman who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, eagerly awaited the arrival of her baby girl. Born on December 4, 1981, she graduated from Nottoway High School in Graham, Missouri, in 2000. Bobby, who lived in Skidmore, Missouri with her husband, Zeb Stinnett, was a well-known and gentle person in the small farming community. Her love of animals, particularly dogs and horses, was evident, and she ran a dog breeding business called Happy Haven Farms from her home. Specializing in the breeding of rat terriers, Bobby actively participated in dog shows and discussions in the online dog breeding community. Her business involves listing puppies for sale, and on December 15, 2004, she received an instant message from Darlene Fisher, a woman from Fairfax, Missouri, whom she had met through their interactions on the Router Chatter forum. Bobby and Darlene had been exchanging messages for weeks, bonding not only over their shared love of rat terriers, but also over their shared pregnancy experiences. Darlene informed Bobby that she was interested in purchasing one of her puppies, and they agreed to meet the next day. Bobby made plans to meet Darlene, and informed her mother, Becky Harper, that she would pick her up from work at 3:30 p.m. On the scheduled date, December 16th, Becky called Bobby at 2:30 p.m. Bobby reassured her as they confirmed the arrangement for picking her up from work. However, when Becky finished work at 3:30 p.m., Bobby was nowhere to be found. Becky tried to call Bobby, but there was no response, so she walked to Bobby's house, which was only 2 blocks from her workplace. When Becky got to the house, she noticed the front door was open. She entered and called out to Bobby without getting a response. As she entered the dining room, she saw a terrifying scene. Her daughter was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, distraught. Becky immediately dialed 911, urgently describing the dire situation, mentioning that her daughter was 8 months pregnant and that Bobby's stomach appeared to have been severely injured. When the police arrived, they discovered that Bobby's unborn baby had been forcibly removed from her womb, and the infant's whereabouts and survival were unknown. Locating the perpetrator became an urgent priority because the baby could still be alive. Unfortunately, Bobby did not survive the brutal attack. Both Becky and Bobby's husband informed the police that Bobby was going to meet a woman named Darlene, who expressed an interest in buying a puppy. Aside from that, they had no idea how many other visitors would be arriving that day. Through a quick investigation, the police tracked Darlene down using text messages and IP addresses from the computer she used to communicate. It was discovered that the woman posing as Darlene was not named Darlene and did not live in Fairfax. Her real name was Lisa Montgomery, and she lived in Melbourne. Lisa drove from Melbourne to Skidmore on December 16th and arrived at Bobby's house around 12:30 p.m. Police believe the baby was taken between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. On December 17th, the police arrived at Lisa Montgomery's home, and her husband Kevin greeted them at the door. They entered and found Lisa in the living room, cradling a newborn baby. The police informed Kevin and Lisa that they were looking into the murder of Bobby Joe Stinnett and inquired about the baby. Lisa claimed that her child was born at a women's clinic in Topeka. "I am looking for a private conversation." The police approached Lisa outside her home. She informed them of this and requested that Kevin not know about it due to financial constraints. She had actually given birth at home, not at the women's clinic. Lisa claimed she was alone in her kitchen during the birth, but she did have the phone numbers of 2 friends in case she needed help. When asked about the placenta, Lisa says she disposed of it in a nearby creek. Lisa requested that the matter be discussed further at the sheriff's office to maintain privacy, and the police agreed. Lisa confessed to officers at the sheriff's office. After killing Bobby, she extracted the baby from her womb and abducted her. The baby was eventually returned to Bobby's husband, who named her Victoria Jo Stinnett. Lisa was charged with kidnapping, which led to her death. During Lisa's trial, the court learned that she and Bobby met at a dog show in April 2004. "We were both members of an online dog breeding community when Bobby announced her pregnancy. Lisa, a member, learned of her pregnancy in the spring of 2004. Around the same time, Lisa informed her family and friends that she was expecting. Lisa failed to disclose that she had a sterilization procedure more than a decade ago, rendering her infertile. Lisa deceived people for 8 months by pretending to be pregnant. She went so far as to wear maternity clothes and purchase baby items. Despite her sterilization, Lisa persuaded her husband, Kevin, and her children that she was actually pregnant. On the other hand, Lisa's first husband and wife, who were aware of her sterilization, accused her of lying. In response, Lisa insisted on proving them wrong. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that on December 16th, Lisa arrived at Bobby's house with a sharp kitchen knife and a white cord in her jacket pocket. When Bobby answered the door, Lisa asked to see the puppy she wanted to buy. Bobby retrieved the puppies and took them outside for Lisa to interact with. Lisa attacked Becky shortly after she called Bobby to pick her up. Lisa strangled Bobby with the cord she had brought until she lost consciousness. When Bobby regained consciousness and resisted, Lisa tightened the cord, resulting in Bobby's death. Lisa then cut into Bobby's abdomen with a kitchen knife, successfully removing the baby. Lisa left after cutting the umbilical cord. Surprisingly, the baby remained unharmed. Throughout her journey, Lisa took precautions to ensure the baby's well-being, such as clapping the umbilical cord and clearing mucus from his mouth. Lisa had a car seat ready in her vehicle for the baby. When Lisa arrived at a parking lot near a women's clinic in Topeka, Kansas, she called her husband, Kevin, to tell him she had given birth. Kevin met her in the parking lot and named the baby Abigail. The next day, they went out for breakfast, proudly introducing their new baby, Abigail, to everyone. The prosecution contended that Bobby's tragic death and the baby's abduction were the result of Lisa's calculated and cold-blooded plan to protect the lies she had told her friends and family. According to the prosecution, Lisa was afraid that her first husband, Carl Bowman, would discover her lies during their custody battle. Lisa was concerned that this revelation would jeopardize her position in court proceedings, so she felt compelled to have a baby as proof that her pregnancy was genuine. The prosecution claimed that Lisa purposefully misled her family and friends about her pregnancy and meticulously planned the abduction of a baby to maintain the illusion. They claimed Lisa's plan was meticulously planned and executed with precision. To hide her identity, Lisa contacted Bobby under a fictitious name, hoping that the crime could not be traced back to her. Concurrently, she continued to inform everyone she knew about her pregnancy. Lisa went so far as to purchase a home birth kit and conduct online research on how to perform a cesarean section. Sheriff Strong, who played a role in the case, stated that the crime was meticulously planned, and Lisa persisted in lying until she was caught. Lisa even tried to implicate her own brother, claiming he was with her when the baby was abducted. However, his verified alibi revealed that this was yet another falsehood. The prosecution claimed Lisa was involved in a custody battle with her first husband, who, upon learning that she had informed her second husband, Kevin, about her pregnancy, questioned the veracity of her claim. Aware of Lisa's inability to conceive, he sent emails expressing his intention to reveal the alleged lie to Kevin, whom he exploited during custody proceedings. In response, Lisa, determined to prove him wrong, took a series of actions that culminate in the tragic events less than a week before Bobby's death on December 10th. Lisa's first husband formally filed a motion seeking a change of custody for the 2 minor children who lived with Lisa. To back up their case, the prosecution called Dr. Dietz as an expert witness. This move was prompted by the defense's prior notification that they intended to pursue an insanity defense, claiming Lisa was experiencing pseudopsychoses. During the trial, Dr. Dietz testified that there are 2 types of phenomena known as pseudoscience, the first of which involves a woman genuinely and sincerely believing she is pregnant. Typically, this belief ends when the woman is presented with concrete evidence that she is not pregnant. Individuals with this type of pseudopsychosis are not considered mentally ill and do not have delusions. Dr. Dietz describes a second type of pseudoscience that is linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. Individuals suffering from this condition experience delusions, particularly the delusion of being pregnant. Notably, this form is distinguished by the presence of a strong conviction. In contrast to the first example, people who believe in pseudoscience refuse to accept evidence that contradicts their beliefs. They have a firm and unwavering belief in their pregnancy, which demonstrates the impact of mental illness. Dr. Dietz, in his expert opinion, concluded that Lisa did not have pseudopsychosis at the time of Bobby's death. He came to this conclusion based on his belief that Lisa did not truly believe she was pregnant. In court, Dr. Dietz explained his reasoning by emphasizing several key points. To begin, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa was well aware that she had undergone permanent sterilization, which removed any doubt about her reproductive abilities. Lisa had consistently sought medical and prenatal care in previous pregnancies, but this was not the case during the current period. Dr. Dietz provided additional evidence in the form of Lisa's insurance application from September 2004, in which she explicitly stated that she was not pregnant. Furthermore, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa's behavior was not consistent with delusional thinking. He explained that in cases of pregnancy delusion, people would stick to the same story and willingly disclose it despite being persuaded or presented with contradictory evidence. However, Lisa lacked these characteristics, prompting Dr. Dietz to dismiss the idea that she was having a pregnancy delusion. Lisa's case was characterized by inconsistent and contradictory accounts of key details. Notably, her stories differed on the sex of the fetus, whether she was expecting twins or a single fetus, and how she planned to deliver. These differences were noticeable depending on the audience to whom she spoke, indicating a lack of consistency and reliability in her statements. Furthermore, Lisa provided conflicting information about the location where she claimed to have given birth. She initially claimed that the birth occurred at a women's clinic, but later changed her story to say that it happened at home. When confronted with her brother's alleged presence at Bobby's house during the incident, Lisa claimed that she had had amnesia both before and during Bobby's murder. Dr. Dietz concluded that Lisa was a malingerer during the 2004 pregnancy, and the court heard that Lisa had faked previous pregnancies. Lisa claimed to have had multiple pregnancies in the years since her sterilization procedure, each with its own set of complications. Lisa's feigned pregnancies date back to 1994. Subsequently, in 2000, before marrying Kevin, she informed him of her pregnancy and expressed a desire for an abortion. Kevin gave her $40, but there was no further discussion or evidence of pregnancy. Lisa claimed to be pregnant again in 2002, informing Kevin of a doctor's appointment while denying him the opportunity to accompany her. However, her doctor testified that he only tweeted Lisa about unrelated issues, such as ankle pain and a cold, and did not provide prenatal care. Lisa later informed Kevin that the baby had died and claimed to have donated the body to science, adding to her history of deception surrounding food and pregnancies. The defense's case focused on the defense of insanity, and they planned to call experts to testify about Lisa's mental disease or defect. Lisa's life was described in court as troubled, They claimed she had been physically and sexually abused by her stepfather. Lisa married her stepbrother Carl Bowman when she was 18 years old, and they had 4 children before undergoing sterilization. Following their divorce in 1998, Carl remarried, and Lisa later married Kevin to back up their insanity claims. Dr. Logan and Dr. Ramachandran were called as expert witnesses by the defense. Lisa was diagnosed by both experts with a variety of mental health issues, including depression, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pseudopsychosis. Dr. Ramachandran testified about pseudopsychosis, describing it as a somatoform disorder in which the patient develops the delusion of being pregnant. According to his testimony, this delusion is driven by a strong desire to become pregnant, which causes hormonal changes that result in physical changes consistent with pregnancy. Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa suffered from an intense pseudopsychosis delusion. During his testimony, he claimed that Lisa was in a dissociative state when she killed Bobby and delivered the baby. Dr. Ramachandran suggested that Lisa's childhood sexual abuse made her susceptible to pseudopsychosis. He claimed Lisa's internet searches and purchases of baby-related items indicated pseudopsychosis. Furthermore, Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa was suffering from a severe mental illness or defect that prevented her from fully understanding the nature and quality of her actions. Following 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Lisa guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. The following day, she received a death sentence. The jury unanimously agreed that the government had proven all statutory and non-statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution contended that these factors included the crime being committed in a particularly heinous or depraved manner, involving serious physical abuse of Bobby Joe Stinnett. The jury agreed with this argument, and Elise was sentenced to death by lethal injection with pentobarbital at Terre Haute Prison in Indiana. Lisa eventually found herself on death row in a federal prison in Texas, designed for female inmates with special medical and psychological needs. She received psychiatric care while incarcerated there. Lisa formed a new defense team in an effort to have her death sentence commuted to life in prison. Their central argument was that, given Lisa's history of horrific abuse, the death penalty was unjust. They claimed that her legal representation during her initial trial failed to fully disclose the extent of her thesis's profound hardships and that the defense presented was inadequate. Lisa was in a psychotic state, according to the new defense team, when she committed the crime. Furthermore, they presented evidence that Lisa's history of abuse began before her birth, as she was born with fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of her mother's heavy drinking. The defense detailed specific instances of abuse, claiming that Lisa was subjected to physical beatings and that the mistreatment worsened after her mother remarried. They claimed Lisa had been sexually abused by her stepfather. Despite the efforts of Lisa's legal team, who argued that pressure and the threat of exposure from her first husband drove her to fabricate a pregnancy, their objections and appeals to have her removed from death row were denied. The execution went as planned. Lisa received a lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana, after the United States Supreme Court lifted a last-minute stay of execution. As the sole female inmate on federal death row in the United States, she was the first female federal inmate executed by the government in 67 years, preceding her execution. When asked if she wanted to make a statement, Lisa declined. She was officially declared dead at 1:31 on January 13th, 2021. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half. When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Brian Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee. As the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons, our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood. But the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, when Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped. But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city, where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband own. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in two forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The evening before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial. The bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On the evening of January 31, 2019, 21-year-old Libby Squire, a philosophy student at the University of Hull in East Yorkshire in England, reluctantly joined her friends for a night out at home. She didn't want to disappoint her friends, even though she had an early morning lecture the next day. Libby stayed in shared housing near the university. Libby spoke with her boyfriend James Pye throughout the evening. The last text message he received from her was at 10:30 p.m. The following day, February 1, James Libby's friends and family tried but failed to reach her. They went to her house only to find that she wasn't there. Law enforcement interviewed Libby's friends and discovered that she had not been with them when they left the club that night. According to her friends, Libby was turned away from the Welly nightclub in Hull because security suspected she was intoxicated. To ensure her safety, her friends called a cab to take her back to her Wellesley Avenue home. Following the investigation, police conducted a search of the area, which resulted in the discovery of Libby's house keys in a neighbor's garden. Authorities collected CCTV footage from the area and interviewed numerous witnesses. They determined that Libby had arrived home in the cab, but when she exited, she walked down the street without entering her house. Based on CCTV footage and witness statements, the police were pursuing a specific lead in Libby's disappearance, and they were confident they had identified the person responsible. Despite their knowledge of the individual involved, they had no idea where Libby was. 7 weeks after her disappearance, 26-year-old Powell Relowis discovered her body in the Humber estuary, between Spurn Point and Grimsby, and was later arrested. He was questioned a few days after Libby was reported missing, but was released. Powell, originally from Poland, lived in North Yorkshire with his wife and 2 young children, and worked as a butcher for Caro Foods in Malt. He told police that he saw Libby crying in the street and offered to drive her home. He claimed to have dropped her off near some playing fields because she was ill. This was the last time he saw her. He told the cops, "I had nothing to hide. Just check the cameras." The police examined the surveillance footage and charged him with rape and murder. Powell pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. According to the prosecution, Libby arrived home that fateful night in a very vulnerable state. The weather was bitterly cold, and she found herself alone and intoxicated, having accidentally dropped her house keys in her neighbor's garden. The prosecutor emphasized to the court that Libby was most likely experiencing hypothermia and distress at the time. She was in tears after losing her house keys, and she kept falling to the ground while attempting to walk. Libby was confronted by several witnesses who saw her in distress that night. During the trial, jurors heard from several witnesses who saw or interacted with Libby after the cab dropped her off outside her home. The court was informed that a student named George Thompson saw Libby exit the cab and described how she fell flat on her face, remained on the ground for about 10 seconds, and struggled to walk, stumbling everywhere. Libby's neighboring students had a right, and Emma Hall Shaw encountered her after she exited the cab. They heard her crying and sobbing outside her house and invited her to come inside. However, Libby chose not to testify against Roland Jacobs, and Alan Jones revealed that they stopped their car on their way home from a darts match when they noticed Libby on the ground. They approached her, concerned about her well-being, and offered to help. Roland mentioned that Libby mumbled, making it difficult to understand her words. She once asked him to lie down with her, and when she asked for a hug, he refused, prompting her to use offensive language. Despite spending about 10 minutes attempting to help her, they felt powerless and eventually left. Lorna Allen described seeing Libby lying on the floor, crying and screaming near a bus stop just before midnight on January 31. Lorna described Libby as slurring her words, talking to herself and appearing very intoxicated. During the trial, the court was told that while Libby was wandering the streets in distress, Powell was driving around the area looking for an opportunity. The prosecution claimed that Powell saw Libby just after midnight. The jury was shown CCTV footage obtained by the police, which showed Powell's silver Vauxhall Astra driving around in circular patterns at times. The prosecution claimed Powell was driving around that night, looking for a victim to spy on and satisfy himself. The jury learned about Powell's history, which included several sexually motivated burglaries in the months preceding Libby's disappearance. during which he kept stolen items as trophies. When police arrested him for Libby's murder, they discovered underwear and intimate toys stolen from women. They discovered a bag in his car containing these items as well as photographs of young women. When questioned about the bag, Powell initially claimed ignorance before admitting that he had forgotten about it and had no idea where it came from or how long it had been there. According to court testimony, in the year leading up to Libby's disappearance, Powell exposed himself to women in public and peered through windows. The jury was told that a female student had a terrifying experience when she saw a man's face peering through her window while she was dressing. The man's face was only inches from the window, which terrified her. She recognized this individual as having power. Another woman said she saw Powell at her window, observing her during an intimate moment with her boyfriend. When her housemates returned later that night, they discovered a used contraceptive hanging on the front door, along with women's underwear in the letterbox. Another victim discovered an unwrapped contraceptive and a pair of women's underwear alongside her child's toy. During the trial, forensic scientist Nikolai Taylor testified that Powell's DNA and bodily fluids were found on the woman's underwear. She told the jury that this finding implied intimate contact with the underwear, possibly indicating that Powell had worn them. According to the prosecution's evidence, Libby entered Powell's car after midnight and was driven to the Oak Road playing fields. While CCTV footage captured Libby getting into the car, no additional footage was available once she arrived at the playing fields. The prosecution claimed that Powell sexually assaulted Libby before either killing her or leaving her to die in the cold waters of the River Hall. They believe that Libby's body then drifted out to sea from that location. To bolster their claim that Libby was sexually assaulted on the playing fields, the prosecution summoned Sam and offered him as a witness. Sam, who lives near the playing fields, testified that he heard a woman's desperate screams coming from the direction of the river. According to court documents, a man was later seen emerging from the darkness and fleeing the scene. The prosecution claimed that the woman screaming was Libby and the man running away was Power. Notably, Libby was not seen on any additional CCTV footage after the playing fields. The prosecution also claimed that Powell had visible scratches on his face, which were inflicted by Libby while she fought for her life. The prosecution summarized their case, telling the jury that the evidence supported the conclusion that Libby was raped by a man whose sole motivation for coming into contact with her that night was to take her away from safety to a remote area well known to him and subject her to his uncontrollable sexual urges. The prosecution faces difficulties in ascertaining the exact cause of Libby's death, as emphasized during the trial. Dr. Matthew Lyle, the medical examiner, testified that the cause of Libby's death could not be determined conclusively. Her body had been submerged in water for nearly 2 months, making it impossible to tell whether she was still alive or dead when she entered the water due to decomposition. Notably, an obvious bruise was found on the inside of her right thigh. Further examination revealed lacerations inside her upper lip, indicating blunt trauma. Small hemorrhages were discovered around her mouth, which the court was told could indicate squeezing or compression of the neck or mouth cover. However, it was also stated that these lacerations could have occurred in the water or in life near the time of death. Dr. Lyle stated that there could have been additional injuries to her body, but we can't see them. The court heard testimony about 3 potential causes of death for Libby: hypothermia, drowning, and asphyxia. In terms of hypothermia, Dr. Lyle explained to the court that in a community setting, death by hypothermia can occur if an individual is inadequately clothed, their clothing becomes wet, or they consume alcohol. Toxicology tests revealed that Libby had 198 drinks per 100 and may have been ill of blood, exceeding the legal driving limit of 80 mugging. Dr. Lyle was unable to definitively attribute Libby's death to hypothermia, but he could not rule it out. Dr. Liesel stated that establishing drowning as a cause of death can be difficult, especially in cases where it is not witnessed firsthand. The classic signs of drowning include froth or foam coming from the mouth, well-expanded lungs that obscure the heart, and a crackly quality to the lungs. Dr. Lyle described Libby's lungs as having a slightly crackly feel, but not being wet or very expanded. Furthermore, no froth appeared from the mouth. As a result, Dr. Lyle could not definitively state that drowning was the cause of Libby's death. Certain findings emerged from an examination of Libby's injuries in light of the possibility of asphyxia as the cause of death. There was no evidence of bleeding in the brain or skull, and the facial bones, including the horseshoe-shaped bone behind the tongue, were still intact. Injury, such as abrasions on Libby's forehead, nose, and eyelids, was determined to be consistent with post-mortem body movement and water. Dr. Liesel testified that there were no tiny pinpricks of bleeding in the eyes or inner surface of the lips, which could indicate physical interruption such as asphyxiation or strangulation. However, their absence did not rule out asphyxiation because such indicators tend to fade quickly, particularly after death. In conclusion, hypothermia, drowning, and asphyxia were all considered possible causes of death, but the true cause remained unknown. Swabs from inside Libby's body also contained seminal fluid cells that matched Powell's DNA profile, according to the court. During the trial, the court heard testimony from individuals close to Powell, who provided potentially incriminating information. Powell's friends stated that Powell told him about offering a ride home to a girl at the bus stop who claimed to have made advances on him. Powell's colleague also testified that Powell offered to drive a girl home, but she began acting strangely and undressing in his car. Powell allegedly instructed her to leave. Another piece of evidence came from Paul's neighbor, who spoke on behalf of the prosecution. He claimed to have seen Powell cleaning the mouths of his car on the afternoon of February 1, describing it as unusual for such a cold day. Professor Charles Deacon provided expert testimony that night, stating that Libby's ability to defend herself would have been limited. He explained to the jury that Libby's alcohol consumption would have caused numb hands and impaired coordination, making her unsteady on her feet and prone to fatigue. Furthermore, her judgment, balance, and ability to flee potential threats would have been severely hampered, leaving her vulnerable. During the closing arguments, the prosecutor urged the jury to consider Libby's state that night, intoxicated and cold, visibly distressed, and in need of assistance. Witnesses reported seeing her cry, lie on the ground, and shiver. The prosecutor asked the jury to consider what might have happened after Libby entered Powell's car. Was it plausible that, in her vulnerable state, she would willingly leave the warmth of the car to lie in the cold snow and engage in consensual activity with Powell? The prosecutor emphasized to the jury that we propose a nonsense proposition, which strengthened the case. The prosecutor reminded the jury of Powell's background, emphasizing that he was not a saint, but rather a person seeking to satisfy his own sexual desires. The defense argued that Powell encountered Libby that night, offered her a ride home, and engaged in consensual activity with her. They claimed he stopped at the playing fields because she was feeling ill. As he left, she was still alive. The defense raised the possibility that Libby committed suicide. Powell testified during the trial. According to his account, he offered Libby a ride home after seeing her crying on the street. Out of compassion for her, Powell stated that he found her crying and shouting on Beverly Road's pavement and wanted to help her. He claimed that their sexual encounter was consensual. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Libby and Powell walking along Beverly Road before driving to the Oak Road playing fields. Powell admitted to driving around that night, hoping to find a woman for her. He also confessed to stealing women's underwear and intimate toys, as well as spying on people through windows. Powell explained that he initially withheld this information because he was concerned it would cause problems in his marriage. According to Paul's testimony, Libby's behavior appeared unusual, and he suspected she had ingested something or had something put in her drink. When he offered her a ride home, she extended her hand, and they walked to the car. Powell noticed that she seemed more at ease inside the warm car. However, while driving, he claimed that Libby made gestures indicating her desire to vomit, prompting him to pull over near the Oak Road playing fields. Powell described how, when the car came to a stop, Libby attempted to exit but fell kneeling in the snow and cried. According to his testimony, when he drove away, Libby was walking on the sidewalk, and he never saw her again. Powell returned home, took a bath, and then watched a movie, concerned for Libby's well-being. He returned to the playing fields to ensure she wasn't lying somewhere, but he discovered nothing. The court learned during the trial that Libby had previously struggled with mental illness. Lisa Squire, Libby's mother, read a statement in court detailing her daughter's history of mental health issues, including an eating disorder and depression. Lisa, on the other hand, stated that her daughter has been afraid of water since she was a child, avoiding swimming pools even on vacation, and is generally afraid of darkness. Lisa didn't believe her daughter would commit suicide. The court was shown excerpts from Libby's medical records that confirmed her depression and anxiety issues. It was also revealed that Libby had researched various methods of suicide and had considered suicide, including the possibility of throwing herself in a river. Even Powell's own legal team described his previous behavior as gross and terrifying. However, the defense claimed there was no evidence of a violent attack on Libby. Powell's attorney claimed that while Powell took advantage of Libby and engaged in deception, he did not commit rape or murder. The defense suggested that Libby could have committed suicide by falling into the river. In his closing statement, the attorney urged the jury to consider whether Powell's lies could have an innocent explanation, stating that even those who are not guilty may lie. He acknowledged that Powell should not have left Libby alone that night given her condition, but speculated that Powell may have lied about meeting her to protect his family. The attorney's closing argument sought to cast doubt on the prosecution's case, emphasizing the lack of conclusive evidence linking Powell to the alleged crimes. The jury was asked to deliberate, but they were unable to reach a unanimous conclusion. So Judge Mrs. Justice Lambert informed the jury of 7 women and 5 men that she would accept a majority verdict of 10-2 or 11-1. They unanimously convicted Powell of rape and later found him guilty of murder by a majority of 11-1. Lisa Squire, Libby's mother, said, "There are no words to describe the agony of living without her. Not only have I lost my firstborn child, with whom I shared a special bond, but I've also lost the opportunity to be a grandmother to her children. Knowing that in Libby's final hour, she needed me, and I wasn't there for her will haunt me for the rest of my life. Because of what happened to Libby that night, I now exist in 2 worlds. Lee, there is one world in which I am a mother, wife, and employee, but there is also a dark and lonely one. In this world, I wish to die so that I could be with my girl one more time." Russ, Libby's father, also testified in court, expressing his difficulty viewing photos of his daughter after her death. During the sentencing, the judge addressed Powell, emphasizing how, leading up to Libby's murder, his criminal actions grew in audacity and confidence that he would not be apprehended. The judge noted Powell's blatant staring at women, even after they had noticed it. The judge was certain that Powell's intention was to hide Libby's body, with the hope that it would be carried out to sea and never discovered. Powell received a minimum sentence of 27 years for murder and an additional 18 years for rape. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The West family case involves the mysterious death of a glamorous housewife. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the surface of an apparently perfect family? According to psychologists, the more people try to portray an ideal, happy, and prosperous family life, the more serious the underlying relationship issues become. Typically, such people are preoccupied with societal perceptions, constantly seeking approval and validation. Resentments can build up over time within these perfect family units, often erupting in unexpected and drastic ways. The West family appeared to be a strong, happy, and prosperous family, and they most likely were, until they weren't. The couple had been married for 14.5 years, had a daughter together, and had never given anyone reason to suspect any problems in their marriage. That was until the early morning of January 13, 2018, when Mrs. West, 42, was discovered dead near her home. This convoluted story generated more questions than answers. The incident appeared to be both a bizarre accident and a deliberate homicide. Despite the fact that the case has been closed and the convicted are serving their sentences, many people have supported the alleged perpetrator over the deceased victim. To understand why, we must delve into the West family's history from the beginning and dispel the long-running rumors about the late housewife's double life, who was Kathleen West. Kathleen Dawn West, aka Martin, was born on February 15, 1975, in the small town of Davie, Florida. Nancy and Jonathan Martin's only child grew up in a humble and modest family environment. As a child, she wished for a younger sibling, but her mother's health issues prevented her from realizing her dream. Perhaps this is why Kathleen was so attached to dolls, treating them as if they were living beings, singing to and cradling them at school. Kathleen was well known for her beauty and sociability, and she was an avid sports and dance fan. However, during her adolescence, she began to exhibit symptoms of bipolar affective disorder, which included depression and anxiety, as well as periods of hyperthermia, persistently elevated mood, and motor agitation. Unfortunately, her parents did not notice her condition until later. Kathleen had already turned to alcohol to cope with her emotions. In her 20s, the root cause of her problems was only discovered while she was receiving alcoholism treatment. Kathleen was able to overcome her alcoholism. However, managing her bipolar disorder proved more difficult, necessitating several potent medications with complex drug interactions and side effects. Finally, the disorder was brought under control. Although she had to continue taking medication until her untimely death, Kathleen wished for a family, marriage, and children, but her personal life was fraught with difficulties, possibly due to her psychological disorder and alcoholism. Nonetheless, the attractive blonde had many admirers, as she was the life of the party and enjoyed being in the spotlight. Kathleen wanted to be a model when she was younger, so she went to castings and experimented with different looks. Marilyn Monroe, the iconic 50s movie star and style icon, piqued her interest especially. She watched Monroe's films several times, collected posters, and emulated her style and image. It's worth noting that Kathleen bore a striking resemblance to her idol, which she proudly exploited and treasured, even though Kathleen's dream of becoming a famous model never came true. Her photographs were frequently published in local magazines, earning her some recognition, a fan base, and the odd mention on the streets of her hometown. At 28, she finally met William West, the man with whom she planned to start a family. William Jeffrey West, better known by his middle name, was born in 1970 in Alabama to a typical family. He aspired to work in the military or law enforcement from a young age, was a hard worker in school, and was an avid sports fan. He was strong, fit, and very focused. William joined the U.S. military in the early 1990s, starting as a military police officer. His dedication led him to work as a military recruiter, enlisting people in the Army and Navy. Eventually, he became the head of the recruitment division. William dedicated 2 decades of his life to military service. William chose to further his education while continuing his military career. He holds a bachelor's degree in public relations from the University of South Carolina. He pursued further studies in criminal justice and disaster and emergency management, eventually obtaining a master's degree. William was intelligent, composed, and goal-oriented, albeit modest and introverted. He preferred quiet gatherings to loud parties and generally avoided the spotlight. He married young and was the father of 2 children. He was regarded as a dedicated family man and a responsible parent. Following his military retirement, William worked as a corporal in a university town's police department. He was tasked with ensuring the safety of the campus community and approached his duties with seriousness and responsibility. Despite receiving a service firearm, he never had to use it during his career. Kathleen and Jeffrey, an odd but happy couple, had their paths crossed in the mid-2000s. Jeffrey was still in the military at the time, and he was married to his first wife. It appeared unlikely that the stern, quiet military man had anything in common with the flamboyant, bold, attention-seeking blonde, but they felt an instant mutual attraction. Their 5-year age difference, Jeffrey's existing marriage, and Kathleen's periodic struggles with alcohol, which he constantly battled, did not deter their relationship. Jeffrey quickly filed for divorce with his new love. They unexpectedly married in a Las Vegas chapel after meeting for less than 5 months. In 2005, the couple welcomed their only child, a daughter named Lola. They moved to Calera, Alabama, Jeffrey's home state, and settled into a cozy custom-built home. Kathleen personally designed their bedroom. Neighbors praised the West's home, which was decorated with portraits of her idol Marilyn Monroe, and described them as a happy couple. Despite being diametrically opposed, Kathleen always strives to look stunning and attractive. Wearing bold makeup, stylish hairdos, and Barbie-like outfits, she enjoyed catching people's attention and receiving compliments, always appearing cheerful and smiling. Jeffrey, on the other hand, seemed overshadowed by her presence, appearing reserved, serious, and highly disciplined, a reflection of his long military career and the double life of a blonde as homemaker and kitty cat. Despite her best efforts and striking appearance, Kathleen was unable to establish a successful modeling career. After marriage and the birth of her daughter, she concentrated on making a comfortable home and raising her child. However, the mundane life of a homemaker was insufficient. She desired attention and recognition. With the rise of social media in the late 2000s, she started actively posting pictures online. Initially, these were innocent Barbie or Marilyn Monroe-themed photographs. However, they gradually became more provocative and daring. According to close friends, her husband not only supported her new hobby but also frequently served as her personal photographer. It appeared harmless at first, but it eventually turned into a profitable venture for Kathleen thanks to paid subscribers. They purchased a variety of ready-made seafood dishes from a popular local restaurant, a bottle of fine brandy, and absinthe from the supermarket. Kathleen had chosen aromatic candles from a nearby store to set a romantic mood, and they appeared happy and carefree, smiling and joking, with no hint of the impending tragedy as captured on surveillance cameras at each location. After returning home with their purchases, the couple ate dinner and drank alcohol. Kathleen, who had previously struggled with alcoholism, was transformed by it into her online alter ego, a kitty cat. She asked Jeff to do a hot photo session, first in lingerie and then without any clothes. Jeff, who was not opposed, took several revealing photos, which were posted on Kathleen's private profile, only for fans by around 10 p.m. However, the romantic evening that was supposed to end in a passionate night quickly turned into nightmares, resulting in a tragic outcome. The body was found on the road early on January 13. Around 5 a.m., a young neighbor of the West was on her way to work. The sun had not yet risen, but it was bright enough outside. As she passed the west side of his house, she noticed something slowing down, but it took her a moment to figure out what it was. She quickly noticed an almost completely naked woman lying motionless on the road. She also thought she saw someone standing on the house's doorstep, who quickly vanished into the shadows when she approached during questioning. She couldn't tell whether this person entered the house or fled down the street, startled and unsure of what to do. The young woman hesitated before approaching the body. She returned home, informed her parents, and they all called emergency services to report the horrific discovery. While waiting for assistance, they reluctantly approached the woman on the ground, whom they recognized as Mrs. West, and checked for a pulse. Unfortunately, there was none. Her body was cold and exhibiting signs of rigor mortis. Kathleen was found face down, mostly on the sidewalk, wearing only a bright pink bra top. A pool of blood had formed under her head, and there was an absinthe bottle nearby. Some of its contents spilled on the road, leaving bloodstains on the bottles. Her smashed smartphone lay nearby. Because it was a quiet residential area, there were no other witnesses that night. Thus, the time interval between the last sighting of the West's car, around 8:30 p.m., Kathleen's lifeless body was discovered by a neighbor at 5 a.m., and it remains a mystery, likely witnessed only by her husband. What is Mr. West hiding? Detective Michael Melhoff, one of the first to arrive on the scene, proceeded to the house where the woman's body was discovered. A man answered the door, appearing anxious but claiming ignorance of the circumstances. When asked about his wife's whereabouts, he explained that he had just awoken and did not find her in bed. The detective then asked him to step outside, telling him that a woman's body, identified by neighbors as Kathleen West, had been discovered near the house. The man wearing a jacket pursued the officer and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his wife. However, Jeff's reaction was unusually calm. He didn't rush to the body, crying or screaming. When questioned about his whereabouts and activities that night, Mr. West stated that he had slept soundly because they had been drinking the night before, and was asked what he thought had happened. He simply shrugged, implying that it could have been an unfortunate accident. Mr. West also revealed that his wife had bipolar affective disorder, needed medication, and struggled with alcohol, behaving erratically while intoxicated. He mentioned that she used to jump on their backyard trampoline, occasionally missing it and injuring herself. A search of the house yielded no evidence of a struggle or violence. 2 glasses and a half-empty brandy bottle sat on the kitchen table, alongside plates of leftover food. Her high heels, captured in her last photos, lay beneath the table, and underwear matching the bra she was wearing when discovered was on the floor. However, several blood-stained napkins in the trash and an open bottle of cleaner raised concerns. That day, Jeffrey was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in the case. Jeffrey noted, in the chronology of events describing his last evening with his wife, that she drank heavily, which he disliked. After the revealing photo shoot, he hoped they would move to the bedroom for a more intimate setting. He stepped away to shower for a few minutes and returned to find his wife still sitting at the table, drinking absinthe straight from the bottle and texting on her phone. Kathleen ignored Jeff's requests to put the gadget away. He attempted to snatch the phone from her hands, resulting in a minor scuffle in which he accidentally elbowed his wife's face, causing a few drops of blood to flow from her nose. According to him, this is the blood found on the discarded napkins by the police. Mr. West eventually took the phone from his wife and, after opening the door, threw it into the darkness. He stated that after this, he turned around and went to bed. He was confident that his spouse would eventually calm down and join him. He was allegedly unaware of how events progressed until the police knocked on his door and inquired about Kathleen. He speculated that his wife had gone outside to find her phone, which she rarely left behind, and had taken the absinthe bottle with her to finish. He also suggested that she could have fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and frozen to death, or that she had been attacked. Mr. West couldn't explain why Mrs. West was missing the bottom half of her enticing pink lingerie set, or why she went to look for her phone and bra without putting on any outerwear hanging near the entrance. He explained such behavior in terms of alcohol intoxication and the main theory. The suspect's story appeared suspicious and inconsistent. He claimed to be too intoxicated to recall specific details, leaving the investigation to piece together the timeline of events. The evidence was limited, and there were no witnesses. The autopsy determined that the 42-year-old woman died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, most likely caused by the absinthe bottle discovered nearby, compounded by hypothermia. At the time of the incident, her blood alcohol level was above 2.5, indicating severe intoxication with impaired coordination and a high risk of losing consciousness. At first glance, everything seemed to be in order. Kathleen, heavily intoxicated, ventured outside to look for her phone, bringing along an unfinished bottle of absinthe. She had most likely lost her balance while reaching for her gadget, fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and died as a result of the injury and exposure. The bottle containing blood traces lay near her head, and the smartphone, which was the reason she left the house, was discovered nearby. However, the investigation found this scenario to be overly simplistic and staged, and experts confirmed that the head injury was caused by the bottle beside the body. However, forensic analysis suggested that if she had fallen by herself, the bottle would have rolled away rather than remaining parallel to her head. Both Kathleen and her husband's fingerprints were discovered on the bottle. There were some smudged prints that could not be identified. Investigators arrived at a different conclusion after discovering blood-stained napkins and an open bottle of household cleaner in the house. Their theory, later presented as the primary and only plausible one in court, suggested that the couple fought over Kathleen's obsession with her subscribers. In a fit of rage, Jeff struck her with the bottle, resulting in her death. Panicking, he attempted to stage an accidental fall, cleaning up the blood in the house but failing to properly dispose of the evidence. This theory was partially supported by Jeff's phone's fitness app, which tracked his steps. According to the app, he was active around the house until midnight, and then again early in the morning before the police arrived, contradicting his claim of being asleep. The police suspected he was attempting to conceal evidence during these times, possibly with the help of a third party. During questioning, the neighbor who discovered the body stated that she saw a male silhouette on the house's doorstep who quickly left in an unknown direction. She couldn't be certain whether it was Mr. West or someone else. In the dim early morning light, she also couldn't tell if this person had entered the house or not. This information piqued the investigators' interest, given the deceased's popularity online. She had a lot of male fans who paid to see the revealing photos of the kitty cat. As a result, a theory emerged positing the existence of an obsessed follower among her subscribers. Perhaps someone wanted to meet Kathleen in person and tracked her down in the hopes of making a more personal connection. The middle-aged homemaker received messages from a variety of men, some with inappropriate proposals, but she kept her distance. No explicit threats or harassment were discovered in the communications. There are a few devoted fans. Living in other states with credible alibis was quickly eliminated as a suspect. Nonetheless, footprints found on the doorstep did not belong to the homeowners. These prints vanished on the lawn, leaving their origin a mystery. Could Mr. West have hurt his wife? His neighbors, friends, and family described the couple as happy and thriving. Jeffrey was aware of his wife's unusual online activities, but regarded them as harmless entertainment. Meanwhile, Kathleen's social circle was unaware of her alter ego, the kitty cat, and the majority of her followers were unaware of her true identity. When asked if he had ever been violent towards his wife, Jeffrey vehemently denied it, saying he loved her too much to ever harm her. However, arguments had become a regular occurrence in their home. A particularly telling text exchange from January 12 was discovered on their phones, in which the couple argued heatedly. Kathleen chastised Jeffrey for not matching her vivacity and temperament, even suggesting that they were incompatible. Jeffrey remained the primary suspect with forensic evidence and gathered information only hinting at his guilt. Notably, following his arrest, not only his parents, but also his daughter and in-laws came to his defense, firmly convinced of his innocence and claiming he could never harm his wife. Trial and verdict. After being arrested, Jeffrey West was unable to afford the $500,000 bail set, forcing him to remain in custody until his trial. This wait lasted nearly 3 years. He was offered a plea bargain, admitting guilt in his wife's death in exchange for a shorter sentence. However, Jeffrey steadfastly refused, insisting on his innocence. The trial, which began in November 2020, received a lot of media attention, thanks in part to Kathleen's online reputation. This publicity put significant strain on the judges and jurors. By this point, third-party involvement in the events of that fateful night had been ruled out. The prosecution maintained that all evidence pointed to Mr. West. They believed he was jealous and struck his wife with a bottle while under the influence of alcohol, resulting in fatal injuries. In a panic, they suggested that he staged the scene to look like an accident and remove evidence from inside the house. Jeffrey's defense team contended that Kathleen's death was unintentional, citing her extremely high blood alcohol levels as a factor influencing her balance and coordination. Kathleen's mother gave a heartfelt testimony in support of her son-in-law. She described her daughter as eccentric, but insisted that Jeffrey loved her unconditionally and would never hurt her. She also asked the court to consider their granddaughter Lola, who had lost her mother and was about to lose her father. On January 11, 2021, the jury returned a guilty verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Jeffrey received a maximum sentence of 13 years, taking into account time already served. Notably, if he had accepted the initial plea deal, he could have been released sooner. Jeffrey and his lawyers' appeals have all been unsuccessful thus far. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Escaped to their deaths in 2003, this high-profile story shook Brazil and received widespread coverage in the international media. Hundreds of law enforcement officers, rescuers, and volunteers, as well as those interested in the story, were looking for the young couple who went missing in the forests of Embu-Guaçu province. They hoped to find them alive, but their hopes were dashed, and the young people's final days became a nightmare. However, grieving members of the families of the missing faced another ordeal when the main criminal rapist, torturer, and brutal killer was not prosecuted. Furthermore, he found himself in better living conditions than before. This is the case of Liana Friedenbach and Felipe Café. Liana B. Friedenbach was born in Sao Paulo. In May 1987, the girl was the eldest of her parents' 2 children, and she grew up in a relatively well-known and wealthy family. Ari Friedenbach, the family's patriarch, was a successful lawyer and well-respected member of the community. Felipe Silva Café, born in July 1984 in Sao Paulo, grew up in a large, modest family. He has worked part-time since he was a child, trying to support himself and his relatives. The young people met as schoolchildren, and their friendship developed into mutual sympathy and the first youthful love. However, they had to conceal it in every possible way. It is worth noting that Liana's parents were religious and raised their daughter strictly. She went to church on a regular basis and attended Sunday school since she was very young. Her father and mother were adamantly opposed to her romantic relationships at such a young age. Furthermore, social inequality played a significant role in this case because, as I previously stated, the girl came from a wealthy family while her chosen one was poor. However, their parents' prohibitions did not force the young people to end their relationship. Instead, they began to conceal their affair, secretly scheduling dates in different locations where no one could see them, in order to spend at least some time together. On one final trip in the fall of 2003, the lovers decided to get away from everyone for a while, traveling to a remote deserted area to be alone. They carefully planned the trip, which was supposed to be an exciting adventure for them, and most importantly, the boys made sure they had a plausible alibi that would justify their absence and avoid suspicion. Felipe told his parents that he and his friends were going camping, and Liana told her parents that she was going sightseeing with the guys from church. She was confident that this excuse would work and that her parents would let her go with no questions asked. The Friedenbach and Cafe families believed the teenagers' stories and allowed their children to die without fear. Liana and Felipe were overjoyed. They could spend the entire week together without fear of being judged by their parents. The young people decided to travel to the picturesque province of Embu-Guasu. They packed a tent, sleeping bags, some personal belongings, and a small supply of provisions, but the couple had almost no money. They had the right to free public transportation as students, so the guys planned and calculated their route to their destination by bus ahead of time. Early on October 31st, the lovers met at the agreed-upon location, making certain that no one who knew them saw them together. They took the first bus and spent the night at the bus station after arriving in another city late in the evening. Then 2 more vehicles took them to their destination. From there, they had to walk a few kilometers to a deserted spot hidden in the woods where they planned to camp and spend a few days alone together. The day was warm and sunny, and despite their exhaustion from the long journey, the young people were in good spirits, joking, laughing, and planning their short vacation. When they arrived at the location marked on the map, they began to set up their modest but cozy camp. Uninvited guests, when Liana and Felipe traveled to such a remote and secluded location, they failed to consider the fact that poverty reigns in those areas, fueling crime. So the presence of well-dressed young men carrying large backpacks and bags did not go unnoticed. As the couple walked through the forest to the abandoned farm where they planned to stay, they came across some local bandits fishing near a pond. They were Paulo Cesar da Silva Marques, aka Pernambuco, and Roberto Aparecido Alves Cardoso, aka Champinha. The latter was only 16 years old, but he was already the gang's leader. He organized the criminals who were attracted to strangers, particularly a beautiful young girl. They also decided that there was something in their backpacks that they could steal. The bandits followed the guys stealthily and began to watch them from the thickets. The lovers pitched a tent, ate a snack, and then set about beautifying their parking lot. The intruders waited in ambush until they were certain that no one else would join the young men and that they had no weapons with them. Pernambuco and Champinha then attacked and threatened Liana and Felipe. The latter, terrified, did not even attempt to flee or fight back against the unknown assailants. After searching all of the bags and backpacks, the criminals discovered nothing that would interest them. The bandits then decided to demand a ransom for the boy and girl from their relatives. Liana, who was terrified, quickly confirmed that she came from a wealthy family and that her father would give them any amount of money they requested. The criminals were pleased with this turn of events, but because they lacked experience in such situations, they had no idea how to organize everything so that they could keep the money and be free. Finally, while the plan was being developed and the bandits were determining who they had in their hands and how much they could demand for their lives, they decided to hide the prisoners so they could not flee. Initially, they were taken to a dilapidated structure near the farm where the boys were staying, which lacked windows and doors. It was quickly decided to take the pair to the home of one of the gang members there. Felipe was tied up and severely beaten, preventing him from escaping or resisting. That same night, each gang member took turns exploiting the bound and helpless girl, eventually breaking her morally. The criminals couldn't figure out how to demand and collect the ransom, so they simply killed the captives and hid their bodies somewhere in the woods so they wouldn't be discovered. The boys were taken to a deserted area in the woods the following day after being tortured. The half-dead Felipe was led deep into the forest, where a shot was heard, before the bandit returned alone. Liana realized what had happened. Her beloved was no longer alive, although the kidnappers tried. They had other plans for the lovely young Liana after assuring her that they had released the young man. The scoundrels wanted to keep her as a plaything until they got bored of her, especially since no one had begun looking for the missing boys. A few days after their daughter's departure, her parents discovered that there was no excursion trip with the church guys, and Liana's friends had no idea where she had gone. The Friedenbach family suspected that their heiress had fled with her boyfriend and immediately contacted his parents to inquire about their children's whereabouts. But Café's family was certain that their son had gone camping with his friends, so there was nothing they could do to help find the couple. The situation was complicated by the fact that neither of the young men had communicated in several days, and their phones were turned off. Ari Friedenbach used his connections and money to put all of the city's cops on their feet. They were able to reconstruct the route the young people took after tricking them into fleeing home. The police soon arrived in Embu-Guasu, where the boys had gotten off their last bus, and their route continued through a deserted wooded area. It was also where their phones were last active. A large-scale search began involving police officers, rescuers, and concerned citizens who had learned about the incident and wanted to help. A large local businessman also joined the operation, bringing his personal helicopter to search from the air and handing out leaflets with photos of the missing young people. Their camp was discovered quickly, and it appeared frightening. Despite the absence of blood and fighting, it was obvious that something terrible had occurred here. The couple's personal belongings had been removed from their bags and carelessly scattered. The tent had been opened from top to bottom with a knife, and the guys' cell phones were scattered about. Felipe's lifeless body was quickly discovered by rescuers. The tied-up guy had been shot in the back of the head almost at point-blank range, so he had no hope of being rescued. It became clear that the chances of finding Liana alive were slim, but as they say, hope dies last. Ari Friedenbach involved the press in the search, ensuring that the entire process was widely covered in the media and that as many people as possible were aware of it, in the hopes of learning anything about Liana's whereabouts. An impressive reward was announced, but it did not help the situation. The massacre of Liana began after the criminals had killed Felipe. They returned Liana to the house where they had previously kept them both. By then, the bandits had been joined by their accomplices, Antonio Caetano da Silva and Arnaldo Pires. Pernambuco proudly informed them that Liana was his property, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. He invited everyone to have their dirtiest fantasies with Liana, and his offer was quickly accepted. A day later, after learning of the large-scale search operation, the criminals decided to change their location and accompany the victim to the home of Antonio Matias de Barros, another gang member. They went fishing that evening, accompanied by Liana. The ringleader threw his jacket over her because it was cold outside, and he wanted to show concern in this way. Champigna's older brother, whom the juvenile delinquent had not informed about his affairs, arrived at the same location later that evening. Champigna informed his brother that Liana was his lover, but he immediately recognized her as the wanted girl. He took his brother aside and informed him that his captive was being actively sought and that the police were literally following them. Champigna interpreted his brother's words as a sign and a call to action. He decided it was urgent to get rid of Liana before fleeing and concealing himself. He lied to Liana, claiming she was free and that he would take her to the road. In fact, the bandit led his victim into the forest, where he brutally killed her with a knife before smashing her head with a rock to ensure her death. Liana's body was not discovered until 5 days after the massacre. She was literally lifeless. She had been severely mutilated. Liana was wearing the killer's jacket, which later became one of the most important pieces of evidence. The criminals were extremely cruel, cynical, and ruthless, but they were also stupid and short-sighted in that they did not try to flee or hide, did not bother to destroy physical evidence, and believed that no one would ever find them. The bandits' naive self-confidence allowed the police to quickly identify and apprehend all members of the criminal gang. As previously stated, Champigna left his sweat-stained jacket on the victim's body. In addition, he brought the murder weapon into his house, washed it and hid it in the yard while attempting to wash the clothes stained with the murdered girl's blood so that he could continue to wear them. DNA analysis revealed the identities of the gang members who had committed violence against Liana. The gang members were apprehended almost simultaneously. The ringleader not only did not deny it, but he immediately began to testify, boasting that he had kidnapped, abused, and murdered the unfortunate victim. He went into great detail about what had happened to Liana in her final days. After a lengthy trial, nearly all of the adult members of the criminal gang received harsh sentences. Pernambuco was sentenced to life imprisonment for Felipe's murder. Antonio Caetano da Silva and Analdo Pires were also sentenced to life in prison, but Antonio Matias de Barros was only sentenced to 6 years because he did not torture the victim, but rather provided the gang with his home where it all took place. However, with the ringleader and the most brutal member of the gang, things were not as simple. He was barely 16 years old when he committed these crimes. As a result, the individual was sent to a specialized prison for minors with a relatively mild regime. Champigna attempted several escapes and behaved aggressively and inadequately, prompting a psychiatric examination. He was discovered to have several mental abnormalities that, while not inherently dangerous, combined to create a monstrous result, transforming the young man into a sophisticated sadist and murderer with no feelings of pity or remorse. Following such a diagnosis, the criminal was transferred to a closet-type medical facility where he was required to undergo mandatory treatment and rehabilitation. Despite numerous appeals from the families of the murdered young men, he received no further punishment. As a result, Champigna's situation improved from before the crime. He now had his own private, cozy room complete with a large television, internet access, and a comfortable bed with an orthopedic mattress. He eats 4 balanced meals per day from a customized menu, as required by the medical facility where he is being held. His monthly maintenance is estimated at around $1,200, $20,500. In recent years, the perpetrator has repeatedly petitioned for his release, claiming that he has completed a full course of treatment and no longer poses a threat to others, allowing him to return to his normal life. This is a monster story. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Denise Dragon's well-known case shows how naive idealism, morbid jealousy, and a strong desire for illegal drugs can combine to cause tragedy and destroy 3 young lives at the same time. At the time of the tragedy, the oldest person involved, and I'm not afraid to use this word, was only 22 years old. He really tried hard to keep playing with the feelings of the 2 girls, who were only 17 and 19 years old. They were in a love triangle for a short time, but it ended in 2 pregnancies, crazy stalking, and murder. Mario Topanera was born in 1996 in a small town called Alcorcón in Spain, just outside of Madrid. The young man never put himself through the stress of school or looking for work. He lived with his parents when he was 22 years old and worked part-time jobs to pay the bills. Mario loved writing graffiti and was very good at drawing, but he couldn't use his art skills anywhere. He was happy with his small part-time jobs painting buildings outside and inside walls. The main way Mario made money was by selling illegal goods. He didn't do it himself. Instead, he found people who were interested and took them to a remote part of the city where his friends could get them anything they needed. Topanera made a lot of money from these deals, so he was always looking for people who could help him. It's unclear if Mario's parents knew what he was doing, but if they did, they clearly didn't care. Mario had a good looks and a strong personality. He was popular with both sexes. The young man was very good at using his charm to make friends and often dated several girls at the same time without meaning to. Denise Maria Dragon was born in Romania in 2001 to Emil and Daniela Dragon. Her parents were very young and having a hard time with money, so they had to go work in Spain and leave their little girl with her grandparents. After a few years, they were able to get married legally in another country, get a good job, and pretty much set up their daily lives. They moved their little daughter to their home in sunny Spain. The girl quickly made friends where she lived and found it easy to learn the language. At school, she did well in almost all of her classes and got good grades. The little girl was also interested in dancing, happily spent several hours a day in the studio, and regularly competed in a variety of events. When the girl was in middle school, her parents' marriage fell apart, and they decided to split up. The child went to live with her mother after the parents got divorced, but her father continued to care for her in every way, even though he had a new family. He helped her communicate, gave her money, and tried to be a part of her life in every way. Soon after, her mother also got married again, and a year later, the girl had a younger brother whom she loved and spent a lot of time with. When Denise was 16, she decided she wanted to learn how to do hair and become a stylist. She quit her studies and dance classes to focus on her new hobby full-time. Her parents didn't stop her or try to discourage her. They let their daughter make her own decisions to gain experience. Denise got a job at a beauty salon owned by family members. Rocio Martinez, a 19-year-old girl from the suburbs of Madrid, was the third main character in this dramatic story and the last link in the love triangle. Her father was a police officer who was transferred to Alcorcón, where he moved his whole family. Rocio was impulsive, scandalous, and sometimes even angry as a child. She was used to getting what she wanted and didn't put up with Rege. Martinez was never charged for what she did, though, because her father was a police officer and had a lot of connections. Rocio believed that no matter what she did, her father would get her out of trouble. Rocio was also very pretty, so she always had a lot of fans. When Denise stopped going to school and started working as a stylist, she had more time to hang out with her friends. Since high school, she had a best friend named Sylvia, to whom she confided all of her secrets and worries. One spring evening in 2018, Denise and her friend were walking around the city when they met Mario, a handsome and happy guy who immediately struck up a conversation with Denise. That same evening, they went on a date. A few days after meeting, Denise invited her chosen one to a family dinner to meet her mother, but Daniela did not agree with her daughter's choice. The woman did not like Denise's lover right away. Something about him scared her. Her mother quickly looked into him and was horrified to find out that Mario was involved in drug trafficking. Daniela had a serious talk with her daughter in the hopes that she would end their relationship. Denise quickly learned that Mario isn't as nice and kind as he acts. The young man tried to control every step of her passport, wanted to know where she went and who she talked to without her permission, took her phone, and checked her accounts and social networks for months. The girl in love hoped that her boyfriend would change so that they could have a strong, long-lasting relationship, but things only got worse as Mario started to treat her like his property. For another thing, she was only 17 years old and wasn't ready to be a mother or take care of a new child. Denise then decided to be honest with her mother and told her everything. She then asked her mother for advice on what to do next. The woman listened to her daughter and told her that she should end the pregnancy, but that was her choice. Denise gave it some more thought and then did what her mother told her to do. She had an abortion. When Panara found out, he was furious. He thought Denise had betrayed him by having the abortion, since she had no right to do so, and only he could decide what to do with the child. The couple's relationship ended, but the young man wouldn't let Denise go and leave her alone. He also promised to hurt her as much as she hurt him in return. He paid for his ex-wife and daughter a trip to one of the fashionable European resorts where they went together. The vacation really did Denise good. She calmed down, became a little relaxed, began to make plans for life again, and seemed to no longer think about Mario. But the vacation was over, and Denise returned home again. Mario did not ask Longpine for his former passport, and almost immediately began an affair with 19-year-old Rocio Martinez. This fiery, aggressive, and conflicted girl was the complete opposite of the quiet and calm Denise could make a scandal in the same place, go into a fight, or throw a tantrum. Rocio also experimented with illegal substances and could easily break the law, knowing that she would not be punished for it. With Mario, they quickly got together and had fun together because the guy could get any illegal drug she asked for, wanting to test its effect on himself. However, Mario couldn't forget and let go of his ex-girlfriend. He still wanted to control her, to know where she was and what she was doing. Periodically, he wrote to her on social networks, called her, and even offered to resume the relationship. Denise, who had a very hard time with this breakup, met him from time to time and communicated with him, but was not going to reunite because of fear. When Martinez found out that her boyfriend was communicating with his ex, she made a terrible scandal and, in a fit of rage, screamed that she would kill them both. By that time, Mario had already realized what his chosen one was capable of, so he promised her that it would not happen again. However, Rocio's such an answer did not calm down, and she decided to destroy her rival, if not physically. Then morally, Rocio began to call Denise, showering her with insults and wishing her a speedy death. But this was not enough, and she began to send messages to her rival with threats of violent reprisals. However, Dragon considered these threats to be empty words and did not consider it necessary to contact the police because of them. During that period, Rocio became pregnant, about which the first thing she wrote to her rival, saying that this child is desired and she will keep it for Denise. This news was a painful blow, but soon Martinez, due to poor health and addiction to illegal substances, lost the child, and all her anger she again poured out in a new threatening message to Denise. Denise, wanting to start a new life and forget about Mario, began an affair with a young man named Evan. They got married a month after meeting, and Evan moved in with her husband. Mario was hurt that his relationship with Denise ended so quickly. So quickly after his ex-girlfriend married someone else, he started calling and texting her again to set up dates with her. In November 2018, Mario and Rocio were having dinner at a small diner on the outskirts of the city. The guy left his phone on the table while he went out for a while, and Rocio decided to check it out. That's when she saw the calls and messages Mario had been sending to Dennis Martinez. She had a temper tantrum, screamed, cried, and tried to hit her young man. In response, Mario offered his girlfriend to personally clear things up with Denise. She thought it was her husband knocking on the door, so she opened it without looking through the peephole. Denise was still talking to her friend, so she could hear everything that happened next. When Denise saw her ex-lover's friend at the door, she only had time to say her name out loud and in shock before she was stabbed in the stomach. Rocio then left right away. The wounded Denise, losing consciousness, asked her friend to call an ambulance and told her who attacked her. Dragoni was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought desperately for her life for several hours, but the wound was too deep. She lost a lot of blood and it was almost impossible to save her. After Rocio dealt the fatal blow to her rival, she ran back to the car, jumped into the cabin, and told Mario to get out of here. On the way, she confessed everything to him, and together they disposed of the crime weapon and washed the traces of blood off her hands and clothes. Mario decided it would be best for them to hide for a while. He called his relatives who lived in another city and asked them to visit. When they arrived, the relatives noticed that Rocio looked strange and was very nervous, but she wrote it off as malaise. The couple stayed overnight at Mario's relative's house, thinking about what to do and how to proceed. When they learned the next morning that Denise had died from the wound, Rocio immediately called her father and told him everything. She was sure that her dad would use all of his connections to get her out of jail this time, but the policeman's father didn't help his daughter, who had killed another man. He followed her to another city and then turned her over to the police. Sylvia, who had been talking to the victim on the phone at the time of the crime, was one of the main witnesses in the case. The case file also had many threatening messages that Rocio had sent to her rival over the course of the case. Surprisingly, Tobinera wasn't involved in the crime. He denied all guilt and said he only took Rocio to his ex-girlfriend's house so that they could finally get along again and stop fighting. He also said he didn't know Rocio had a knife and didn't see any blood on her hands or clothes when she got back to his car. At their next court date, the couple denied their guilt again, this time saying that they were not at the scene at all. They said they had spent the whole evening at the house of one of Mario's relatives and that someone else had stabbed Denise to death. Martinez said she didn't hate her rival and didn't have any reason to kill her, but Rocio was found guilty and sent to prison for 18.5 years. Mario, on the other hand, got away with everything and started writing a new book right away, forgetting to be careful. boasts that the girls were ready to kill each other for him. He told them in great detail what happened that terrible night, and the parents of dead Denise quickly learned of it. The Dragon family went back to court and asked that the man who killed their daughter be punished. This time, Top and Air were arrested, but after a few days, the man was freed on his own recognizance. In the end, he was found not guilty and was freed again. The parents of Denise tried to appeal the court's decision more than once, asking for Rocio's sentence to be lengthened and Mario to be jailed as an accomplice. However, Mario has still not been brought to justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On May 28, 2008, a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, Moira Jones' life took an unexpected and tragic turn. Moira, a vibrant 40-year-old woman, went out on the town that evening with her boyfriend of 4 years, Paul Thompson. Moira chose Glasgow, Scotland, and the United Kingdom as her home. Her flat overlooks a lovely park in Glasgow South. In 2003, she left her previous life in London to work as an executive at Britvic. Glasgow quickly captured her heart, and she formed strong bonds with the city and its residents. Moira's fondness for Glasgow stemmed from the residents' warmth and friendliness, as well as their infectious sense of humor. The city, with its abundance of outdoor opportunities, proved to be an ideal place for someone who cherished the open air, trails, hills, glens, and beaches of Moira, providing her with numerous opportunities to explore and enjoy her love of the outdoors. Moira had intended to stay at Paul's house that fateful evening. She arrived with an overnight bag ready for a shared night. However, their argument changed her mind. Determined to sleep in her own flat, she set out for home, not realizing it would be a journey she would never complete. On the morning of May 29, 2008, a grim discovery was made in Glasgow's Queen's Park. A park ranger discovered a lifeless woman's body concealed behind a privet hedge. The tragic scene was nothing short of terrifying. The woman lay face down in the bushes, her lower body exposed, wearing only a pair of socks. Her jacket and bra had been torn, and her trousers were discarded between her legs. Moira's name and personal information were discovered nearby, leading the police to her apartment. To their dismay, there was no sign of Moira at home. They were concerned that the lifeless body they discovered could be hers. The authorities took immediate action and contacted Moira's parents, Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones, who lived in Weston, Staffordshire. The agonizing message they delivered was that they believed Moira's body had been discovered, but they couldn't be certain. They needed the bereaved parents to identify their daughter with heavy hearts and unfathomable grief. Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones made the somber trip to Glasgow. Their worst fears were confirmed when they saw the lifeless body. It was Moira, their beloved daughter. The unimaginable had become a harsh and cruel reality. Moira not only died tragically, but she also suffered the most horrifying fate. She was raped and beaten to death. Moira's younger brother, Grant, who lives all the way in Perth, Australia, received heartbreaking news of his sister's tragic death. He boarded the next available flight back to the United Kingdom, driven by a desire to be with his family during this extremely difficult time. As the investigation into Moira Jones's murder continued, the police faced a perplexing challenge. They had positively identified Moira, but her assailant remained unknown, elusive and unidentified. DNA evidence found on the lawyer's body had definitively ruled out her boyfriend, Paul, as a suspect. Nonetheless, the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene did not match anyone in the United Kingdom's extensive database. In their search for answers, the police cast a wide net, investigating the activities of 22 registered sex offenders living in the area and conducting interviews. They also spoke with people who had committed crimes near the park and underage drinkers who were known to frequent the area. Unfortunately, none of these conversations resulted in significant progress in the case. However, the investigators were able to piece together a timeline of events and obtain crucial CCTV footage showing a man in Moira's company. This unidentified man became the focus of the investigation, and police were eager to find and question him. The investigation's turning point occurred during door-to-door inquiries. When the police spoke with a woman named Lucy Pechlova, Her information would prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Moira Jones' tragic death. Lucy's account to the police revealed the presence of a man named Marek Harkar, a 6'3" old former Slovakian soldier. Lucy and Marek previously worked together in Liverpool in 2007. Marek arrived in Glasgow on May 18, 2008. When he needed a place to stay, Lucy offered him her bed on Queen's Drive. Marek's visit to Lucy's house, however, was not productive. Although he was supposed to be job hunting, he instead drank heavily and watched explicit videos. Marek left the bedside around 10 p.m. On May 28, allegedly drunk, and informed Lucy that he was going out to find a lady of easy virtue. Marek returned to the bedside around 3:15 a.m. According to Lucy, he looked different the next morning and appeared to be afraid of something. Surprisingly, Marek left the bedside on June 1, abandoning all of his belongings without warning. Later investigations revealed that Marek flew to the Czech Republic and then traveled by bus to Slovakia. Lucy handed over Marek's possessions to the police, who conducted DNA testing and discovered a crucial link to the crime, marking a significant breakthrough in the case. Marek's black leather jacket was discovered to contain traces of Morris blood, providing compelling evidence with significant implications for the ongoing investigation. Marek Harkar's arrest and extradition to the United Kingdom marks a significant development in the Moira Jones case. He faced a number of serious charges, including murder, rape, and robbery, and his trial began on March 12, 2009, in Glasgow. Throughout the proceedings, Marek maintained a not guilty plea to all charges. The court heard that Marek arrived in the United Kingdom in 2007. Morris had been in Glasgow for only 10 days when he was tragically murdered. The prosecution's case centered on Marek as the perpetrator. They presented a compelling story, alleging that on the night of May 28, Moira was on her way home from her boyfriend's house. But Marek had completely different plans. He had been drinking heavily, including beer and vodka, and was overheard saying he was going out to find a woman. Moira returned to her flat, where she had originally planned to spend the night, carrying a large black overnight bag and parking her car about 60 yards away near Queen's Park, according to the prosecution. It was approximately 11:30 p.m. The prosecution claimed that at this point, Marek approached Moira and forced her to walk along a path with him. CCTV footage obtained from a passing first bus captured two people crossing Langside Road and walking along the perimeter of Queen's Park, providing crucial evidence. The jury noticed a stark difference in height and stature between the two figures in the footage. Moira, who stood only 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed less than 9 stone, appeared much smaller than the man accompanying her. The prosecution claimed that the towering figure was Marek, who, at 6 feet 3 inches and a kickboxing enthusiast, had a significant physical advantage over Moira. The prosecution also outlined the written Marek allegedly forced Moirato to accompany a witness who reported seeing a man and a woman near a holly bush near the tennis courts, where 6 buttons from the wire top and a cigarette buttock bearing Marek's DNA were found. Furthermore, CCTV footage captured a man exiting the park near Queen's Park Baptist Church on Ballvicar Drive at 2:15 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this individual was Marek, who had been alone at the time. The prosecution's case painted a bleak and distressing picture of the events at Queen's Park. According to their account, Marek Harkar forced Moira into the park, assaulted her violently and sexually, and stole some of her belongings. The autopsy findings revealed the horrific extent of Moira's injuries and shed light on the harrowing attack she had to endure. Moira's autopsy results indicated that she did not die from her injuries before 2 a.m., implying that she may have survived her ordeal for about 2.5 hours. Moira had sustained 65 distinct blunt force trauma injuries as a result of punches, kicks, and stomps, according to the examination. These injuries were the result of severe and sustained blunt force trauma. A forensic pathologist identified 65 external injuries, including a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Moira suffered brain damage, fractures to her right cheekbone and larynx, and bruised ribs. She had extensive bruising on her head and face, and one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Bruising spread to her chest, back, legs, and buttocks. Dr. Black's compelling testimony, which revealed the tragic details surrounding Moira Jones' death, captivated the courtroom. Dr. Black, an expert witness, revealed that Moira's head and neck injuries were the primary factors contributing to her tragic death. In a chilling revelation, she suggested that small hemorrhages in Moira's eyes indicated a possible asphyxiation factor in her death. The presence of bruises on the backs of her hands and arms raised additional concerns, which Dr. Black described as common defensive injuries. Dr. Black's expert testimony also highlighted the distressing aspect of the case. There was no evidence of a weapon being used in the attack. Instead, she believed the injuries were caused by physical blows to the fists or feet. Moira speculated that the extensive bruising on her neck was caused by an arm, leg, or knee compressing more of his neck while she was on the ground. As Dr. Black described additional distressing findings, the courtroom atmosphere became increasingly somber. Moira's brain was bleeding between layers, and there was a moderate amount of blood in her windpipe, indicating the gruesome ordeal she had been through. It was later discovered that she had swallowed some of the blood during the attack. Dr. Black also revealed that Moira had consumed other items during the assault, including bark fragments, grassy fragments, plant cuticle fragments, and leaf skeleton fragments. The implications were chilling, implying that Moira had been forced to consume these items while alive. The final damning piece of evidence was the DNA discovery. A vaginal swab yielded a semen sample from the boy's body, and DNA found on more of his clothes and body matched Merrick's DNA, with the jury being told that there was a 1,000,000,000 chance that it belonged to someone other than Merrick. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, each contributing their own piece to the chilling puzzle of Moira Jones' murder. Several residents near Queen's Park reported hearing disturbing noises on the night of May 28. One woman who lives in a flat overlooking the park recalled a chilling incident in which a loud scream pierced the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Other couples strolling through the park reported hearing Moira's obvious distress. Even a cab driver turned to his partner and said, "If there was a murder, we just heard about it." It was a shocking revelation that, despite the busy street and the large number of people who heard a woman screaming and in distress, no one intervened or called the police, allowing the tragic events to unfold in silence. In addition, a neighbor who lived near the bedside where Merrick stayed provided compelling testimony. He described how Mara approached him on the night of May 28th, frantically saying, "I'm looking for a woman." In her closing statements, the prosecutor urged the jury to convict her based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor painted a chilling picture of the heinous murder witnessed by Moira Jones, pleading with the jury to base their decision on evidence, rather than the overwhelming emotional horror of the event. On the other side of the courtroom, the defense vehemently claimed that the police had charged the wrong man. They claimed that 3 other men were involved in the murder, despite Merrick's innocence, and that one of these men, Jason Mulrin, a convicted sex offender, was at Lucy's bedside during the crime. They pointed out similarities between his previous criminal acts and Moira's attack, emphasizing his lack of an alibi on the night Moira was killed. The defense also claimed that Jason confessed to the murder to his ex-girlfriend, who became so concerned that she reported it to the police. However, when Jason testified in court, he categorically denied any involvement in Moira's rape or death, contradicting the defense's allegations. The defense urged the jury to find Marek not guilty and to consider the possibility that another man was responsible for the murder. They also emphasized the importance of skepticism when evaluating the prosecution's DNA evidence, reminding the jury that scientists can only provide probabilities and that DNA should be viewed as one piece of evidence among many. Marek Harkar's fate now lay in the hands of the jury, which had the difficult task of determining the truth in this complex and chilling case. The trial lasted 20 days and kept the courtroom in suspense. However, the jury delivered its verdict quickly, finding Marek guilty of all charges in less than 2 hours. The judge imposed a harsh sentence, sentencing Marek to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. In the aftermath of Moira's tragic murder, her family turned their grief into a noble cause. They founded the Moira Fund, a charity that helps families in the United Kingdom who have been bereaved by murder. The charity provides grants to cover a variety of expenses, including funeral costs and transportation to court, assisting those in need during their darkest hours. Moira's memory continues to provide comfort and support to others who have experienced similar tragedies. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves through her community, causing serious concerns among her loved ones. Suzanne, a 38-year-old bookkeeper, was scheduled to start work at 9 a.m. that fateful Tuesday morning at Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street, Edinburgh, Scotland. However, as the morning progressed and Suzanne failed to appear at her desk, her coworkers became increasingly concerned. It was completely out of character for her to arrive late or leave work without notice. Concerned about her unexplained absence, Suzanne's coworkers decided to contact her parents, Robert and Sylvia Pilley. Suzanne had last communicated with her parents at 8:30 a.m. when she texted them to say she was on her way to work. Given this text message, her parents became very concerned about her well-being when she did not arrive at work as expected. They suspected that something unusual had happened during her commute because they hadn't heard from her since the initial message. Suzanne's parents, who were growing increasingly concerned, immediately reported her disappearance to local police that afternoon. In the days that followed, law enforcement launched an investigation, making public requests for information and interviewing people who knew Suzanne. As the investigation progressed, several unsettling facts emerged. Suzanne's bank cards and phone had shown no activity since her disappearance. She hadn't used her bus pass and hadn't communicated with any of her friends or family members. Furthermore, Suzanne's family believed she would not have left without informing anyone because she had responsibilities at home, such as caring for her pets. Suzanne's father, Robert, expressed the profound confusion and distress that surrounded their family during this difficult time. He compared her disappearance to a perplexing enigma, claiming that it felt as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void beyond explanation. Suzanne's sudden disappearance remained a perplexing and deeply troubling mystery, with her loved ones, law enforcement, and the community as a whole searching for answers. The investigation into Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance began to reveal new details as police meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area. The footage revealed a timeline of Suzanne's movements on the day she vanished, shed light on the events that led up to her disappearance. Suzanne followed her routine on the morning of her disappearance, leaving her apartment on Whitson Road at 8 a.m. to begin her day as usual. About 20 minutes later, she boarded a number 2 bus at Stevenson Drive and continued on her regular route. She then transferred to the number 4 bus on Dalry Road, opposite the Caledonian Terrace. Suzanne disembarked from the number 4 bus on Princess Street directly outside the Generous Department Store at 8:48 a.m. She began her workday with a routine stop at a Sainsbury's convenience store, as she did most mornings. Surveillance cameras captured Suzanne's presence at the Sainsbury's store at 8:51 a.m. After finishing her errands, she headed to her workplace, which is Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street. Suzanne's last known footage was captured by a CCTV camera near the building at the corner, only 50 meters from her office front door. At this point, she appeared to vanish from sight, leaving authorities with a perplexing mystery to solve. The investigation revealed one potentially significant detail. At 8:55 a.m., a black cab stopped in the area where Suzanne was last seen. Although law enforcement did not believe the cab driver was directly involved in Suzanne's disappearance, they did issue an appeal to the driver to come forward and help with their ongoing investigation. This development raised questions about whether the cab driver witnessed anything unusual or had information that could help solve the mystery of Suzanne Pilley's disappearance. As the investigation into Suzanne Pilley's disappearance progressed, law enforcement began to look into her personal life in an attempt to better understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Their investigations led them to what appeared to be a complex love triangle, which shed light on a possible motive for the crime. Suzanne, a single woman, had recently been in a romantic relationship with a coworker, David Gilroy. However, the relationship ended in December 2009. David, who was married and had his own family, had decided to return to his wife and children in an attempt to reconcile with them. He told the police that Suzanne had been dating other men since their breakup, implying that their romantic relationship had ended amicably. Several weeks after Suzanne's mysterious disappearance, David Gilroy reported a break-in to police. He claimed that someone broke into his home while he was sleeping, stealing both his mobile phone and laptop. According to David, his wife discovered the broken back door when she woke up, despite the fact that they had heard very little noise during the intrusion. When asked if he thought the break-in was connected to Suzanne's disappearance, David responded with uncertainty, saying, "I don't know." The investigation took a darker and more ominous turn when authorities began looking for the driver of a silver car that had apparently stopped in a remote forest area. They expressed their interest in the vehicle movements on the afternoon and evening of May 5, the day after Suzanne's last sighting. The police were especially interested in anyone who saw the car between 1 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., as well as around 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. In a significant development, authorities publicly announced the shift from a missing person case to a murder investigation. They revealed that they believe Suzanne was murdered and that her body was either disposed of or concealed about 90 miles from her last known location. The search was expanded to cover approximately 400 square miles of rural Gill and Butte. The investigation centered primarily on the Rest, Be Thankful, and Argo Forest regions. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Suzanne was found at this time. As the investigation progressed, police focused their search on a 5-square-mile area. They suspected Suzanne's remains could be hidden in Glen Crow, Argill, and Butte. They continued their determined efforts to solve the mystery of her disappearance. Despite the absence of Suzanne's body, the authorities believed they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge David Gilroy with her murder. The investigation into this enigmatic case was meticulous and painstaking. Law enforcement is working tirelessly to bring justice. They interviewed nearly 1,500 potential witnesses and meticulously documented 1164 statements. The investigators diligently gathered 25 pieces of evidence, which included documents and various objects. Furthermore, they examined CCTV footage from 250 different locations and conducted thorough searches in 30 different areas throughout our mission. In court, the prosecution stood firm, presenting a compelling case. Their arguments revolved around the notion that, despite the absence of Suzanne's body, a wealth of evidence pointed to her being the victim of a heinous crime, with David as the primary suspect. The prosecution revealed the intricate tapestry of Suzanne and David's relationship, which began at work. However, their turbulent love story had taken a dark turn when Suzanne chose to end the relationship shortly before her mysterious disappearance, a decision attributed to her newfound involvement with another person. During the trial, Suzanne's mother, Sylvia, testified, providing a moving glimpse into her daughter's life. Sylvia recounted Suzanne's marriage in 2004, followed by a divorce. Suzanne had taken a significant step toward independence by purchasing her own Edinburgh apartment, which became David's residence in 2009. Sylvia made it clear that he had left his wife and was seeking a divorce. Suzanne did not cause the breakup. The courtroom remained rapt as the prosecution continued to unravel the complex narrative. David's obsession with Suzanne became a central theme in their case. The prosecution revealed that David sent an astounding 400 text messages in the month leading up to Suzanne's disappearance, indicating that he was unwilling to accept the end of their relationship. Phone records provide a vivid picture of David's persistent attempts to communicate with Suzanne. In the days leading up to her disappearance, he sent her over 50 texts per day. His final communication with Suzanne was on May 3, the day before she went missing, and consisted of 15 text messages and 1 voicemail. The prosecution's case took an unsettling turn when it painted a vivid and sinister picture of what happened on May 4. They claimed Suzanne had followed her usual daily routine, going to work as she had done countless times before. In a chilling scenario, the prosecution claimed that David waited for Suzanne to arrive at the office building and strangled her almost immediately, possibly luring her into the basement. According to their version of events, he then hid Suzanne's lifeless body in the basement of the office building, adding to the mystery surrounding her disappearance. David then went back home to retrieve his silver Vauxhall Vectra. That would quickly become an important piece of the puzzle in this haunting case. The prosecution claimed that Suzanne's lifeless remains were hidden in the car's trunk, away from prying eyes. As the courtroom listened intently, the prosecution painted a disturbing picture of David's immediate actions following the alleged crime. He bought air fresheners, most likely in an attempt to mask any odors associated with his unpleasant activities. Furthermore, he made numerous visits to the basement and garage areas of the infrastructure management offices, despite having no legitimate reason to be there. Following these ominous activities, David went about his day seemingly unaffected, attending a school presentation with his wife and sharing a meal at Victoria on Leith Walk, while immersed in the gripping courtroom drama surrounding Suzanne's disappearance and presumed murder. New details emerged that sent chills down the spines of everyone who followed the case. The night of May 4 was pivotal in the prosecution's narrative. David Gilroy had ostensibly made an appointment to visit a school the next day, May 5, in Logelfed, Argyll and Butte. The school in question was a client of his employer, but there appeared to be no legitimate reason for his attendance on that particular day. His interaction with a school cleaner who provided him with beanbags and cable ties added to his suspicions. This seemingly insignificant event would quickly become the focus of the investigation. The prosecution's case gained traction as they meticulously recreated David's journey to Argyll. They examined CCTV footage and his mobile phone records, revealing several-hour gaps on both legs of his journey from Lochs Gilfhead to Inverarray. The journey took an incredible 2 hours longer each way than it should have. The prosecution claimed that the discrepancy concealed a sinister secret. Suzanne's body was hidden somewhere in that area. David was intimately familiar with this region. I've previously gone on walking holidays there with Suzanne. When investigators examined David's car, they made chilling discoveries. Vegetative matter was discovered on the vehicle, and 3 fractured coil springs suggested that it had been driven off-road. Things become even more complicated. The court learned that David had turned off his phone at some point during his journey, which added to the evidence against him. The court heard that cadaver dogs trained to detect the scent of human remains showed interest in both David's Vauxhall Vectra boot and specific areas of the office building's basement. As the trial progressed, the prosecution introduced a disturbing physical aspect to their case. When David went to the police station on May 6 to give a statement, authorities discovered alarming evidence. David had scratches on his hands, a cut on his forehead, bruises on his chest, and more scratches on his wrists and forearms. The prosecution claimed that David used makeup to conceal his injuries while speaking with the police, which raised additional suspicions. Gail Hawkins, Suzanne's N's friend, took the stand and made a shocking revelation. Suzanne had confided in her, concerned that David had hacked into her email account and gained unauthorized access to her emails. The prosecution claimed that David had accessed her emails between August 24, 2009 and April 30, 2010. The court also discovered that he had access to her account on an online dating site. Helen Liddell, a financial administrator at Infrastructure Management, testified that she discovered emails between David and Suzanne that clearly showed they were having an affair or relationship. This revelation surprised her because she was unaware of their relationship. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Suzanne and David just 2 days before she disappeared. On May 2, the two were seen shopping together at a convenience store. This contrasts sharply with David's claim to the police that their relationship ended in December 2009. Police efforts to find Suzanne's remains took a chilling turn when they narrowed the search area to only 5 square miles, based on David's phone records. These records showed that his phone had pinged off phone masts in the remote Glen Crow area on May 5, the day Suzanne went missing. Glen Crow, located in the Kerry Alps on the Cowell Peninsula in Argyll and Butte, boasted rugged mountains and a landscape riddled with formidable obstacles, including boulders, making the search for evidence particularly difficult. The defense responded with a concise case, claiming that there was insufficient evidence against their client and that the prosecution's case was based solely on circumstantial evidence. Suzanne's body had not been found, forcing the prosecution to speculate on her fate and cause of death. There were no witnesses to the alleged crime, no confession, and no DNA or blood evidence to connect David to the crime. The prosecution presented only circumstantial evidence, which left room for doubt. David declined to testify, but the defense summoned some of his co-workers to give testimony. They stated that nothing out of the ordinary occurred at the office on May 4. After 2.5 days of deliberation, the jury reached a split decision. The court accepted a majority verdict, and David was convicted of murder. He received a life sentence and was required to serve at least 18 years. David Gilroy maintains his innocence. On April 27, 2012, he filed notice of intent to appeal his conviction. However, on December 2012, the Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh dismissed the appeal. In June 2017, the Scottish Criminal Cases Review Commission concluded its investigation of the case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case, from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. Family life and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shanna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shayna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shayna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shayna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shayna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shayna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children. But that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shayna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shayna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shayna took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shayna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shayna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions. Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jared family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Brigham's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, Luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tennant, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenon was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenon was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenon's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shana frequented also testified, recalling Shana complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tenon has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison, with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Today's story takes place in the small town of Sarasota, Florida, a resort town on the warm Gulf of Mexico where people felt safe until one day. It all begins with Carly's 11-year-old life, which, like any other child's, is full of events. The girl's parents divorced years ago, but she still loved both of them. Every weekend, she flew to New York to see her father. But Carly lived with her mother and stepfather. She was one of the most delightful children, kind and optimistic, and she always tried to convey her eternal optimism to those around her. She was this way because of her father. Carly had blonde hair, blue eyes, and an upturned nose. Friends, relatives, and others recognized her beauty and character. Everyone predicted that she would one day become a well-known model or actress. However, Carly's relatives and she were unaware that this would not occur. January 31, 2004, was an ordinary day. On her weekend, Carly decided to spend the night at a friend's house. When the girls spent the night at each other's house, they did everything that any girlfriend would. They painted one another's nails, listened to music, and gossiped about their classmates. The girls were so engrossed in their visits that they didn't realize it was already evening. As is customary in all families on Sunday nights, the entire family gathered to watch the Super Bowl game. Carly desperately wanted to get home by then, so she informed her friend's mother that her parents were waiting for her at home and that she could go home alone. The friend's mother was concerned, but Carly insisted on going home at 6 p.m. for 13 minutes. That is how long it took to get to the street with the Bruches. It was just 750 meters. After Carly left, the friend's mother contacted the parents because she was concerned and informed them that Carly had left alone. Susan, Carly's mother, was very concerned about her daughter, who had gone alone, despite the fact that the distance was only 2 blocks. So a concerned Susan asked Stephen, her husband's stepfather, to come out and meet her. Stephen immediately goes outside to meet Carly. They were to meet halfway and enter the store. Stephen was always spoiling his stepdaughter, and the night before the match, he promised to buy her a bunch of sweets. Stephen walked the entire route several times but could not locate Carly. She vanished. Carly and her parents' lives are plunged into horror from that point forward. The feelings of concern and excitement were not futile, because in the future, they anticipated events that would shock the entire city. Stephen searched for Carly for more than an hour. He drove past the route a few more times, hoping that he and Carly had simply diverged. However, it was clear that something had happened to her. After all, the distance between the houses was manageable, and everyone was familiar with the route. Susan and Stephen set out again to find Carly. They walked the streets and drove through neighborhoods, shouting and searching for the girl by name. They looked through all the suspicious areas, including a wooded landing, and then noticed something strange. A red tow truck was driving slowly past them, so they decided to follow. Susan and Stephen continued to follow the tow truck and discovered that it was headed to Carly's friend's house, which surprised them. The same red tow truck that they had seen earlier was parked outside her friend's house, where Carly had exited a few hours before and vanished. It was parked outside Carly's friend's home. The red tow truck struck the parents as unusual. Susan calls 911 after realizing Carly is nowhere to be found. When an adult goes missing, police typically wait 24 hours before conducting a search. Searching for children always necessitates immediate action. As a result, the officers immediately divided into teams and began interviewing Carly's friend's family and Carly's own parents. Steve and Susan. Detectives investigate the route in the immediate area. However, she could not be found. Stephen and Susan are desperate and have no idea what to do. During the search, friends of Carly's family can find flyers with a photo and the inscription "Missing Carly" on all of the city's walls and poles. When people began to doubt Stephen, Carly's stepfather, while he was handing out flyers at a local company, he asked one of the employees if he could buy illegal substances for him. The employees were suspicious because his stepdaughter had only gone missing for a few days. Employees reported the incident to authorities. The detectives also kept an eye on Stephen, believing he was suspicious. The police decided to bring Stephen in for questioning. During the interrogation, Stephen stated that he had been with Susan at home the entire time, which she confirmed. Furthermore, while walking down the street to meet her from a friend, he was on the phone with Susan the entire time, as phone records show. Stephen reported that he did not find Carly despite walking her route for more than an hour. Stephen remained a suspect even after his alibi had been thoroughly investigated. However, Stephen remembered a suspicious red tow truck that he and Susan had seen the day it went missing. Its owner was Ron Shokit. Ron had been dating his friend Carly's mother for months. Stephen told police that he saw the truck driving slowly near a wooded area shortly after Carly's disappearance, and then stopping near Carly's friend's home. Investigators began testing that theory as well. They called Ron in for questioning. Ron stated that he had left for work before Carly did and had noticed nothing unusual. The police also tracked Ron's movements that day, checked his alibi, and ruled him out as a suspect because he was at work when Carly went missing, as confirmed by his employer and surveillance cameras. The day after Carly's disappearance, the police decided to contact Susan again. She claimed to the police officers that her daughter had never run away before, and she had no reason to believe Carly would have run away. However, the information provided by Carly's friends differed significantly from Susan's version. Carly's friend reported to the police that she had been extremely depressed and upset the day before. In her conversations, she expressed reluctance to return home, claiming that she had too many responsibilities. This new information prompted law enforcement officials to consider the possibility that Carly had left voluntarily. However, given her young age, investigators cannot completely rule out the abduction theory. In order to provide complete clarity, investigators have asked Susan to contact Carly's dentist and obtain dental records, which could be useful if identification is required. The next morning, police officers used police dogs to search for Carly. Susan and Stephen allowed the dog's canine handlers into their daughter's bedroom. The dogs sniffed the bedroom linens and the girl's clothes before picking up the trail. They followed Carly's planned route from her friend's house to her own. Carly's tracks led police to a car wash, where she apparently attempted to take a shortcut. The dogs lost track of Carly near the car wash's back entrance. Fortunately, the area was equipped with 2 cameras, one capturing cars closer to the entrance and the other capturing cars farther away. Unfortunately for the cops, there were some blind spots that remained hidden. Police recognized that if Carly was taken away by a criminal, it is unlikely that he did so under camera surveillance, but they sat down to examine the footage. The camera at the entrance did not record anything. Officers reviewed all footage from 6 p.m. There was no footage from 9 p.m. onward. However, a second camera in the far corner caught some interesting moments. At 6:20, 1 p.m., it captivated Carly. She walked with a calm stride toward the house. Carly wore the same red t-shirt and blue jeans, with her hair styled in a small bundle. Suddenly, a man appeared in the frame, white-skinned, stocky, of medium height, with dark hair and a unique tattoo on his forearm. The stranger wore dark blue work overalls with a name tag, as if he worked at a gas station or car service. The alleged perpetrator approached Carly and said something, grabbing her wrists and dragging her toward the camera's blind spot. This was likely the last person to see Carly alive, criminal or not. He should have been found as soon as possible and learned what happened in that parking lot on February 1 at 6:21 p.m. The poor quality of the security camera footage made it impossible to see the man's face, let alone his name tag. The only hope was to involve the public in the search. The CCTV footage had been widely publicized for 24 hours and had been published in newspapers. They needed to spread the word as widely as possible. Maybe someone could recognize a person based on their shape and construct in or gait. The police set up a special call center in the hopes of learning more about what happened to Carly, or at least some information from potential eyewitnesses. Within 24 hours, they had received over 700 calls. Operators recorded every statement, but they were all unsuccessful until late in the evening, when they received a lead that led them to the perpetrator. On Tuesday, February 3, police received a call from a man who claimed to know the man on the videotape. The caller introduced himself as one of his business associates. He stated that the man's name is Joseph Smith, and he is easily identified by his peculiar uniform and awkward gait. Police officers immediately grabbed a long-awaited lead. Operators continued to answer the phone. Detectives checked Joseph Smith's information. The man moved to Sarasota County from Brooklyn, New York, in 2003. He was an auto mechanic by trade and had been married, but divorced twice. His 3 adult daughters were college graduates. The newest suspect was 37 years old. He had a long criminal record dating back to 1993. There were several charges, including solicitation of minors. Joseph Smith, who had back problems for most of his life, was severely addicted to illegal drugs. He'd been arrested several times, including 3 for assaulting women. Carly's disappearance occurred while he was on probation. One of Smith's coworkers reported that he had been acting strangely since Carly's disappearance, and the day before, he had not shown up for work at all. He also stated that Smith had used illegal substances. This coworker confirmed that the man on the videotape closely resembled Smith in appearance, demeanor, and clothing. Another coworker confirmed that the man in the videotape closely resembled Joseph Smith and stated that the day after Carly was kidnapped, Smith arrived at work under the influence of illegal substances. Smith's coworkers claimed Joseph was having problems at work due to illegal drugs and debt. The police decided to re-examine all of the car wash videos from shortly before Carly's abduction in an attempt to connect the kidnapper to one of the cars passing or stopping near the car wash. Joseph's coworkers said he drove a brown Lincoln. However, at the time of the abduction, it was being repaired. Police investigated a light-colored Buick station wagon that pulled into the car wash parking lot about 3 minutes before Carly was abducted. The car briefly stopped in the parking lot before driving away. The quality of the video footage prevented the police from determining the license plate number or identifying the driver. The police decided to go to Joseph Smith's home. Officers arrived at Joseph's friend's home, where he was renting a room after his wife kicked him out. Joseph opened the door, surprised and shocked that he had been mistaken for the kidnapper. The police officers continued to question Joseph, focusing on the specifics of his alibi. Joseph insisted that he was at home watching the Super Bowl when Carly went missing, and that his friends confirmed his presence at the time. However, when shown a video camera image of a man who closely resembled him, Joseph abruptly admitted that the man looked like him. However, he insisted that he was at home that evening and couldn't have been near the car wash. The detectives decided to conduct additional checks by having Joseph show his hands and roll up his sleeves. During this check, it was discovered that Joseph had tattoos on his forearm that matched those seen in the surveillance footage. Additionally, investigators discovered several fresh scratches on his face and hands. During subsequent interviews with investigators, Joseph admitted that he did borrow a light-colored station wagon from his friends that day. However, he claimed that he only drove it to a nearby marina to enjoy the water view before returning home. The investigation continued. The police were certain that Joseph was involved in Carly's disappearance. However, the owner of the apartment from which he rented Mimi confirmed his alibi, which perplexed investigators slightly. The police searched Joseph's Lincoln thoroughly and discovered several syringes inside. Joseph was arrested for using illegal substances and spoons, as well as violating his probation terms. A few hours following Joseph's arrest, Jeff Pincus, Joseph's friend and Mimi's husband, contacted police and informed them that Mimi had mixed up the dates in her statement. They stated that they had indeed lent him their car, but that he had not returned in the evening as promised and had not arrived until shortly before dawn. They also testified that before Joseph left, they checked the odometer, and when Joseph returned, they discovered that it had traveled more than 300 miles, and the car inside appeared shabby. The back seat was down. The officers then asked Joseph's friends if they remembered what Joseph was wearing when he left the home. Jeff replied that he was wearing a mechanic's uniform. The police officers knew it, but they needed to find indisputable evidence of Joseph's involvement in the case. The police obtained permission from Joseph's friends to search their home, or Joseph rented a room. However, they found no evidence linking Joseph to Carly's disappearance. In addition, the police were still unable to locate Carly. Police searched the wooded areas near where Carly was last seen on videotape. However, the search produced no results. While the police were searching for Carly, one of Joseph's longtime acquaintances visited the police station. He confirmed that the man on the videotape looked a lot like Joseph and provided some critical information. The man stated that Joseph had recently spoken about his growing desire to assault women. Following this conversation, police officers took Joseph from the jail to the station for questioning. Joseph entered the interrogation room. He wanted to talk to his mother or brother. The detective persuaded Joseph to contact the public defender's office and have an attorney come to him. During the interrogation, the officers were unable to extract any information from Joseph, so he was returned to jail. He was finally able to speak to his brother John. What he told his brother confirmed all of their worst fears. 5 days after Carly disappeared, Joseph's brother John decided to contact the police and reveal a terrible secret. He showed the police where Carly's body was. He led them to the church on Proctor Road in the woods. John revealed that his brother had confessed to kidnapping and brutally attacking Carly. John claimed that Joseph had killed Carly, beaten her, and strangled her with a shoelace. He admitted that he wanted to use sharp instruments but was afraid he'd be unable to wash the car afterwards. The confession was so cruel and disgusting that the brothers were unable to express their feelings and were deeply shocked by such a terrible secret. Here's his brother's secret. John suspected that he had used forbidden substances or committed theft, but he never imagined that he would get to this point. Then Joseph's mother informed the police that her son had contacted her and confessed to his actions. The police discovered Carly's remains precisely where John had pointed. Carly was clearly struggling and fighting for survival. The investigation determined that the death was caused by strangulation. Detectives also confirmed that Joseph assaulted Carly's body. A forensic examination revealed traces of Joseph's DNA on Carly's body, as well as fibers from Joseph's clothes and hair. That is, The perpetrator's guilt was fully proven in the car that Joseph borrowed from friends that day, as were Carly's hair and several fibers of clothing that matched the one she was wearing at the time. Joseph was charged with murder. The defense attorney attempted to argue that the police officers framed his client, but Joseph's bodily fluids and hair were discovered on Carly's body. According to the prosecution's version, Joseph Smith took a large dose of psychotropic drugs that day. The public was then outraged that a man with such a criminal past and criminal tendencies had been released so quietly from prison, where he had been imprisoned 13 times in the previous 10 years. Also, about a month before Carly's kidnapping, local authorities asked a Florida judge to issue a warrant for Joseph Smith's arrest for a probation violation. The judge, however, denied issuing the warrant, citing the police's failure to complete the required paperwork, and so it was argued that if this man had been shielded from society from the start, this terrible case might not have occurred. Little Carly would be alive, and her mother would not have to go through all of these traumatic events. The day everything was decided was October 24, 2005. Joseph Smith was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death via lethal injection. He remained in prison, waiting for his death sentence. Smith was also suspected in the 2000 murder of Tara Riley, 25, who was discovered dead and naked in a pond behind a Walmart store. But the case was never solved, although John, who opposed his brother in court, claimed that Joseph was the one who killed Tara. He is a coward and refuses to admit it. John was certain that his brother was also guilty of this. John stated, "My brother is the ultimate coward. He has spent his entire life insulting and humiliating those who are weaker than him. He will never admit what he has done, and if he is released, who knows how many innocent lives he will take. He's always been like this, which is why his wife left him." But his parents believed until the end that he was a good man. On July 18, 2017, Joseph's death sentence was overturned and a new legislation was signed. It stated that the jury would vote 10 out of 10 in favor of the death penalty. Joseph was scheduled to have a new sentencing hearing. However, it was postponed. Susan, Carly's mother, began using illegal substances immediately after learning of her daughter's death. She was devastated by the death of her only daughter. Susan tried to pull herself together, assisting the Children's Defense Fund and other parents in their search for the missing. With all of her might, she tried to help others avoid such traumatic events. After all, Susan knew what it was like to go through such an experience. But after learning that Joseph would be pardoned and possibly released, Susan lost the meaning of life, couldn't take it anymore, and died by taking a lethal dose of forbidden substances. Smith was awaiting a sentencing review hearing scheduled for 2019, which could have saved his life. Joseph Smith managed to avoid the death penalty. However, in March 2021, the Attorney General's office confirmed that he should face a new sentencing hearing. Smith died in prison on July 26, 2021, aged 55. His cause of death could not be determined. At the end of the story, we'd like to state that the perpetrator killed little Carly and ruined the lives of Susan, Carly's family, and friends. He also committed other heinous crimes that can never be justified. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.
Has a Northwest Harris County neighborhood on edge this Christmas Eve. A couple celebrating a wedding anniversary found tied up in separate closets. The husband had been stabbed to death. Tonight, investigators have plenty of questions about this. And it happened, as we see on this map, at a home on Kelsey Meadows Court and Village Terrace. And that's where Local 2's Andy Sirota is joining us live with the latest on this story.
Jim and Sandra Melgar live in Houston, Texas. They celebrated being married for more than 30 years while living in a quiet neighborhood on Kelsey Meadows Court. Jim Melgar was born in Guatemala and moved to the United States when he was 3 years old. His family made the choice to move to Houston, where Sandra and her family also lived. Sandra said that Jim was funny, charming, and liked to make bad jokes and be a goofball. They met at school. He kept asking Sandra to go ice skating with him for weeks, and she finally said yes. As they say, the rest is history. In 1980, they got married. Jim went to work as a computer programmer, and Sandra ran a successful business doing medical billing and coding. Even though they were successful, they liked living a quiet life with their daughter Elizabeth, who went by the name Liz. Liz said that her parents were like best friends who were meant to be together. The three of them loved to travel and do outdoor activities like hiking and fishing, but their love of nature faded over time. Sandra endured various physical challenges, including lupus, epilepsy, hypothyroidism, and hip replacements. Liz recounted witnessing her mother suffer violent seizures, a terrifying experience for the entire family. Jim, desperate to help his wife, spent entire days researching her conditions in search of treatments and cures. On December 22, 2012, Jim and Sandra were out having fun to celebrate 32 years of marriage. They ate at their favorite Mexican restaurant, and then around 9:30 p.m., Jim stopped by CVS to get some candy for drinks. When they got home, they sat in their jacuzzi with drinks and snacks and talked about their plans for the future. Jim was excited to make plans for their time together because he was only 5 months away from retiring. Also, they talked about the small party that Jim's family was planning for their anniversary. The narrative takes a dark turn on December 23, 2012, at 7 a.m., when a neighbor noticed the Melgar's garage door open throughout the day, an unusual occurrence. Jim's family arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m., finding it eerily quiet. Despite Jim's black truck in the driveway and Sandra's silver car inside the garage, there was no response when they knocked on the door. Concerned, they entered through the garage, discovering a somber atmosphere inside. The house felt stuffy, blinds remained closed, and the couple's dogs were agitated. Her man, Jim's brother, heard Sandra's soft voice coming from upstairs while the family searched the house. Sandy was tied up with scarves in a small walk-in closet. Jim was found naked, badly beaten, and stabbed several times in another closet nearby. Jim Melgar, who was 52 years old, was pronounced dead just 2 minutes after the police arrived. He had over 50 injuries, including defensive wounds that showed he had been in a fierce fight. Sandra woke up to the horrifying truth, but she couldn't remember what had happened after 1 a.m. Open drawers, jewelry boxes that had been searched, and prescription pills that had been taken but not found were all signs of a crime scene. The police reports didn't say anything was missing or stolen, even though the house was in bad shape. They found a white blouse and a kitchen knife inside the jacuzzi, which they knew was the murder weapon. It was locked, but there was blood on the handle of Jim's loaded gun that was in the closet. When paramedics checked on Sandra, she showed signs of physical distress that reminded them of a seizure. However, there were no major cuts or scrapes on her hands or arms, which raises questions given how tightly she was tied up and for how long.
Bizarre murder has a northwest Harris County neighborhood on edge this Christmas Eve. A couple celebrating a wedding anniversary found tied up in separate closets. The husband had been stabbed to death. Tonight, investigators have plenty of questions about this. And it happened, as we see on this map, at a home on Kelsey Meadows Court and Village Terrace. And that's where Local 2's Andy Sirota is joining us live with the latest on this story. Andy?
Bill, residents in this quiet community still baffled over a bizarre mystery involving two of their neighbors. Like police, they too have so many questions.
We're just trying to get a statement.
Sandra Melgar sought comfort today in the arms of a friend in the wake of her husband's bizarre murder. She was unable to speak from the back seat of this car, where we saw her wrapped in a blanket laying down, still in shock after her 52-year-old husband was found dead and tied up in a closet. Relatives who arrived at the couple's home for Sunday dinner also found Sandra Melgar tied up in a separate closet.
32 years was the anniversary. They were celebrating it.
Distraught family members tell Local 2 the couple had been happily married for 32 years and recently celebrated their anniversary. Deputies say Melgar told them she can't remember who tied her up or who may have hurt her husband. His brother told us he'd been stabbed to death.
They were in the bathroom together, her and her husband, at approximately 1 a.m. this morning, and at some time she blacked out, and the next thing she remembers is waking up in the closet.
Relatives told us off camera the Melgars are devout Jehovah's Witnesses, own some rental properties, and insist there was nothing going on in the couple's lives to indicate trouble was on the horizon. Now, tonight, we're still not sure what caused Sandra Melgar to black out, but relatives tell us she does have a medical condition, and they say it appears that she may have been hit over the head with something. Investigators haven't released information on any possible suspects. They took Sandra Melgar to homicide headquarters to interview her.
Andy, thank you, sir. Relatives got to the Melgar house yesterday. They said they noticed that the garage door was open. Investigators haven't said anything yet about any possible signs of forced entry or about whether the couple's home had possibly been ransacked or if anything was missing.
She was taken to the hospital for more tests, but was quickly sent home. They then took her to the Harris County Sheriff's Office to question her. The police thought Sandra's account of what happened was not quite right because of how strange the scene was.
I need to do a statement from you, okay? That's why we're here. And I have a little recorder and do a little statement and get some questions from you. Answer.
After getting out of the jacuzzi, she had no idea what had happened and couldn't remember anything. She made it very clear that she had no idea what had happened to Jim and had seen or heard nothing that could have killed him.
And did you immediately get into the jacuzzi at that time when you got home?
We made drinks and went straight to the jacuzzi. He got out once to go get ice and then came back. And then said he was going to move the dogs because they were barking too much. He got out and said he was moving the dogs to the office because when they're too loud, we don't want the neighbors to complain. It was taking a while, so I got out and was going to get dressed or change in my closet. And I went in there and I started to change. And that's all I remember until I woke up. And then I remember I woke up and I thought I had had a seizure because my muscles hurt and my head was just hurting real bad. Several hours later, I woke up and realized I was tied up. That's all I remember. That's it. I mean, I would tell you more if I remembered more. I just don't.
So the
turn it on.
jacuzzi was making noise. It was pretty loud.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't hear anything over that.
I didn't hear any.
Hear anybody scream?
No.
Hear the dogs? Well, you could hear the dogs bark.
Yeah, because they were right outside our window.
So did he have to go outside to get them?
I don't think so. Usually he just calls them and they come.
They come in the doggy door?
Yeah.
So you don't have to open the door?
Sometimes, yeah. Because some of the little ones don't want to come in. They're not.
If he opened the door last night, you would have heard that, right?
I don't think so. The front? No, you mean the back door.
She told the police that she went into her closet, put on some lotion, and then lost consciousness. She thought it was because she hit her head or was hit by someone. After an unknown amount of time, she woke up and saw that she was tied. When she called for help, she must have passed out again because she thought she was having another seizure. Because her body always felt the same after having one, she said she felt this way. What she thought was the only strange thing about that day was that a car they didn't know had been following them home hours before.
I think when we left CVS, there was a car following us because when we came in our neighborhood, it was still behind us, and he was really close. And my husband, I'd get upset with him because he would drive slower when someone was tailgating him, and I'd tell him don't do that because, it's dangerous. But the guy turned left, and we turned right, and so we thought it was just coincidence. And I keep trying to remember.
But investigators were still dubious about her story. They couldn't understand how she hadn't seen or heard anything, especially given how violent the scene was and how loud Jim likely would have been while fighting off whoever the attacker or attackers were. Given his defensive wounds, the struggle must have lasted for a while, and it could not have been a quiet ordeal. They also couldn't fathom why someone would kill Jim, but leave her alive and virtually unscathed, with just a few bruises and small scratches. It was such a different scene in both closets.
Y'all had no disagreements?
No.
At all?
Got along very well.
You ever have any fights?
Usually they were because of my daughter, but she's been gone for 5 years now, so no.
Part of our job is what we do is we gather witness statements, okay? We also search for video cameras, okay? And a couple of your neighbors had video cameras and wanted to get your house pretty well, okay? Your front door was locked, your back door was locked. Nobody came in through the garage, okay? We work hundreds and hundreds of murders. Sometimes we work cold-blooded killers that just on the street that would just kill somebody for nothing. Then sometimes we work murders that they're in an argument and something happens. Okay, there's two different types of people.
At one point, Sandra mentioned that she thought she needed to talk to a lawyer, given the way the questions were going, but the interview continued.
Because if you argue with somebody and you lose it, your temper and an argument happens.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. And I think I'm going to stop talking now because I think I'm going to need a lawyer because I know how this works. I hurt all over and my head hurts.
How often do you have seizures like that?
And I'm not able to drive anymore.
How frequent?
At least once a month, maybe.
When was the last time you had one of those before today?
About a month ago.
No one in the neighborhood heard a noise or dogs barking. There was nothing strange about it for them. One neighbor worked in his garage until 1 a.m. and said he hadn't heard or seen anything odd near the house or on the streets. No noise, no cars, no dogs, nothing. He was shocked that someone had broken into his house right in front of him, since he thought he was the more likely target. As he worked on his things alone with the garage door wide open, he thought that if anyone was going to be robbed, it would probably be him. Officers said there were no signs of breaking in, and the drawers inside looked like they had been carefully taken out, emptied, and put back in their places, not like someone was searching quickly for valuables. They thought it was strange that the murder weapon, which came from the Melgar's kitchen, was left in the jacuzzi at the scene of the crime. Investigators also saw that Sandra could have easily used a bath mat or a pillowcase to push a chair against the door. It was interesting that neither Jim nor Sandra had any ligature marks, since that's what they would have seen if they had been tied down. This led them to believe that Jim had been tied up after he had died, not before he was killed. Even though Liz and Sandra said that things were missing, police and experts said that the evidence did not point to a home invasion and that Sandra had set up the scene. When Sandra was asked to take a voluntary polygraph test, she said no because she was scared that being cold and shaking might hurt her chances.
I'm not trying to cause you trouble or cause you pain. But we have a procedure. Are you familiar with a polygraph exam? We have a person that's going to come here. He's probably here now.
I can't do it now. I'm just a nervous wreck right now.
Okay, well let me explain. Let me explain this.
And I'd rather talk to a lawyer about it because I already feel like, I know where this is going.
Okay, well I want you to understand. Now I understand that you're upset. I understand that you've been through a lot. This person that does this is a professional and is able to filter for that. And I want you to meet with him and talk to him, no matter if you take the exam or not. We're not trying to pin something on you. We're not trying to get you to say that you've done something that you haven't done. I'm asking you to also, try to dig deep. I understand that you said that you were struck and that you went unconscious. I understand that. But I'm asking you to really dig deep because, you were there.
I don't think I went unconscious.
Okay.
I mean, I think having a seizure is different from going, it's the same.
I understand.
It's the same.
You said that when you've had those experiences that you forget things, and we understand that. But, and I'm not a doctor, but I'm asking you, of course, for you and for us, for your husband's sake, if you can dig down and try to remember anything. How you feeling?
Freezing.
How did the meeting go?
Guess okay.
Did you take the polygraph?
No.
How come?
Well, I needed to wait because I'm just too shaky right now.
You know, something I want you to understand is that we go to all extremes. You know, we don't quit. You're going to see a lot of me. You're going to see a lot of my partner. We're going to learn everything.
But I hope you're looking somewhere else too, because it's not me.
We're processing this. You're seeing your house too. And you know, we didn't just walk into this ball game yesterday. I did ask you to take a polygraph test.
Yes.
I did.
And I know I'm too shaken and I'm freezing. And
what's your explanation though? What's your excuse for not taking one? It's not holding water, Sandra. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I just don't want to take it and then it's used against me.
That's not possible.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Those are not even admissible in court.
What do you think should happen to the person that, if we catch that did this to your husband, what do you think his punishment or her punishment should be? Do you think they should get a second chance?
No.
What do you think should happen to him or her?
They should go to prison. Isn't that what they normally do? They go to prison.
Do you love your husband?
Yes, I love my husband.
Do you care about him?
Yes.
She wants to find the killer.
Of course.
I don't think you do.
Did you kill your husband?
No, I didn't.
Did you have anything to do with your husband's death?
No.
The detectives were sure of what had happened that night, so on December 24th, they called the office of the Harris County District Attorney to ask that Sandra Melgar be charged with murder. But the DA's office said no, because there wasn't enough proof. As tests from the scene started to come back, they showed that there was no blood other than Jim's, which was strange. An expert pointed out that someone might leave the house pretty clean. On some door handles, dresser drawer handles, the safe handle, and the scarves that were tied around Sandra. DNA profiles of men and women were found. These profiles didn't match any Melgar family members, but they weren't fully tested to find out where the DNA came from. Liz sent a message to the police saying she found a backpack in the garage with an Xbox inside. She thought someone had put it in a bag to steal it and then dropped or left it on their way out. This item also had the DNA profile of an unknown female. A tip came in a few days later about a man named Chad Sullivan who was acting strangely in the neighborhood that night. Sullivan, who was recently released from prison on assault charges after being convicted of theft, never answered when police tried to talk to him. Sandra later said that bits and pieces of her memory were starting to come back to her. She had a flashback of a young Hispanic woman talking to someone behind her in the closet. But investigators were still not sure. They kept building their case against Sandra over the next 18 months because they didn't think this was a failed robbery. Sandy Melgar was charged with first-degree murder in the summer of 2014, which was almost 2 years after Jim's death.
What a development here. A woman who once claimed to be the victim of a home invasion that ended up killing her husband is now charged with his murder. You may remember this story. Christmas Eve of 2012, Sandra Melgar claimed somebody broke into her Northwest Harris County home, tied her up in the closet, and murdered her husband. Well, now authorities say that was all an elaborate lie.
Ms. Melgar says that they were in the bathroom together, her and her husband, at approximately 1 a.m. this morning, and at some time she blacked out, and next thing she remembers is waking up in the closet tied up.
It just seemed like something was really strange with how it all came down, with them being tied up and just one person being killed.
A year and a half later, 54-year-old Sandra Melgar is charged with her husband's murder.
We were wondering, I mean, it was so weird that what happened and how it happened, didn't seem like we heard anything like anything had been stolen or anything like that.
Now curious neighbors want to know what information led investigators to charge Mrs. Melgar and why it took so long. They have, after all, been unnerved for over a year, thinking a home invasion on their street was the work of ruthless thieves.
Her defense team said that there was no physical evidence against her and that everyone was missing a very important point. She had no reason to do what she did. According to them, there was no way that something could have made her go crazy and hurt him over 50 times with blunt and sharp force. They said that someone or more than one person broke into the house from the back, and unfortunately, Robert and Jim were killed in the process. If the attack had been as bad as they said it was, they wanted to know why Sandra was found without any of Jim's blood on her. They said there had to be some proof on her, but her hands and nails were clean and her nails weren't broken. They also pointed out that she was only slightly hurt, with some bruises on her upper arms. They thought the injuries would be worse given the nature of the crime. They also called attention to Sandra's many health problems, saying she could not have physically beaten him and gotten away. The defense said that the fact that unknown male and female DNA had been found in the house and hadn't been fully tested should be enough to make the jury doubt the accused. They said that Sandra couldn't be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt if the jury had any reason to think that someone else might have done the crime. Lastly, they talked about how the lead investigator had to resign after changing the date on a search warrant for a murder case that had nothing to do with the current case. They said that the prosecution's case was poorly put together and based only on evidence that was already available. Defending Sandra, the prosecutor said her story didn't make any sense and gave two possible reasons for her murder. They told her that she wanted a divorce but was afraid of being shunned because they were both Jehovah's Witnesses. However, Sandra's family and friends said she had not said anything about wanting to leave her husband. Sandra would get money from Jim's $250,000 life insurance policy, which was the second reason. The prosecution said Sandra could have either tied Jim up before stabbing him, possibly to make it look like a sex game, or she could have stabbed and hit him with a rock before tying him up. So the knots might have been loose because they weren't needed to hold him down. They said Sandra set up the scene and then tied her hands and feet together at the end. Celestina Rossi, a researcher who looks at blood spatter and breaks down crime scenes, was called as a witness by the prosecution. She said in court that the crime scene did not look like a home invasion because there were no signs of forced entry and the dresser drawers were all over the place. Rossi also pointed out that the candle on Jim's nightstand was still lit, which would normally mean that there was a fight near the closet where Jim was killed. She agreed with the medical examiner that all of Jim's wounds were self-defense wounds and pointed out that his gun was still loaded and not touched, only a few inches from his body. The government said that since his wife was attacking him, he would probably defend himself by taking her gun away rather than killing her. They also didn't think it was someone else who put the chair in front of the door, because Sandra could have done it herself by putting a pillowcase under it to close herself in.
Closing arguments have just wrapped up in the case against a woman accused of murdering her husband and then trying to cover it up. Channel 2's Lee Ferlisi is joining us live downtown with what we're learning from the courtroom as we wait for a verdict in this case. Lee?
Yes, Bill. Well, the prosecutor arguing very strongly that Sandra Melgar did murder her husband. The defense saying there was shoddy detective work and the evidence just does not add up. Now it's up to the jury. Sandra Melgar's fate lies in their hands.
Thank you.
Closing arguments began this afternoon.
You guys saw the photos. You saw all the wounds that he had, the 13 stab wounds, all the other wounds that he had in his body and his head. Certainly that person intended to kill him, or that person certainly intended to cause serious bodily injury, which resulted in death. We've proven all of those things.
In the Sandra Melgar case,
there's no physical evidence in this case that points to her at all.
The prosecution graphically painting a picture from their case.
And while he isn't looking, she makes a strike straight up all the way to his neck. That's what that first strike is. Jamie, of course, gets up to try and defend himself, turns around, and that's when she gets him on the thumb. And that's when the blood starts spurting out onto the chair.
The defense criticizing shoddy detective work and saying the evidence is just not there.
Look at what remains. No broken nails, no problems with the hands, no bruising here where you would expect it if a knife was used.
So the jury is expected to deliberate for only a few more minutes until about 5:15. Then they'll be back at it again tomorrow morning. We're live at the Harris County Criminal Courthouse. Lee Lisi, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
In August 2017, the jury thought about the case for 8 hours. They couldn't agree on what to do on the first day, but by the second day they had made up their minds. Sandra Melgar killed her husband Jim and was found guilty. She was given 27 years in prison. Liz said that when the verdict was read, there was a gasp that could be heard throughout the courtroom. Sandra sobbed and almost passed out. She said that for a moment she thought about her mother killing her father, but now she didn't think that was possible. In court, no one really thought she would be found guilty. Jim's family and Sandra's family both believe her story and support her claims that she is innocent. Being fair about it is hard because these are my parents, but I tried to look at the evidence first. I still want justice for my dad in the end. It wasn't my mom who did this. I want to know. I'm sure she didn't do this. Liz said, "I'm going to keep fighting until we can prove that." The prosecution was pleased with the outcome and the sentence that was given. As later said by the jury foreman, they said Sandra told a story that didn't make sense or add up. The jury also didn't believe her.
Both mine and probably my fellow jurors' pendulum, guilt or innocence, swung back and forth throughout the entire trial.
What was your first impression of Sandra?
Was how could this diminutive-looking middle-aged lady possibly have committed this crime? It was frankly incredulous to see it at first. Didn't compute. I didn't think she could have done it at first. One, I'll say Colleen's, the prosecutor's testimony, right? It all made sense. Now, was it absolutely provable? No, but it's the only thing that made sense. During the trial, the prosecution had acquired all the medical records and showed and just listed the dates up there and everything else of her doctor's visits. No seizure, no seizure, no seizure, getting better, that kind of stuff. We watched almost all the police video over again during deliberations, and that's what brought the other people over until we had a unanimous verdict.
A couple of months later, Sandra's team filed an appeal requesting a retrial. However, their request was denied.
New at 6, a celebrity defense attorney is taking on the case of a Houston woman convicted of murdering her husband, Kathleen Zellner, who was featured in the Netflix.
In 2018, well-known defense lawyer Kathleen Zellner said she would be taking on Sandra's case because she thought she was innocent. Kathleen Zellner has helped 19 people who were wrongfully convicted get their freedom. When she started working with Stephen Avery, after he was convicted of killing Teresa Halbach in 2005, the Netflix show Making a Murderer brought her a lot of attention.
We are ready to hear argument in cause number PD 024320, Sandra Jean Melgar versus the state of Texas.
Good morning to the court. I'm George McCall Seacrest Jr. from Houston, and along with Allison Seacrest, we represent Sandy Melgar on appeal and represented her at trial. The state did not prove Sandra Melgar's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and I contend, based upon a fair and full reading of the record in this case, and based upon its unique facts, the evidence is legally insufficient as a matter of law.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
So I know the state doesn't have to prove motive. They speculate about what your client's motive might have been. But if there's anything in the record or in the briefs I missed, is there any evidence of any, what would the motive to kill Jaime have been?
Zero. Let me
no, not for your client. I mean for someone else to kill him.
Oh, we believe it was home invasion, and that would be the motive. We believe that in fact people entered the home. We think this business about no breaking and entering, the garage door was up. It was an unlockable interior door, and there was, contrary to the Court of Appeals opinion, there was evidence that property was missing. Opioids were missing, a television set, jewelry, cash. That is the motive for why someone else did it.
Why would they not have killed your client too?
I don't know. I'd have to speculate.
There was another appeal for Sandra, but it was turned down again. One of the judges said that there is enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every important part of the crime. The Innocence Project of Texas said they would also be working on Sandra's case in late 2022. The woman has talked from jail and keeps telling the same story she always has.
They got it wrong. They got it completely wrong.
Sandra, did you kill your husband?
No, I did not kill my husband. No.
And you have grandkids.
And my grandbabies, yeah.
You're missing out on.
I know. I know that really hurts me. I miss them so much. I mean, I'm just gonna keep fighting this until I'm out of here. That's all I can do.
People have had different opinions about this case from the start because it is so strange, tough, and sad. There are many people who think Sandra planned the whole crime and set up the scene to get away with murder, while others think she is just as much of a victim. From the start, the police were sure it was her. They made up the narrative, and the killer or killers are still out there. A lot of websites, podcasts, and groups are trying to get her released, but some are also trying to keep her in. It's easy to see how bitter this case and conviction have been. No matter what anyone thinks, that night still leaves a lot of questions unanswered. Does someone deserve to be in jail for murder, or is the real killer already there? Sandra Melgar will be eligible for parole in 2031. If she is not granted parole, her release date is August 2044. She will be 85 years old. Jim Melgar was a kind, hard-working, and thoughtful man with a great sense of humor and a big heart. He is missed dearly by everyone. With so many questions about what happened still lingering, family and friends say it only becomes harder to find closure when that was already so tough to get in the first place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The killer was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, a Bain had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words. Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until Ban stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed 2 people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, he stated that he was afraid to do it alone, so he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittom explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittom, 2 young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Whittom, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, he threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which Ban was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vass had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila Ban couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittom stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vass and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts, repairing gadgets and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that 2 innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Parents can be very pushy, rude, and demanding in what they want. It's helpful sometimes and not so helpful other times. There are times when being so demanding can even be dangerous. Brett Ryan found himself in a just such case. He grew up in a wealthy and big Canadian family with 4 other sons. His parents were Bill and Susan. It might seem like having a lot of kids, especially boys, is a lot of hard work as a parent, but it wasn't for everyone. Their parents tried to show the younger Ryan the right way to do things. In addition to his well-known job at the Toronto Star Daily newspaper, his dad was interested in many things, like sports, yoga, and psychology. In terms of Susan, she worked very hard, and the whole family home depended on her. She spent all of her time with her husband and children and kept their huge house in a nice part of Toronto in perfect shape without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. As people walked by the family home, they would stop and look through the fence at the huge flowering garden. It's not fair to say that Brett was the family favorite, because Susan loved everyone the same. However, it might have looked like Brett got in the most trouble for disobeying. He was always able to get out of trouble, even when there was a lot of proof that he was involved. He found a way to show that he wasn't fully involved, and it's amazing how that skill helped him make a lot of friends. Brett was well liked at school, and everyone wanted to be friends with him or at least be able to handshake with him like his brothers. Brett went to college after high school. With the goal of being better than his brothers, he put an ad in the newspaper offering to paint people's homes and fences in Toronto. Things were going great at first, and the young man made his first dollar. Susan was so proud of her son that she used him as an example for other people. It's one thing to make this much money from a part-time job, though, and quite another to quit college and paint houses full-time instead of going to school. Brett stopped going to college after a while. In the beginning, Brett felt sure of himself around his older brothers. But once Christopher and Leland graduated and got jobs in their fields, Brett's authority started to slip. Christopher worked as a transit officer for the city of Toronto, and Leland became an artist and designer for the family. After school, they moved out of their parents' house. Brett stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother, who went to a school for gifted kids so he wouldn't have to spend some of his money on rent. Brett was getting more and more desperate as the years went by because he couldn't pay off his debts. He fell into depression. Brett owed more than $60,000 by 2007 when he was 26 years old. People thought Brett was smart, but he didn't know how to use his brain. He didn't show how bad he was either. He always had a smile on his face, helped everyone, and took part in volunteer work. His soul was such a huge black hole that no one could believe it. At last, the terrible moment arrived when there was no way out. At least, not legally. Brett did not have any work around the house or paint the house on October 28, 2007. In the fall, there were almost no orders because everyone who wanted to paint their house had already done so in the spring or summer. Winter was coming, so you shouldn't expect to make a lot of money. We couldn't wait for anything. Brett put on all the old clothes in his closet, like a hat, a long sweater that his older brother had given him, and a scarf that his mom had knitted. The scarf was way too long, and Brett had never worn it before, but it came in handy in the end. It fit around his face just right, leaving a small opening for his eyes. He then walked to the bank on the edge of his neighborhood. He walked funny on his right foot while holding a thick folder. Brett waited his turn at the bank. When an employee finally called for him, he went up to her and told her in a low voice that he had a gun on him. Besides that, he told her to get all the cash from the bank register and give it to him. If she didn't, he said, he would shoot her and kill her first. He took all the cash from the register from the girl, whose hands were shaking. Brett then quietly left the building so as not to alert the security guards. As he ran down the street, he looked at the money he had stolen. A little over $1,000 wasn't much. He would have to rob about 60 banks to pay off his debts. It sounds great, but there was no other way out. The new thief didn't show up at home for a few days because he thought the police would still be able to catch him. He drove all night in his car because he had an order in a nearby town, which he told his mother. Brett would sneak up on his house every once in a while to see if there was a police car in the bushes. He wasn't being looked for because it was quiet. He was going in the right direction, which was good. After the first theft, there were 2 more, then 3 more, and finally 4. Every time, Brett changed clothes because he no longer wore his old ones. He either bought them used or found them in the trash. He burned the used clothes after each crime. A store that sold costumes for parties is where Brett also bought a beard. The bank workers he threatened always noticed his beard, and later said that the attacker was a man with a beard. Many articles were written about the bearded robber in Toronto newspapers, but the robber never made a lot of money from heists. $3,000 was the most that could be stolen. Brett finally made a mistake. He was followed all the way home by the police after seeing his car on surveillance footage. At that point, they still didn't have any direct proof that he was guilty. It was chosen to just keep going after the suspect. As if Brett knew he was being watched from outside, he didn't commit any more thefts for 15 days. Before that, he usually went 3 or 4 days without committing a crime. The police felt like they were going in the wrong direction and wasting time by suspecting someone who wasn't guilty. But finally, good luck came their way. After leaving the house, Brett got into a car and drove off. He got out of the car near the bank wearing a new, strange outfit. He went into the branch and stayed there for a while. When he came out, he was met by police who handcuffed him and said that the much-talked-about bearded robber had been caught. Brett was being looked into for 7 months. It was charged against him to rob with a gun. The bearded robber always came to the bank empty-handed, even though he had a gun permit. He didn't even have a knife with him in. He was told he was guilty on 19 counts and sent to prison. After that, Brett and his family filed several appeals. Only 8 of the 19 counts were upheld after this was done. Brett didn't stop there, though. As soon as he had the chance to ask for parole, he did so. Brett asked that the fact that he committed these crimes while he was deeply depressed from 2 failed relationships and having a lot of debt be taken into account in his petition. But he also said again that he didn't bring any weapons to the crimes and wasn't planning to hurt anyone. His comments were taken seriously, but he had to meet with a psychologist in order to get out of jail early. It was good for Brett that the sessions helped him. While he was in jail, he didn't talk to his family. Now that he was out, he had taken a step toward getting closer to them and fixing things with them. The commissioners saw the changes for the better. Brett was finally freed on November 24th, 2010. The young man had fought so hard for freedom, but it turned out to be even more bitter and hard than before. Brett. What was his name before? A painter who has a lot on his mind. What was he doing now? Brett, the thief. Brett is the former prisoner with such a bad past. He was never hired by a business, and people who hired him to paint houses turned him down as soon as they saw the suspicious beard. Even Susan's neighbors who used to visit and compliment her garden started to spread some bad rumors about her. The Ryan family sold their house quickly and moved to Scarborough. Susan got back to working in her new garden, and Brett did get a job with a trading company, but the pay wasn't great. His parents also gave him money to help pay for his college education again. Brett kept seeing a psychologist, and every time, the expert told him the same thing. Don't cut ties with your family. Brett's advice from the psychologist really helped, but his money situation still needed a lot of work. It was September 2011 when he had his first lucky accident. His name is Kristen Bechter. Kristen was a really great girl. She had her own apartment with windows that looked out over the sea, so the young couple could enjoy the view. And most importantly, she didn't care about Brett's past. She played sports, which kept her body in shape. They also took trips together from time to time and had even been to Australia. While Brett was seeing the girl, his parents were very happy about his relationship with her. For another thing, they were sure that their son would finally grow up and find his place in society. Kristen would push him to do so. Brett thought things were getting better, but something bad happened that he couldn't change, which slowed down the start of a new phase. Brett was shocked when his father died. Brett started going to see a psychologist more often because his depression started to come back. He also had to help his mother with money, which he didn't have much of, and spend a lot of time with her. He had to build a long-term relationship with Kristen. The young people weren't teenagers, for whom it's enough to hang out and have fun. Brett decided to take a big step because he was deeply in love with this beautiful blonde. He had some money saved up and had told his mother that he wanted to start a family with Kristen. To do this, he knew he had to make her an offer she couldn't refuse. She would remember this day for the rest of her life. She understood what her son meant and gave him money to buy a ring. The couple had already talked about their plans for the future. And no, Kristen didn't need an expensive gift or anything like that. She only needed Brett to make a proposal for her to know that he was serious. He spent a lot of money, though, and got his love a gold ring with a big diamond. It was clear that Kristen would say yes. Then, as young people do, they started making plans for their wedding. Brett agreed with all of Kristen's choices and nodded his head. However, he was shocked by how much it cost and how much he had to think about his job. He looked on the internet for an engineering job opening at a big tech company, put together a resume, and sent it in. He did so well in the interview that they accepted him. At that time, Brett was glad. When he told his fiancée and mother about it, they were thrilled. He then asked his mother for money to buy an expensive suit for work. Once more, his mother did not say no to her son. Brett got a call from the company after the suit was already bought to say they had to turn him down because the security service knew about his criminal past. Brett felt like thunder hit him. Right away, his mood started to get worse and he finally gave up. Why go through all of these interviews and wait for answers when no one wants to hire a criminal, even if they have changed? The most important question is, why study? Brett thought that the money his mother and older brothers gave him for college should be used for his wedding to Kristen, so that's what he did. Brett was back in the situation he had just gotten away from. Not only did he not tell his counselor, but he also did not tell his family that he had quit college. He also didn't tell anyone that an engineering job had turned him down. He dressed up with a shirt, tie, and suit and went to paint houses. On the way, he changed his clothes. He told his family that he was at work in an office. Brett also constantly shared different photos from the office or business events on his social networks. Of course, these were downloaded from the web before. When he was with his family, he often pretended that his phone was ringing and that he had to get to work right away. No one would have thought Brett was just a normal painter because he was so good at getting dust in their eyes. Brett was going to get married in September 2016 after being with Kristen for 5 years. Even more, he agreed to rent a fancy restaurant where each guest would have to pay $100. Brett finally took matters into his own hands, got a great job, moved into a nice apartment, and married a beautiful woman. This made the whole Ariane family very happy. But they didn't know that Brett's lies had gone too far and there was no way out without getting hurt. That time the wedding was only a month away and it would cost a lot to put on. It happened over and over again. Our hero borrowed money from his mother. When he realized she could no longer help him, he told her she had to get a better paying job. Another thing he did was plan a bachelor party for August and invite all of his brothers and friends. Brett still chose to tell his counselor everything, even though the bombshell was about to go off. Brett had been telling his family lies for a year about being an engineer at a tech company. The psychologist felt bad that the client he had been working with for a long time had gone off track again. He told Brett that he had to tell his mom the truth. Brett put it off for a long time and thought about it for a long time. His mom was so mad because she had spent so much time telling everyone what a great son she had. Brett had to tell Kristen everything too, because she would keep quiet if he didn't. Her son was warned that his brothers already knew what was going on and were on her side. Brett was not able to do that. He had a hard time telling his mother the truth, and he couldn't tell Kristen the lies he told her. He did know that the wedding wouldn't happen because he lied about it being less than a month away. It would have been better for Kristen to know everything ahead of time, but he didn't say anything. Brett's plans weren't clear, and he couldn't help but worry that his mother would really tell his fiancée everything, which would mean that the scandal would have to happen. Brett shook every time Kristen's phone rang. He stopped breathing for a moment when he realized it wasn't his mother calling, but a friend of his future wife, asking about her wedding plans and giving her advice. He finally found a way to permanently shut up his mother. Brett was not allowed to have guns after being found guilty of robbery. That's why the boy chose to use a crossbow as the best way to carry out his plan. Also, it's a pretty quiet way to kill someone. Brett's late father liked to shoot crossbows at targets in the garden, and he taught Brett how to do it. He did hit the targets well, but his late father probably didn't think he would use that skill in that way. Brett got the crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store. He then hid them in Susan's garage behind some construction waste. He planned what he thought was a clever way to make up an alibi. He put a timer on the fan and tied a spoon to it. The fan turned on when the timer went off, and the spoon moved across the keyboard, sending comments that had already been written to YouTube. It must have looked like Brett had been at home all day, watching videos and leaving comments on them. Early on August 25th, Brett put on some strange clothes that covered his face. He then left the house through the back door to avoid the security cameras and took the train to his parents' house to get rid of anyone who could hurt him and Kristen for good. Susan was shocked when her son showed up out of the blue. That day, she wasn't feeling well, but Brett started to convince her again, even though his mother was sick. He even told her not to tell his future wife anything. The mother flatly turned him down. He got angry, and Susan knew something was wrong when she saw her son's angry eyes. She told him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way to help them. Brett was crazy. He ran to the garage and got a crossbow, but he was so angry and pumped up with adrenaline that he couldn't even shoot. He just hit his mother over the head with the gun. When he was sure she was dead, he wrapped the rope around her neck and put plastic bags over her body. Brett put some arrows in the crossbow and hid in the bushes until his brother came. Christopher finally showed up after some time and began calling for his mother or brother. As he did this, he was shot in the back of the neck, killing him within minutes. Alexander, the youngest brother, was the next person killed. It turns out that Susan also called him. He was also shot in the neck, but the arrow either didn't go very deep or didn't hit any important arteries. Alexander didn't die right away. He started to scream and call for help. Leland was inside the house, sleeping in his room on the second floor. He had no idea that his brother was killing people in the garage and garden. Leland woke up to the sound of screams and found Brett trying to choke Alexander downstairs. When Leland and Brett got into a fight, Leland quickly got the upper hand and pushed Brett aside. He then ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed home. He could not run away. At this very moment, he realized he had messed up his whole life. There was not anything to do. I asked Kristen to forgive him in a letter that he wrote on his phone. When the police got to the scene of the crime, they saw Brett, who was badly hurt, sitting next to his brother Alexander, who was also badly hurt but still alive. Alexander would later die in the hospital. When the police officer put his hands on him, Brett told them to take him to the station and he would tell them everything. He also said that his mother's body was buried under boxes in the garage, but no one could help her at the police station or during the trial. Brett told Susan that he didn't mean to kill her. His plan was just to scare her. On the other hand, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day, but only as witnesses. If they hadn't shown up, they would still be alive. That's how he tried to explain everything almost 10 years ago. He was depressed, but that didn't change the outcome of his sentence. It was important to the judge that Brett admitted to everything and didn't cause any problems for the police, but the young man still got 3 life sentences, 1 for each murder, with the chance to get out in 2041. Leland isn't talking to reporters, but everyone in Toronto knows him as the only person who made it out of that horrible scene alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The discovery of Paige Bergfeld's car marked the start of a mysterious and perplexing story that unfolded on July 1, 2007. On that day, the missing Paige's red Ford Focus was discovered. However, the location and condition of the car raised numerous questions and serious concerns. The car was in a remote location that Paige rarely visited. It was also completely engulfed in flames, implying that something terrible and unusual had occurred. The county district attorney had been looking into this case with great interest, and his preliminary findings indicated that the fire around the car was deliberate. The fact that nothing else in the area had burned supported this conclusion. The strange incident with Paige Bergfeld's car was only the beginning of a much more complicated story. Paige's family and friends will remember June 28, 2007 as a special day. The young woman left her 3 children with her friend Carol Linderholm and left early in the morning on this ordinary day. Nothing pointed to trouble, and no one could have predicted what would happen next. Paige was a responsible mother who always called or came to pick up her children on time. This time, however, a warning was issued, but Paige never returned to pick up her children. Concerned friends and family members began attempting to contact her, but their efforts were futile. Jazz, the eldest of her children, took the initiative to look for the missing woman. She insisted on searching with Carol after sending several messages to her mother's phone and receiving no response. Jazz reported to the police station that her mother had not returned for her. This 911 call was critical in the beginning of the police investigation in the search for Paige Bergfeld. Paige's loved one's concern grew with each passing hour. The community was shocked by Paige's mysterious disappearance, and many were eager to assist in the search for her. A massive public search was launched to reunite this young woman with her children and loved ones. On the same day, Paige's father, Frank Bergfeld, received a disturbing call from a sheriff's department official. The message was brief but devastating. His daughter had vanished. Frank realized that something serious had occurred. He attempted to contact Paige but received no response. Frank dialed his oldest son, Craig, who was on the other side of the country, terrified and desperate. Craig didn't think twice about purchasing a one-way ticket and arriving in town to assist in the search for his sister. Family members and friends joined forces with police and volunteers to launch a massive search. People from various neighborhoods began looking for Paige, combing the area and checking every corner for any sign of her whereabouts. Paige's relationships with her loved ones were investigated to see if they had anything to do with her disappearance. Authorities naturally focused on Paige's relationship with her first husband, Howard Bigler. That relationship started during her high school years. Paige enrolled in nursing school at the University of Florida after graduating from high school, where she met a young man named Howard Bigler. They began dating because their feelings for each other were mutual. Paige returned to Colorado after completing her nursing degree and continuing to live with her family. She and Howard Bigler married after some time in 1995. The spouses appeared to be a happy couple at first glance. They shared many interests and perspectives on life. However, there was one major schism in their marriage that eventually led to divorce. Paige wished to have a child and start a family, but Howard was not interested. On numerous occasions, this topic became the source of heated debates and discussions. None of their attempts to reach an agreement were successful, and the couple decided to divorce in 1997. Despite the divorce, their bond remained strong, and the former spouses remained friends. Paige later married Rob Dixon, but their marriage was also annulled. Paige reconnected with Howard after her divorce from Rob. Paige's first husband claimed to be one of the last people to see her alive on the 28th. They met in Eagle County, Colorado for personal reasons. They spent Thursday together before splitting up and returning to their respective cities. Howard confirmed that they kept in touch by phone after the meeting. In addition, when Howard learned of Paige's disappearance, he immediately contacted emergency services. He expressed his deep concern and belief that something terrible had happened to Paige while speaking with the operator. He observed that she would never abandon her children without a reason. Cell tower data confirmed the phone recording, indicating that Howard was in the Denver, Colorado area on the day Paige vanished, which is several hours away from where she vanished. This gave officers a reason to remove Howard from the suspect list. Paige's relationship with her second husband, Rob Dixon, was thoroughly investigated by police, who quickly uncovered numerous events that raised questions and warranted further investigation. Paige had reported Rob to the police twice for harassment during their marriage, it turned out. Paige took a job at a Denver strip club after her divorce from her first husband, where she met Rob Dixon, a wealthy man who had inherited a large fortune through his family's business. Paige and Rob married in 1998 after falling in love with each other. Paige's dream of becoming a mother was realized when the family moved to a luxurious home in Colorado. After a few years, the couple had 3 children, who became the most important thing in her life. Paige and Rob were immersed in the world of luxury and led a well-to-do lifestyle during their first years of marriage. Suddenly, however, things started to fall apart, and the reason for this was Rob's financial difficulties. Some of his family's businesses had serious problems, and as a result, the family's financial situation deteriorated to the point where Rob was forced to declare bankruptcy. The financial collapse triggered a major family crisis. Paige had called 911 twice by 2004 because family tensions had reached critical levels. She reported Rob threatening to kill her and the children the first time, but by the time the police arrived, she and Rob claimed to have resolved their issues on their own. A year later, there was a completely different incident. Paige filed an assault report against Rob, alleging that he hit her while she was holding her youngest child. Rob was arrested and charged with third-degree assault this time. Rob avoided jail time after pleading guilty to 1 count of molestation. The husband and wife's relationship deteriorated further, and they decided to divorce, after which Rob relocated to Pennsylvania. Investigators interviewed Rob to try to establish his alibi for the day Paige went missing. Rob claimed he was at home and couldn't have hurt her, ruling out his involvement in her disappearance. Investigators were unable to link Rob to the disappearance, so he eventually joined the search and became very involved in the effort to find Paige. The detectives made no compromises in their pursuit of clues and unraveling the mystery surrounding Paige Bergfeld's disappearance. One of their first steps was to thoroughly examine Paige's car, with the hope that it contained evidence that could help them find her or shed light on her disappearance. According to Sergeant Weiler of the County Sheriff's Department, arson is frequently used to destroy potential evidence. However, the vehicle examination provided useful information. They discovered that the driver's seat had been pushed all the way back, indicating that the last person to drive the Ford was a tall person, which contradicted Paige's short stature and inability to reach the pedals from that distance. They discovered Paige's missing notebook in the trunk of the car, with pages torn out from June 26th to June 29th. The search for Paige became more desperate with each passing hour. A random driver encountered tire problems on a highway southeast of town a few days after the burning car was discovered. He discovered a checkbook nearby while investigating and immediately reported it to the authorities. They also discovered medical records, insurance cards, and other items belonging to Paige along this stretch of road. Sergeant Weiler discovered that several pages from Paige's checkbook had been torn out and were scattered over a large area. The most significant find, however, was a business card found on the side of the road. This discovery revealed that Paige led a secret life that her loved ones were unaware of. According to the business card, she worked as an escort under the alias Carrie. This revelation called into question all previous assumptions about Paige's disappearance, leading investigators into uncharted territory. Paige realized she needed to work hard after her divorce to provide for her children, so she set out on a determined path. She started her own children's clothing company, taught dance, and sold kitchen supplies. Paige, despite her hectic schedule, always made time for her children, attended PTA meetings, and was involved in school groups. The discovery of a cell phone in Paige's car was a major breakthrough. Detectives looked through a list of contacts and phone calls made and received in the hours leading up to Paige's disappearance. The last call made from that phone was around 9 p.m. on June 28th. This resulted in the identification of 7 suspects, one of whom was Lester Ralph Jones. Lester Jones's criminal history, which included domestic violence and kidnapping, drew special attention from investigators. He had been in prison for 5 years for kidnapping. Furthermore, Paige's friend Carol saw a car with a similar external description to Lester's white car. Carol told Paige about an incident in which another white car blocked her driveway, and when Paige tried to drive away, a collision occurred, and the unknown driver fled the scene. Lester Jones had attempted to schedule an appointment with Paige for intimate services the day before she vanished, according to further investigation. Although Lester was questioned and denied any involvement in Paige's disappearance, police discovered suspicious items in his home, including a disposable cell phone, men's wigs, Viagra, a sheet with an escort services phone number, and women's lingerie in various sizes. Lester's possession of a disposable cell phone raised suspicions. An examination of Paige's cell phone call records revealed that on the day of her disappearance, someone attempted to contact her several times from an unregistered number. During questioning, Lester denied having a second cell phone, indicating that he had lied to the police. The disposable phone's packaging led authorities to believe it was purchased at a supermarket on North Avenue. Lester was identified as the purchaser in store video footage, though he refused to acknowledge his presence in the video. Lester Jones emerged as the primary suspect in Paige's disappearance as a result of these developments. However, there was no concrete evidence linking him to the crime. The police continued to monitor him and worked hard to find Paige's body in order to gather enough evidence to press charges. For several years, the case was put on hold, leaving Paige's family and loved ones in a state of grief and uncertainty. A significant breakthrough occurred in 2012 when a hiker unintentionally discovered human remains in a Delta County ravine, very close to where Paige's personal belongings had been discovered 5 years earlier. A DNA test was performed, which confirmed that the remains belonged to Paige. While the exact cause of death could not be determined due to the state of the body, it was clear that Paige had suffered multiple injuries, including broken bones in her face, which were most likely the result of a severe beating. This revelation added a chilling new dimension to Paige's tragic story. Soil erosion had brought her remains to the surface over time, which could explain why she hadn't been discovered sooner. After Paige's remains were discovered in November 2014, Lester Ralph Jones was charged with first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and kidnapping. The trial lasted 22 days and started in July 2016. Prosecutors claimed Lester, who had a history of violence against women, became frustrated when he couldn't get an appointment with Paige to use her services. Lisa, Lester's ex-wife, testified for the prosecution, recounting her own terrifying experience with Lester, in which he kidnapped and threatened to kill her at gunpoint in the late 1990s. During one of these incidents, Lisa's partner was shot. Lester's defense attorneys attempted to argue that the police had detained an innocent man and suggested that other potential Paige clients may have been involved in the crime. They did not, however, provide convincing evidence linking other people to the murder. Lester's current wife testified in front of the jury and confirmed that he had used an escort service, but she did not provide an alibi. She also recognized him in surveillance video from a supermarket where Lester bought a disposable phone. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict on September 9, 2016, resulting in a mistrial. The district attorney, on the other hand, remained convinced of Lester's guilt and continued to work tirelessly on the case, re-examining all evidence. After reviewing the evidence, the jury reached a decision on November 21, 2016. Lester was found guilty on all charges related to Page's death. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Page's final farewell was held on April 28, 2012, and her obituary described her as a beautiful and radiant woman with a sun-like smile. Her tragic death left an indelible mark on the hearts of her family and friends, and her 3 children had to deal with the loss of their mother, who had been a source of support and encouragement to them. Page's case drew widespread attention and lasted many years, but the unwavering determination of her family and law enforcement ultimately resulted in justice. Lester Ralph Jones was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he could no longer cause harm to others. Page's story is a powerful reminder of the importance of persevering in the pursuit of justice, even when it takes time and effort. Her spirit will live on in the hearts of those who knew and loved her. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was due to give birth as soon as possible. Doctors predicted labor in a few weeks. Belinda, like all pregnant women, was extremely tired and quickly exhausted. She still had her son Evan, who needed attention and care. That day, David decided to relieve his wife of household chores and give her some time to rest in the evening. To keep her from being distracted, he and his son went for a walk in the park. The father and son were enjoying their walk in the fresh air. Walking quickly tires and whets the appetite, so they stopped at a cafe to eat a sandwich and drink a Coke. After the cafe, they drove home. David parked the car and noticed that the front door to his house had broken glass. "Evan, I'm going to take you to visit Harland for a bit, okay?" David asked. Without waiting for his son's response, he quickly led him across the street to a neighboring house where family friends lived. "Why can't we go to Mom's?" asked the son, who struggled to keep up with his father. David replied, "Mom is in the hospital right now." He didn't know what else to say, so he kept going. Quentin Harland had barely opened the door to the unexpected visitors and had not even had a chance to greet them when David took his son into the living room and ran toward his house. Quentin, not understanding anything, yelled at his wife to look after the child and ran after his silent friend. "What's the matter, Quentin?" he yelled. But when he saw the Temple's broken front door, he realized David most likely had no idea what was waiting for him inside. The house was a disaster, with all of the closets open, items scattered on the floor, and, worst of all, blood trails leading to the stairs. Quentin pushed David aside and noticed Belinda lying belly down beneath the stairs in the dressing room, her arms spread apart and a large hole in the back of her head. David, apparently in shock, did not cry out, did not say anything, did not rush to his wife's body, but instead took out his cell phone and dialed the police number. The operator on the other end of the line had not anticipated the brutality of the murder, so he instructed David to check Belinda's pulse and even perform CPR. "What the hell kind of CPR are you talking about? Her head is splattered all over the walls," he replied. Police officers responded quickly to the scene, but they did not enter the house for a long time. Shaq, the Temple family's bull terrier, growled and barked at the unfamiliar uniformed men, appearing ready to lunge at the police officers. One officer even drew his service pistol. David, who had emerged from the house, yelled for them to put their guns away and hurriedly led the aggressive dog into the garage. Once inside the house where the tragedy occurred, the police investigated and concluded that burglars had been at work. They were unaware that the mistress was in the house at the time. Even though she was pregnant, they had no choice but to shoot her and thus eliminate the witness. In 1986, Belinda attended college in her hometown. Even though her twin sister Brenda left to attend Steve Austin University, Belinda remained with her parents because, in high school, she began dating Marshall Kelmy, who was 3 years her senior and whom she adored. Her father and mother were against the relationship, at the very least, because of her boyfriend, Their daughter would be unable to obtain a prestigious education, and as is typical, she would become pregnant early and drop out of even a community college. There were numerous scandals in their household regarding this topic. Carol's mother refused to let her daughter start a joint life with Marshall, saying, "He is nobody to you. When you get married, you can move out anywhere, but until then, you have your own house." Belinda was a stubborn girl who always got her way, so her mother's words must have served as a wake-up call. Later, at a family dinner to which Marshall had been invited despite his reservations, the young couple announced their engagement. There was a palpably silence at the table. "Well, now that they've decided," Mom gritted her teeth, and they remained silent for the rest of the evening. Belinda had made the decision herself, wanting to show her parents that she was an adult capable of making her own decisions. Her boyfriend was not particularly eager for an official marriage, but he did not refuse his girlfriend's proposal. Belinda packed her belongings and moved in with her husband, who was still living with his parents at the time, with no plans to rent a separate place. Indeed, their relationship was unaffected by their official marriage. As previously stated, Belinda did everything she could to avoid motherly reproaches and achieve independence. But the taste of this life proved to be very bitter. Not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, claiming to be working late, but in fact with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed her husband acting strangely one day. She waited until his workday was over before following her husband. That's when everything came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with a strange woman, most likely a colleague. The deceived wife did not organize any fights or jealousy scenes, but instead packed her belongings and returned to her mother. The guilty Marshall hung around her house for a long time, frequently calling to beg her forgiveness, but Belinda was unwavering and too proud to forgive the young man. They soon divorced. By 1998, Belinda was pregnant with her child, but continued to work part-time at the school. The children listened to her half-heartedly, respected her for her fairness, and were even slightly scared. Belinda was concerned that due to her pregnancy, she would miss the inter-school basketball competition and would be unable to adequately prepare the team. Her colleague, Richard Bachman, didn't care about her team or children in general. He had confessed to her numerous times that if he had another job, he would have quit being a teacher long ago. Belinda despised this attitude and couldn't understand why this flabby and overweight 40-year-old man was still in his position. Belinda was not one of those teachers who tolerated student absenteeism, so when she discovered that one of her students, high school senior Riley Joe Sanders, had been absent from class for months, she immediately contacted her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her fault as a teacher or if the boy was a habitual truant. Her colleagues responded that it was not her fault. The boy was raised in a bad family, no one cared about him, and he only attended school on rare occasions. Belinda could not leave it at that. That same evening, she went to see his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious conversation with her, which later proved fruitful. However, it did not meet the young teacher's expectations. Riley Joe Sanders came to class and practiced on an equal footing with the other students. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words, saying something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." After her breakup with Marshall in 1987, Belinda had nothing left in her hometown, so she accompanied her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. She enjoyed her time at the university. It appeared that she had truly discovered her calling. In addition to studying, she worked part-time as a basketball coach, and the young woman had high hopes. At the same university, she met David Temple. He, like Belinda, was a part-time soccer coach who also played as captain of the university team. Soccer was an important part of David's life. He had been playing since he was a child, and it was clear from the start that he would become a school star. Despite David's difficult personality, he always played well for his team and was respected by all teachers. He could easily insult someone or start a fight, but he got away with it all while on the field during the game. Belinda also attended the Taste, and David's parents idolized her. They liked that she, like their son, was a big sports fan, so they had a lot in common. But her twin sister and Belinda's friends were not pleased with the union. They knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent woman, and in this relationship, she changed dramatically. She became constrained, silent, and humble. Her whole life seemed to revolve around pleasing David. In addition to everything else, Belinda's toxic relationship caused her to become estranged from her family. Calls to her parents became increasingly infrequent, and trips home, whether for vacation or weekends, ceased entirely. Who in the family might like this? Closer to graduation, the couple purchased a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After receiving their long-awaited diplomas, David and Belinda married. In 1999, police began investigating the crime scene. How could a burglar enter a home guarded by such a vicious dog? In fact, how could the perpetrator distract the bull terrier that was preventing the police from entering the temple yard? Then they focused their attention on the front door. The glass was broken, as if the perpetrator attempted to open the lock from inside. However, in that case, the shards of glass would have been near the threshold. They were in the distance, to the right of the entrance. So, when the door was unlocked, the glass broke. Why would they do this? In the living room, there was a box on a nightstand and a toppled TV on the floor next to it. The policeman opened it, revealing earrings, rings, a chain, and gold jewelry. Additionally, it was unclear why the robber did not touch the jewelry. With each passing minute inside the Temple family home, the police officers became increasingly convinced that everything had happened in a dramatization. They knew from experience that in a robbery, the criminal takes everything they can find and carries it away. However, it appeared that nothing had been taken. Then there was the dog who would not leave their thoughts. Something was obviously wrong here. The murder was committed by firing a shot in the back of the head, most likely with a 12-gauge shotgun, while the victim was kneeling with their back to the killer. However, shotguns are not a popular weapon among robbers. It's extremely difficult to carry or transport without being noticed. In Belinda's case, the murder occurred at 4 p.m., and no criminal would walk around with a shotgun in broad daylight. "David, do you keep any weapons at home?" one officer inquired. "Yeah, I have a couple of rifles," David explained. David showed the police officers his weapons, but not the shotgun that could have killed Belinda. The cops asked David to accompany them to the station to provide a statement and take inventory of the stolen items. The man was extremely nervous, but he went with the police officers. His son, Evan, who had no idea what had happened, stayed at Harlan's house. In 1996, David Temple and Quentin Harlan were not only neighbors, but also worked at the same school. You could say they were true friends. They frequently met outside of work hours to watch games on TV or have a family BBQ. Something other than their shared interest in sports brought David and Quentin together one day. Heather Scott was a new young teacher at the school. Quentin immediately paid attention to her, gave her various signs of interest, and even invited her to dinner one night. But Heather turned him down. Quentin happened to have a rival who, surprisingly, turned out to be David. Quentin was outraged and resentful that his married friend, who even had a son, was developing a secret relationship at work. You have to give it to Quentin. He was a good friend who could keep secrets. Heather had no idea David was married because he didn't wear a wedding ring and didn't tell her anything about his real life. Furthermore, outside of the school, David and Heather appeared to be a happy couple, which was noticed by the entire teaching staff. Belinda knew nothing about David's second life. She once talked to Quentin and told him she suspected her husband of cheating. However, Quentin, of course, dissuaded the suffering wife. "You have a vivid imagination. David is your husband and a great family man. How could you think such a thing?" said the man. And there was plenty to think about. If David had previously been extremely reverent toward Belinda, he could now insult his wife in public. For example, he frequently referred to her as fat, despite the fact that she had only gained a few pounds since giving birth. He asked her to move to another room when there were guests in the house, as if her untidy appearance scared them, and so on. Instead of having a serious conversation with her husband about it, Belinda accepted this attitude toward herself while crying at night and feeling deeply unhappy as a woman. Meanwhile, David was enjoying his new relationship with Heather. In 1999, the police suspected David but couldn't prove it. Flipping through the case files of burglaries in the neighborhood, they discovered that 8 days before the murder at the Temple house, a house on the next street was burglarized, and the perpetrator was Riley Joe Sanders, the same persistent truant from the school where Belinda taught and who had threatened her. He was immediately brought in for questioning. Riley had no alibi on the day of the murder, and his father owned a shotgun, albeit a 12 gauge. However, when they searched the Sanders house, no weapon was discovered. When the high school student discovered that, police had every reason to detain him. He admitted that on the day of the teacher's murder, he was with friends and concealed it because he was with a large group of people smoking pot and did not want to frame others with his testimony. Riley's charge has been dropped. David became increasingly estranged from his family after starting a new relationship with a co-worker in 1998. His psychological pressure on his wife increased gradually. He never raised his hand to her, and their entire communication consisted of insults. It was during this year that Belinda discovered she was pregnant again. This news made her forget all of David's previous offenses, and she was ecstatic. David appeared to be attempting to portray himself as a happy father as well, but it was ineffective. David didn't always return home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask why, because her husband could become enraged and cause a major scandal. A pregnant woman didn't want that. Belinda frequently asked David to assist her in preparing for the baby's birth, such as going to the store for supplies, making repairs in the new children's room, and installing wall shelves. David ignored all of his wife's requests, and Belinda, despite her position, began to do everything herself, including going shopping, painting the walls, and assembling the purchased furniture. David made no effort at all. Christmas was coming. Belinda was already 8 months pregnant. She decided to talk with her husband about what they would give each other. However, David suggested that they not exchange gifts this year because the money saved would be better spent on the baby who was about to be born. Especially since the doctors had warned the expectant mother that she might go into premature labor and the baby could be born before the new year, Christmas arrived. Despite their agreement not to give each other anything, David never gave Belinda anything, not even a small gift. Furthermore, he packed his belongings and announced that he would be spending the entire New Year's holiday with friends on the hunt. Belinda informed her sister, and she canceled all plans to visit her so that Belinda would not feel abandoned. As the doctors warned, labor could start at any time. David, of course, was not on any hunting trips with his friends. He spent the holidays with Heather, who wore a gold necklace that Temple had given her for Christmas. In 2007, it appeared that David Temple had nearly forgotten about his wife's murder, as if Belinda Temple had never existed. He didn't care that 5 years had passed since the murder, and the perpetrator had yet to be identified. He married Heather in 2001, and together they raised Evan. However, in November 2004, he received a knock on the door. On the doorstep, police officers handcuffed David and informed him that he was being held on suspicion of murdering Belinda Temple. David, like before, denied everything. David's trial didn't start until 2007. According to the investigation, the motive for the crime was his new romantic relationship with Heather. David's interviewees stated that they overheard him bragging about how easily he swapped his fat and pregnant wife for a young and beautiful Heather on several occasions during her pregnancy. According to the prosecution, David murdered Belinda as soon as she returned home from work because the young woman was wearing her work uniform and shoes. He then began the robbery by throwing items around the house before quickly driving to the park with his son, providing an alibi. The prosecution also stated that nothing was stolen from the house and that there was a vicious dog in the yard who would not allow any strangers into the house. The murder weapon was most likely dropped by David in the rice paddy, as witnesses saw David's car stop near the paddy with only Evan in it. However, the shotgun was never found in that location. Heather testified that before Belinda's murder, their relationship with David was not serious, and she didn't even love him. Temple clearly disliked these words, which added confusion to the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for a non-serious relationship? Or is Heather lying to save her husband in this way? In November 2007, David was sentenced to life in prison. In 2009, Riley Sanders' friend goes to the police to clear his conscience. Riley told him a few years ago that he took his father's shotgun with the intent of robbing the Temple family home and teaching his teacher a lesson about his mother's popularity at school. And he almost got into the house, but at that point, a bull terrier ran out of the garage, and Riley shot at the dog but did not hit him, and he quickly fled, fearing that the sound of shotgun fire would attract the neighbors. The court received this testimony, and the case was reviewed. In the meantime, David was released from prison on bail. Heather had no intention of marrying a man who had spent so much time in jail and didn't know how long he would be there. She has filed for divorce. The jury took a long time to decide what type of punishment David deserved. The pandemic began when Temple was free, and the court had yet to decide on a sentence. It was not until 2023 that the case was reviewed. In the end, David was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. His son Evan did not believe his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder until the very end of the trial, and he supported him throughout. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of Laci Peterson, a young school teacher, not only shocked the public with its unimaginable cruelty and inhumanity, but it also set the stage for the passage of the Laci and Connor Act. Connor was the name of her unborn son, who died alongside his mother, and the law was intended to protect children from violence before birth and punish those who endanger their lives and health. The case is far from unique, but the fact that a pregnant woman was abused by someone close to her, who was supposed to protect and care for her, is shocking and puzzling. Several television documentaries have been produced about the case. Despite circumstantial and controversial evidence, no one questioned the defendant's guilt. And he, in all of his appearances, demonstrated that he is not sorry or repentant for what he did. This is one of those stories that gives you chills all over. But let's try to figure out how the guy who was considered a model family man decided to commit such an atrocity. Who was Laci Peterson? Laci Denise Peterson, maiden name Rocha, was born in May 1975 in Modesto, a small town in the central part of California. Dennis Rocha and Sharon Anderson had known each other since high school, and their teenage romance resulted in marriage and the birth of 2 children, Brandon, the eldest, and Laci, the daughter. Curiously, the mother named her daughter after a local beauty queen that she admired. The family owned their own farm, so the children learned to work in the fields and care for animals from a young age. The girl was extremely close to her mother. They worked together to create a beautiful garden filled with flowers and fruit trees. Then Laci considered connecting her future life to this occupation and pursuing a specialized profession. When the kids were still small, the family faced a crisis, and no matter how hard the spouse tried, they were unable to save the marriage and soon divorced. By mutual agreement, the children continued to live with their mother in their hometown. 2 years later, Sharon remarried. Her chosen one was a childhood friend named Ron Grant Ski. Ron treated his wife's children as his own, and in fact replaced their birth father, who was uninterested in the heirs' lives following the divorce. The girl even started calling him Daddy. A few years later, the couple had a daughter named Emily Laci, who grew up to be a kind, sociable, and open girl. She always had a large group of friends. She did well in school and was a member of the cheerleading team. After graduating from high school, the dark-haired beauty passed her exams and was accepted into the prestigious California State University. She decided to pursue her childhood dream of becoming a landscape designer. Laci has always been a creative person who enjoys drawing, so she found her chosen profession, which is Scott Peterson. Scott Lee Peterson is also a California native, but he was born on October 24, 1972, in the large metropolis of San Diego, in the southwest of the state, to Jacqueline Helen Latham and Arthur Lee Peterson. The boy grew up in a fairly well-to-do family and from a young age, he knew nothing to refuse. His father owned a business that produced packaging materials, and his mother ran a designer clothing store. By the way, her boutique was located in Hollywood. Among the regular customers were several celebrities. Scott's difficult personality began to emerge in childhood. He enjoyed being the center of attention, did not tolerate bans or refusals, and was described as a spoiled, capricious, and even arrogant child in school. The boy began playing golf at a young age and considered pursuing a professional career in the sport. He was friends with Philip Mickelson, also known as Lefty, the future professional golfer who was ranked second in the world in 2012. As a teenager, Scott was one of San Diego's best athletes. Following graduation, the young man enrolled in one of Arizona's universities, where a promising athlete paid for half of his education. However, Peterson was unable to receive a diploma because he was expelled for inappropriate behavior following a raucous potluck, already consuming strong alcohol in the presence of other students. After months of deliberation and searching for a suitable location, the young man applied to the University of California, where he initially intended to study economics but later changed his mind and transferred to the Faculty of Agriculture. By the way, Scott took the educational process very seriously and responsibly this time, becoming an exemplary student because his parents threatened to leave him without a job if he was expelled again. Scott and Lacey, a love story. Young people met while studying at university. Scott began working part-time in one of the local coffee shops, where he also worked as a waitress alongside a former classmate and close friend of Lacey. Lacey frequently stopped by to eat and see her friend, and when she noticed the handsome young man, Scott noticed the smiling petite brunette and began to give her his full attention. One day, Lacey went to the coffee shop but didn't see her friend. She decided to ask Scott what was wrong. They quickly started talking. However, because Scott had to work, Lacey wrote her phone number on a napkin so they could contact each other later. Scott called her back that evening, and Lacey was thrilled. After speaking with him, he informed her mother that she had contacted her future husband. A few days later, he asked his new acquaintance out on a first date, and Lacey readily agreed. It's worth noting that Peterson had another passion besides golf, fishing, so he invited Lacey to go deep-sea fishing in an open body of water. She accepted the offer, but she became seasick on the boat, forcing the couple to quickly return to shore and family life. Nonetheless, after that not-so-great first date, the couple began to meet, and a few years later, they decided to move in together. Scott had finally abandoned his dreams of a professional sports career and decided to start his own small business. In the summer of 1997, he used the startup capital to help his parents. After Lacey received her diploma, the couple held a traditional wedding with a white dress veil and vows at the altar. They only invited family and close friends to the celebration. And as a venue, they chose the popular Sycamore Mineral Springs Resort, which is located on the ocean in Western California. Following their wedding, the couple moved to San Luis Obispo, a small resort town between Los Angeles and San Francisco. They decided to open their own sports bar, but the idea was doomed from the beginning. There were rumors that Scott's parents once again assisted with the execution of the business plan. However, they later denied it, claiming that their son was a poor businessman who they discovered while he was still attending university. Anyway, the couple's business was not very successful. They initially had constant problems, first with the institution itself, then with the management, but they eventually managed to spin the number of visitors up over time, and by 2000, when the Petersons decided to sell the institution, it was already a well-known and popular destination. The couple decided to settle in Lacey, their hometown, and start a family. They bought a small, cozy house in a good neighborhood, a car, and a dog. And about a year later, the young woman told her husband the happy news that they would soon be parents. Lacey had already decided to change her career path and accepted a position as an art teacher at a local school. Her husband was having difficulty finding work and was forced to accept a position with a fertilizer and organic fertilizer company. Lacey tried to be the perfect wife in order to bring comfort and peace into her and her husband's new home. She kept everything in perfect order, loved cooking, entertaining guests, and had a lovely flower garden on the lawn. Scott appeared to be supportive of his wife in all aspects, and from the outside they appeared to be the perfect couple. He accepted the news of the upcoming addition to the family with joy. When the couple discovered they would have a boy, they actively began to choose a name for him. The future parents chose the name Connor for their son, and everyone was sure that they were looking forward to the child's birth as a pregnant teacher. Lacey, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, mysteriously disappeared on December 24, 2002. Lacey's mother and stepfather, who had been unable to contact her throughout the day, raised the first alarms. She did not answer the phone or return calls, which was unusual for her. As it turned out, the husband had been unaware of his wife's whereabouts the day before. She had visited her parents as well as the beauty salon where her sister Amelia worked. She was cheerful as she prepared for the Christmas and New Year's Eve celebrations. Lacey allegedly went for a morning walk with her dog, but a few hours later, neighbors discovered the Petersons' dog wandering down the street, dragging a dirty leash behind him. At the time, no one suspected anything wrong. The neighbor, he said, simply thought the dog had escaped, so we took him to the owner's backyard. For the evening, the concerned parents called the police and reported him missing, requesting that they begin searching immediately because Lacey was pregnant, and if she was in trouble, she required assistance as soon as possible. However, she was never found that day or the next. A day later, word of the missing teacher spread throughout town, prompting hundreds of volunteers to join the search. People combed the area, pasting flyers with portraits of the girl and organizing search pages and social networks where they posted detailed information about the missing mother and stepfather. The older brother and younger sister appealed to all concerned on television, requesting assistance in the search and sharing any useful information for which a reward was even announced, except that Scott behaved strangely and even suspiciously, refusing to participate in press conferences, showing little interest in the search results, and appearing unconcerned. Mr. Peterson's behavior, according to the investigator in charge of the case, raised suspicions from the start. He was frighteningly calm, and the police officer's questions annoyed him. He asked no questions, acted arrogantly, and, most interestingly, confused his statements by changing them multiple times. Scott was the last person to see his spouse on the day she went missing. He went to the golf course in the morning to get some exercise and play while his wife stayed at home, intending to walk the dog and do some cleaning later. When he got home, he found the dog in the backyard, but Lacey was nowhere to be found. Scott did not go to the police because he believed his wife was visiting her parents. However, when she still did not show up, he became concerned and called his mother-in-law's house, where he was informed that Lacey had not arrived, and that's when the first inconsistencies in Scott's testimony became apparent. First, no one could confirm his alibi because he hadn't been seen on the golf course. Second, the father-in-law claimed, as confirmed by the taped conversations, that he had called Scott himself while looking for his stepdaughter, but he replied that he had no idea where she could be. Peterson then abruptly changed tactics, stating that he had changed his mind about playing golf and instead planned to go fishing at a secluded location in Berkeley Harbor. He explained the confusion over the phone calls by stating that all of the relatives were on edge and couldn't remember who had called whom or when during the inspection of the couple's home. A strange and frightening detail was discovered. Lacey's purse, which contained her house keys, phone, and some cash, had gone missing. She wouldn't have left the house without at least taking her dog for a walk to the nearby park. How would she lock the front door? This nuance was alarming, raising suspicions that Lacey had not vanished on the street, but rather from her own home. A grisly discovery. On April 13, nearly 4 months after the pregnant teacher went missing, local fishermen noticed something strange on the rocky shores of San Francisco Bay and decided to investigate further. As it turned out, their attention was drawn to the body of an infant that had washed up on shore. The boy's body had hardly decomposed, but it was severely disfigured, apparently as a result of the body being battered by the waves against the rocks for quite some time. His umbilical cord appeared to have been torn rather than cut. A day later, in a different part of the bay, a few kilometers from where the infant was discovered, a severely decomposed body of a young woman was discovered. The corpse was so disfigured that it wasn't immediately identifiable as human remains. But the most gruesome aspect was that the body was missing its head and most of its limbs. There were only a few fragments of clothing left on the body, including a special maternity bra. It was simply impossible to identify the body, so only DNA testing could determine that it belonged to the missing teacher. According to criminalists, the baby was well preserved because he was in the womb the entire time, but the body rejected the fetus during the decomposition process. According to eyewitnesses who discovered the boy, something strange resembling a ribbon or rope was wrapped around his neck, and he had a large cut on his body. Although the autopsy results were never officially released, the experts claimed that the cut was caused by a wave hitting the body against a sharp rock, and that the noose around his neck was simply trash. Scott evaded capture during the investigation and search. Furthermore, Lacey's parents actively defended their son-in-law for the first few days, describing him as an ideal husband and their marriage as happy and built on love and trust. But the more the police learned about this man, the more suspicious he appeared to them. Peterson began cheating on his wife almost immediately after the wedding, even before the couple moved to Modesto. Later, he had numerous mistresses with whom he lied about not being married or recently widowed. Thus, in the fall of 2002, Scott went on a blind date with a lovely blonde named Amber Frey. The girl worked as a seuse and raised her young daughter alone. She was looking for a life partner who would love and accept her and her child, and Scott was handsome and polite. She knew the feelings were mutual. Scott almost immediately admitted that he had recently been widowed, and that the upcoming Christmas would be the first without his beloved deceased wife. Amber consoled him as best she could, and from that point forward, they communicated almost daily. Scott soon told his mistress that they could move in together after the holidays, and the couple began to plan their future together. True, Scott stated that he has never wanted to have his own children and plans to undergo a sterilization procedure known as a vasectomy, but he was also prepared to raise daughter Amber as his own. Everything was fine until Amber happened to see a TV report about the disappearance of a pregnant local teacher. Despite the fact that the missing woman's husband did not give an interview or appear in front of the cameras, the broadcast featured photos of her and Lacey together, and Amber recognized her lover. Another intriguing feature was Scott's drastic change in appearance following his wife's disappearance, which included growing a beard and bleaching his naturally dark hair on his head and face. Amber couldn't believe what she was seeing and hoped it was all a dream. However, she soon realized that she was dating the same guy. She went straight to the police and told them everything, even agreeing to record their phone conversations. Amber wondered why Scott had told her he was a widower a couple of weeks before his wife vanished, but he must have sensed something was wrong. Despite his evasiveness, as soon as the bodies of the deceased mother and child were found, the question of immediately arresting Scott as the main suspect arose. Despite the fact that the investigation lacked hard evidence, there was a good chance Scott would try to leave the country. In fact, that was exactly what he planned to do. But, fortunately, he did not have time. On April 18, 2003, the widower was taken into custody, but he refused to admit his guilt. Simultaneously, his house, garage, and car were thoroughly searched, yielding frightening results. Microparticles of Lacey's dried blood were discovered on tools in the garage, the trunk of the car, and the bottom of the fishing boat. Experts discovered several hairs from the deceased woman. The clothes Scott was wearing on that fateful day had long since been discarded. The house had undergone several general cleanings with the assistance of cleaning services, and the building itself had already been listed for sale. But the most difficult aspect of the investigation was the inability to determine the exact date of Lacey's death, which made it impossible to verify the suspect's alibi. Traces of cement were discovered in the garage, trunk, and Peterson's boat, further complicating the investigation. The material was thought to be the foundation for a homemade anchor, with which he intended to dispose of the body so that it would never be discovered. However, there was no direct evidence against Scott. He was found guilty of 2 counts of first and second-degree murder. Despite the lawyer's vigorous and confident defense, almost no one doubted Scott's guilt. His actions were the most obvious indication of this. He was neither excited nor upset. He took no part in the search. He was in a hurry to get rid of the evidence, selling his wife's house and car almost immediately after her disappearance, changing his image, and leaving the country with his mistress. Investigator Jonathan Bueller, who had been working on the case since Lacey's disappearance, stated in court that he had no doubts about Peterson's guilt from the beginning. He realized this after his initial conversation with him. The court first imposed the death penalty as a punishment. However, after an impressive number of appeals, the sentence was changed in 2021 to life in prison with no chance of parole. In addition, The court redirected the deceased's mother to receive $250,000 in life insurance for Lacey, which was originally assigned to Scott. This high-profile case horrified the public and highlighted the importance of protecting unborn children from violence, as they may become victims of similar crimes. Thus, in the spring of 2004, the Lacey and Connor Act was signed in the presence of the deceased woman's parents and sister. 3 years after the tragedy, Sharon Rocha wrote a biographical book called In Memory of Lacey, a mother's story of love, loss, and justice, in honor of her daughter and grandson. All proceeds from the sale of the publication were donated to charity. The book was one of the top bestsellers in American nonfiction. Lacey, Sharon's husband and stepfather, died of a heart attack in the spring of 2018, just before another court hearing. He was buried next to his beloved stepdaughter and grandson. By the way, Lacey's father died in December of the same year. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021 in Georgia, United States. Mariam Abdulrab was heading home after a shift at a bar. She arrived at her house but did not have time to enter it. What happened to her had a significant social impact. Unfortunately, Mariam was one of those whose deaths prompted the authorities to recognize that the laws against certain groups of people were insufficiently harsh. Georgia enacted Mariam's law before the criminal appeared in court, and the case was only recently resolved. Mariam Abdulrab was a 27-year-old bartender at the Reverie VR bar in Midtown Atlanta. Her co-workers and loyal customers adored her. Mariam was an outgoing individual who could always strike up a conversation. That is how her best friend, Alicia Kim, described her. She is the most compassionate person in the world. She would literally hand you the shirt off her back. She was a daughter, younger and older sister, girlfriend, and best friend. She worked in the service industry. She was aware that waiters and bartenders also rely on tips, so she's always been very generous with her own money. Mariam and her boyfriend, Jerry Antoine, lived in the park in Atlanta on August 13, 2021. She finished her night shift around 5 a.m. and drove home. She had to drive about 5 miles on a route she was familiar with. Unfortunately, nothing went right this time. When Mariam arrived at her house, another car pulled up behind her. She did not have time to go inside. Someone kidnapped her in front of her boyfriend. Jerry Antoine called the Atlanta Police Department's 911 operator to report a kidnapping. He stated that his girlfriend was kidnapped in front of his home at 501 Borough Street. He described the kidnapper's vehicle as looking like a Ford Escort or a Jeep. Antoine was shocked and distressed by the incident, repeatedly asking for assistance and expressing concern for his girlfriend's safety. Jerry Antoine gave his contact information and stated that he witnessed the kidnapping. He described seeing his girlfriend being forced into a black SUV by a man wearing a security shirt and wielding a gun. The operator instructed Antoine to remain calm and asked him a series of questions to learn more about the incident. Antoine confirmed that his girlfriend had called him 5 minutes prior to her arrival. He heard commotion outside, looked out his window, and saw the kidnapping taking place. The operator confirmed Jerry Antoine's address as 501 Borough Street South. Antoine mentioned that he was attempting to track his girlfriend's location using his phone but was unsure if she had dropped it. The operator assured him that a unit would be dispatched to his location soon to provide additional assistance. Shortly after that 911 call, police officers crowded the area where Mariam had been abducted. The authorities attempted to take all necessary steps to resolve this case because the chances of finding the girl dwindled with each passing minute. Nobody knew the criminals' motivations or what they were up to. In terms of motivations and so on, I do not know. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. told reporters immediately following the incident. Alicia Kim, Miriam's best friend, posted these words on one of her social networking pages. "My best friend was kidnapped last night at her home in Grant Park. She currently works as a bartender at Reverie and previously worked at Mother's Church. If you've met her, you know she's an amazing person. After her shift, she went to a gas station and someone followed her home. And as she approached her door, she was taken. Please send me any videos you may have of her from last night. If you see her in any vehicle, please contact the authorities. Detectives attempted to identify the abductor. According to one version, Miriam was a random victim who the perpetrator encountered at a gas station. Investigators discovered CCTV footage that captured the moment of the abduction. Miriam arrives at her home and exits the car, as seen in the video. A moment later, another car approached the house. The driver exits, grabs Miriam, and leads her to the vehicle. The car then disappears, backing away. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and it was terrifying. Miriam was practically at the door of her home when she was kidnapped in cold blood. While the police were speaking with Miriam's boyfriend, 911 received 2 additional phone calls from the same area. The woman informed the operator that she had heard at least 4 loud bangs, which she believed were gunshots. About 5 hours after Miriam's kidnapping, another man called 911 and gave critical information. About 5 hours after Miriam's abduction, the woman who called 911 reported hearing what she thought were 4 gunshots. Later, another man called 911 from the corner of Lakewood Avenue South and Terrace Way South, near an abandoned house. He requested police and ambulance assistance, mentioning that the location was across the street from the Boys and Girls Club and near an Exxon gas station. He explained that the abandoned home was boarded up. The caller, Robert Dixon, described seeing a Caucasian woman lying face down near a mailbox while walking his dog. He described her clothing and appearance, noting that she appeared unconscious and could be a teenager or in her early 20s. He stated that he had not touched her and was unsure whether she was breathing. He was concerned about the lack of movement from her chest or back, as well as the presence of blood around her upper body. The dispatcher told him to wait for paramedics and offered reassurance. Dixon expressed concern about the woman's position, with her face and nostrils against the ground, which could limit her ability to breathe. The tragic news was confirmed at a press conference on the same day by Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Jr., the division commander for criminal investigations. He stated that when they arrived at the scene, they found a deceased female in her mid-20s, whom they now believe to be the same person kidnapped from 501 Borough Street. He expressed his condolences to the victim's family, recognizing the immense difficulty they must be experiencing. Unfortunately, Miriam had no chance of surviving. The perpetrator fired several fatal shots at her. Miriam's body was discovered near an abandoned house, about 1.5 miles from her home. At the same time, police officers were pursuing at high speeds. The driver broke traffic laws and refused to stop when officers ordered him to do so. The chase ended when the driver rammed another car, and an ambulance transported him and 2 passengers from the second car to the hospital. The driver, who attempted to flee the police, was apprehended after receiving medical attention. Investigators believed he was responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. Miriam had her entire life ahead of her, but now her family and friends must mourn her. Miriam's friends, co-workers, and family members have spoken out in the aftermath of her death, describing her as a kind and compassionate individual. "My daughter was the most loving and peaceful person I knew." Her father, colleague Abdul Rab Reverie, said she didn't deserve this. VR Bar also used Instagram to mourn the death of an employee. The post shared a photo of Miriam and wrote, "Our hearts are truly broken at the loss of a dear friend and family member, Mary, who brought light to every single person she came into contact with and will be missed forever. We will be closed this weekend to grieve and cherish our final moments with her. Please stay safe, everyone." Dylan Knight, the bar manager, claimed that every eye looked forward to seeing Miriam at work on both sides of the bar because she had a big heart and would go out of her way to assist or provide for others. DeMarcus Brinkley, 27, was believed by police to be responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. After 4 days at Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Brinkley was booked into Fulton County Jail on 6 counts, including deprivation of life. According to the state Supreme Court ruling, as he fled from police, Brinkley allegedly told his mother that he did not want to stop for officers because he did not want to return to prison. Brinkley had previously served 7 years in prison. They released him just over a year before Miriam died in 2014. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of child molestation and received a 7-year sentence. According to court records, Brinkley was arrested on suspicion of molesting a 7-year-old girl in 2012. In 2013, they discovered him on top of a naked 6-year-old girl. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to child molestation. During one of the court sessions, Brinkley's defense attorney informed the judge that his client was one of 12 children. According to court records, the Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services removed him from his mother's care. When he was a teenager, he was admitted to a residential treatment program for children with severe emotional and behavioral problems. He stopped attending school in the 9th grade. The defense attorney also stated that Brinkley had a history of abuse by her stepfather. The state recommended that Brinkley serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. Despite this, the court sentenced Brinkley to only 15 years in prison and 8 years on probation. He also needed to register as a sex offender. Offenders are assigned to levels 1, 2, or 3 based on their risk of a repeat offense. Level 1 indicates a low risk of reoffense. Level 2 indicates a moderate risk of reoffense. Level 3, or sexually dangerous predator, has a high risk of reoffending, whereas some states level sex offenders on the day of sentencing and Georgia levels sex offenders after they are released from prison. Thus, after being released from prison in 2020, Brinkley was required to register as a sex offender, but he never received a risk level assessment. That's why Miriam's brother, Ali Abdulrab, thought there were ways to prevent what happened to his sister. What happened to my sister was avoidable. Ali stated that it had broken my family. She was simply overjoyed. She always had a way of making people feel special. She was finally becoming the woman she aspired to be, and everyone around her could tell she was getting ready to live her dream life. Ali Abdulrab stated that it still does not appear real. It's still difficult to talk about. Brinkley has dealt with a wide range of state officials throughout his life, from judges in the courtroom to mental health counselors. Ali Abdul-Rab believes that his sister would still be alive today. If any of them handled his previous convictions differently, Miriam's family has advocated for changes to state laws to prevent similar crimes in the future. While DeMarcus Brinkley was still awaiting trial in May 2023, Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, signed legislation imposing new restrictions on convicted sex offenders. House Bill 188, also known as Miriam's Law, improved ways to track these individuals. The law requires sex offenders who have not undergone a risk assessment to wear an ankle monitor. After receiving their assessment, the most dangerous offenders are required to wear the monitor throughout their probationary period. Lower-level offenders may have them removed if approved by the State Department of Community Supervision. Her brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, stated that love always wins. The love Mary left behind played a significant role in the passage of this law. It will play an important role in preventing similar crimes to Miriam's. I believe it will save lives. There may be more DeMarcus Brinkleys out there. Ali stated that we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We immediately wondered why this guy was out walking freely in the first place, and we hear he works in security. This is insane. Ali said it hurt even more knowing that this guy slipped through the cracks in our system. DeMarcus Brinkley reached an agreement, pleading guilty to several charges during the trial in November 2023. On December 5, 2023, the court sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years and an additional 15 years. Miriam's family was dissatisfied with the verdict, which is understandable. A criminal with a long track record may be able to leave prison one day. Michael Sidon, Mary's brother Ali, and Abdul-Rab responded to the plea agreement reached by prosecutors and his sister's killer in a text message to Channel 2. We weren't pleased with the outcome of the sentencing. After all of this time waiting for a trial, DeMarcus Brinkley decided to plead guilty in the hopes of being granted parole one day after serving his life sentence for 30 years plus 15. Despite hearing the details of everything he has done in court, they still allow him to have the one thing that will make his time in prison a little more bearable. In these situations, it is easy to place the blame on the criminal. But the reason my sister was murdered in the first place was that a judge in court did not accept the prosecution's recommendation for his previous charges of sexually assaulting 2 children. The ruling in this recent case is all too familiar, and it appears that the judge's only goal is to make everyone happy, more so for the criminal defense attorneys, who I'm sure will take this as a victory. I understand that their role is to promote fairness and justice for their clients, but at what cost? The criminal justice system, as I understand it, is a never-ending cycle of injustice and reconsideration, particularly for potential victims and those who suffer. Our family believes it is not fair to the children whom this monster has harmed. It wasn't fair to my sister, who had her entire life taken from her. Mariam Abdulrab is more than a crime statistic. She is a real person with real family and friends who care deeply about her. The defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison and away from our community, where he has proven himself to be a serious threat to the public. According to District Attorney Fonnie Willis, nothing can be done to restore Mary Ann's life, which was tragically taken away from her, her family, and her friends. We hope that knowing that her killer will spend the rest of her life paying for her murder will provide some comfort. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their 2 children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable. As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop, but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw 2 psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife, and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood, with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why? Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder. Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed. And at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, they were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. "I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done. Especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the greatest love story of all time." Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law. which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again. Given the brutality of her crime, it's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On December 20th, 2017, a press conference was held during which Mark Perez, special agent in charge of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, announced a breakthrough in the disappearance of Mike Williams, a Tallahassee real estate appraiser who was originally presumed to have drowned while duck hunting on Lake Seminole. An alligator ate him on December 16th, 2000. The truth is that Mike Williams did not drown in the lake. I can tell you that, because I am here now, Perez said. Animals that eat people did not eat him. He didn't leave his wife and 18-month-old daughter behind when he left town. He was killed. We can't say more about it yet because the investigation is still going on, but I'm happy to say that. This morning, investigators told the Williams family about new information they had found in the case. Today's story is about love, betrayal, cheating, and greed, but it's also about a mother who has been strong for 17 years and 4 days. Mike's mom, Cheryl Williams, didn't believe that her son had drowned in Lake Seminole. She pushed hard for police to look into her son's disappearance, and she really thought that the people who did it would be punished, even when no one else did. Either he was alive or he was dead. I chose to believe he was alive, and I think that's what helped me, Cheryl said on December 20th, 2017. A lot of people told me I was crazy, but we would never have found him if I gave up. Brian Winchester was given a 20-year prison sentence the day before the press conference. He was a close friend of Mike and his wife Denise, and later married Brian. In a strange way, those who did what happened got what they deserved when the truth came out in 2000. Mike's mother was right. In 1997, Brian and Denise started having an affair, which turned into a murder. After a few years, they went from being lovers to strangers who didn't trust each other. Brian was afraid that Denise would tell the police about what happened to Mike after the divorce, so he beat her up. On the other hand, Denise did everything she could to get him a life sentence. When she asked the jury for the harshest sentence, she was very convincing. Because of this, Brian felt he had nothing to lose, so he made a deal with the prosecutor. In 2017, Brian got 20 years in prison for kidnapping Denise Williams. He avoided getting a life sentence, though. Denise was happy about the win and didn't know that Brian Winchester, 49, actually agreed to plan the murder and a 17-year cover-up of it in exchange for not being charged with any crimes related to his part in the case. In exchange, he showed police where Mike's body was and told them the whole truth. In just a few months, on May 8, 2018, Denise Williams would be caught and charged. Things look a little fuzzy at first glance, don't they? Let's look at this case in more depth. She was born on October 16, 1969, in Bradfordville, which is north of Tallahassee. His father drove a bus, and his mother taught kindergarten. He was known as Mike by family and friends. His family didn't have much money, and he and his older brother lived in a trailer as kids. Those were good times. Because the parents cared about their son's future, they didn't build a house. Instead, they saved money for both boys' college education and worked part-time in supermarkets at night. The sons signed up to go to North Florida Christian High School. Mike did great. He played soccer, led the student council, and was active in the Key Club. Mike began duck hunting as a hobby when he was 15 years old, and that's how he met Denise Merrill. It was a girl who played soccer and was president of the student council. As a cheerleader and council secretary, Denise met him and started dating. Their friends thought they were a great match while they were still in high school. Denise put Mike in touch with Brian Winchester, who became his best friend. Katie Thomas became Brian's friend after a while, and the two couples stayed friends for the rest of Mike's life. Following high school, Mike went to Florida State University and majored in both political science and urban planning. The lovers graduated at the same time. Denise went to school to become a public accountant, and Mike learned how to value real estate. Mike did a good job at work. His job went well, even though he worked 15 hours a day most of the time. The young well-off man married Denise in 1994. Around this time, Brian also got married to Kathy. They all stayed in close contact with each other. Mike was very energetic and loved his wife very much. He worked hard to provide for their family as best he could. Mike Williams had a lot of success as a real estate appraiser when he was 31 years old. He was making almost $200,000 a year. In 1999, they had a happy child and were able to afford a house in a small, nice neighborhood on the east side of town. The name they gave their daughter was Ansley. His friends told me that he was always smart. The young man was doing some pretty dangerous things, so he wanted to make sure that his family would be taken care of if something went wrong. It was no surprise that Mike went to his best friend, who worked as an insurance agent at the time. Brian sold him 2 insurance policies, the first for $250,000 and the second for $500,000. Mike's dad died in the year 2000. Williams was shocked by how quickly this happened, that he turned to a friend again to get money for his family. For $1 million, Brian helped Mike make sure he would live. Denise says that the loving father of the family had almost $2 million in life insurance about 6 months before he went missing. They were married on December 16, 2000. Her husband got up early to go duck hunting on Lake Seminole, a big lake that is connected to the Apalachicola River. Today was their 6th wedding anniversary, and they had planned to spend the night in Apalachicola, a small town on the bayou. Mike's wife and daughter were waiting for him at home at noon, but he never came back. Of course, Denise was worried, so she called her dad, who then called Brian Winchester, Mike's best friend. Brian drove to Lake Seminole with his dad. They found Mike's Ford Bronco car near the boat dock, but Mike wasn't there. There was no boat to be found, so the men called the police. They looked in all the places Mike liked to hunt. Police from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission were called to help look for Mike. After a few hours, a helicopter pilot saw the boat drifting away from the boat ramp about 225 feet. The boat was searched, and Mike's shotgun was found still in its case. It looks like he never got to use it. The search turned into a mission to save lives. People in the area thought that the reservoir used to be an orchard before the 3 rivers were dammed up to make the lake. The lake was named Stumpfield because there were so many stumps left. The water level had stumps that stuck out above and below it. Because of this, any motorized boat in the area had to be handled carefully. People looking for Williams thought he hit a stump on his boat, fell out, and went under the water. His wading boots filled with water, and he probably drowned when he couldn't get out. A dive team from Montgomery, Alabama, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office were among the other groups called in to help, but the thorough search turned up nothing. Mike was never found. After a week, the search for bodies turned into a rescue operation. Dogs were brought to the site, and probe poles were given to the teams to use to look into the lake's bottom. 10 days into the search, people found a hunting hat with a camouflage pattern that could not be linked to Williams. Fish and wildlife conservation officials in Florida thought that Mike's body had been eaten by alligators, which is why it couldn't be found. Most of the alligators that lived in the lake were male. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement agreed with this theory because they didn't see any signs of a violent death. The search was over after 5 weeks. Denise held a memorial service for Mike the day after the search was over. This was less than 2 months after the alleged accident. Everyone thought Denise was okay with losing her husband, but Mike's mom wasn't. In June 2001, 6 months later, an angler found wading boots floating in the lake. Divers searched the area around the lake and found a light hunting jacket and flashlight at the bottom. Williams had signed and written on a hunting license that was in one of the jacket pockets. The find made a lot of people wonder. There were no teeth marks on the hunting jacket or the boots that would have been made by an alligator. The things that were found didn't look like they had been in the water for 6 months. The flashlight still worked, and the boots weren't slimy. But after a week, Denise's lawyer asked the court to declare Mike Williams dead, based on the things that had been found. He said that alligators and other animals that live in water had eaten the body whole, and the motion was granted. The death certificate said Mike drowned while duck hunting on Lake Seminole on December 16, 2000, which was an accident. The body hasn't been found yet. For Mike Williams, this is how things might have turned out if Cheryl Williams hadn't given up and kept looking for her son. "All I know is that I can't stop looking for him until I find him," she stated. Cheryl's efforts made things very difficult between her and her ex-sister-in-law. Denise told her to stop looking and face the truth. She told them, "I'm sick of reading about Mike's disappearance. I just want to move on with my life. If you keep pushing this investigation, you will never see your granddaughter again." Denise kept her word, and Cheryl couldn't give up on her son. If the mother hadn't been so determined, her son's story might still be at the bottom of a dark, algae-covered lake. 3 years passed before Cheryl Williams could get the police to start looking into what happened to her young son. Cheryl will tell you years later, "I called, put up signs, wrote to the governor of Florida every day, put together my notes into an evidence book, asked people to post on social media, and talked to reporters about my missing son." The mother was so determined that she finally called alligator expert Matthew Oresco. In his answer, he said that alligators don't eat in the winter because it's too cold. The water temperature drops when it's cold, so alligators don't eat in the winter. They only keep their bodies at the right temperature. Alligators don't care about food at all when it's 14 degrees outside. Oresco also wrote that forensic evidence is always left behind after an alligator kills an animal. After 3 years, Cheryl Williams finally got the police to drop the crazy alligator theory and start a real investigation into her son's disappearance. Investigators decided that Williams' death was not an accident after learning some little-known facts about what alligators eat, talking to people, and looking at some official records. All the police agencies working on this case agree with my gut that Mike did not drown in Lake Seminole, said Ronnie Austin, who used to work as an investigator for the 2nd District State's Attorney's Office and prosecuted Mike's case. At first, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency took over the case because Williams was thought to be a hunter who had gone missing. Police spent 735 hours looking for the body in a 10-acre area of the lake, but they didn't look for any signs of wrongdoing. The Jackson County Sheriff's deputies who were brought in to help with the search also didn't look at any other options. Investigators talked to everyone who helped with the search. Years later, police officer David Arnett, who was at the scene that day, said that some things seemed odd right away. Williams didn't usually hunt alone. His truck was found in an undeveloped area from which he would have had to drag the boat over mud, not on the nearby concrete boat launch he usually used. The terrible storm that night should have pushed the boat to the east shore, but it was found on the west shore. The boat's motor wasn't running, but it was full of gasoline. If Mike had been driving the boat and fell out of it, it would have continued to float in circles until it ran out of gas. Sadly, law enforcement started to doubt too late that they were dealing with a straightforward drowning. A lot of volunteers and searchers had already walked all over the crime scene. A car that could have been a clue was taken by the family without any checks being made. Possible witnesses were not found. When police learned that Winchester had divorced his wife Kathy and married Denise, they became suspicious of both Denise Williams and Brian Winchester. They also found out that Denise got an unexpected windfall of almost $2 million from the life insurance policy of her late husband. Investigators found that Winchester was the one who sold Mike the policy. They also thought it was odd that Denise, Mike's wife, didn't want to be involved in the investigation and tried to stop Cheryl from doing anything, even telling the grandmother she couldn't talk to her granddaughter. They were called in for questioning in 2005, but it didn't add anything new to the investigation. Brian made up an excuse for what happened the morning of the disappearance of Mike Williams. Based on what his ex-wife Kathy said, he was 60 miles from the lake and in bed at home. He told her that he had planned to go hunting with his dad in the morning, but had slept in instead. Even questioning Denise didn't turn up any new clues. In 2008, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement said they didn't think Mike's disappearance was an accident and that they thought he had been robbed. Unfortunately, they can't bring charges because there isn't enough evidence. "We have suspicions, but we need proof," Cheryl Williams said after another investigation failed to find out what happened to her son. She did not give up, though. Because of her work, the Discovery Cable Channel did a story on Mike's disappearance and the investigations that followed. By late 2011, Cheryl had lost faith in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and thought it was either not capable of solving the case or not interested in doing so. Since 2012, Mike's mother has sent Governor Rick Scott about one letter a day, asking him to either give the investigation to another agency or name a special prosecutor to do it. Over the course of 9 years, Cheryl wrote 2,600 letters to the governor. Brain and Denise broke up after Denise caught him cheating on her in 2012. After a few more years, Denise asked for a divorce. An evaluation of the old family home was to happen. After that, not even property issues would hold them back. This event changed the course of Mike's case. Brian and Denise didn't want to get a divorce, but they also didn't want to stay together. They fought all the time, and the Williams investigation made fun of them. Brian called Denise, but she stopped calling him back. He was too stressed to handle it. Denise left her house on August 5, 2016, to drive to work at Florida State University. That day, a real estate appraisal was due because of a court order. She saw someone get into the back seat of her car while she was on the phone with her sister. Winchester was the one it was. Denise was told to keep going straight ahead by Brian, who put a loaded gun to her ribs. He said he had to do it because she wasn't home when he called. Denise tried to make Brian feel better, agreed with everything he said, and said she would give him a chance to save their marriage. Brian thought so. He got out of the car after Denise told him she wouldn't call the police to report what he had done. The brown sheet of plastic, the bleach sprayer, and the tools were with him when he left. As time went on, it became clear that Denise had miraculously lived. Denise called the fire department. Brian was quickly arrested and charged with kidnapping, which in Florida is a first-degree felony with a maximum sentence of life in prison. Besides that, he was charged with assault and armed burglary. The judge decided that Brian should stay in jail without bail. Cheryl Williams said she was hopeful that this new information would help solve the mystery of where her son went. Brian will not leave Denise with all the cash by herself. "I pray that he will tell us what really happened," she told the New York Daily News. Brian did tell, and he was able to get a very good deal from the prosecutor that kept him from getting a life sentence at first. Brian started his story by saying, "I think we were all doing really well, but I wasn't a good husband. I found a note in my first wife Kathy's purse one day and knew she was cheating on me. I was after revenge. Denise and Mike and I often went to bars and concerts together. Denise and I had been friends since high school. I've never really liked her, but after Kathy cheated on me, I changed how I felt about other women." Brian and Denise started seeing each other in October 1997. What started as drunk sex at a rock concert quickly turned into regular secret meetings. We started getting together at hotels during the workday and did so whenever we could. Brian said he didn't want to get a divorce. Denise made it loud and clear that she would never leave her husband. She cared about what other people thought, and she didn't want to share custody of her daughter. Over time, the relationship grew into more than just meeting up for sex. Denise and Brian sent each other gifts and love letters because they saw themselves as a couple. It was clear that things could not keep going this way. They couldn't live without each other, and Denise didn't want them to get a divorce. It wasn't okay to hurt her image of a religious woman. Around this time, Mike almost died in a hunting accident, but Brian saved him. Denise saw an escape route all of a sudden. After the deal with the prosecutor is over, Brian will tell us the year 2000, which will lead us to talk about how Mike and Kathy died. For Denise, she wanted everything to be blamed on me and not on her. She also wanted it to be an accident instead of a murder, so she could deal with it. Brian and Denise chose a boating accident after thinking about other options. By doing this, they planned the murder to get the most money from Mike's life insurance policy. They both knew that Mike had to be killed before the end of December 2000, when one of the 3 policies ran out. The plan was set. Brian told his friend that he had found a great place to hunt on the shores of Lake Seminole. Mike planned to go with Brian and get back home by noon so he could spend his anniversary with his wife. I told him that we were going to go to a special place and that he absolutely had to bring his wading boots with him. I had to make sure he took them with him, because it was believed that if you fell overboard in wading boots, you would drown very quickly. The plan was to make death look like unplanned drowning. Brain pushed Mike out of the boat once they were in the water. He almost drowned, but he climbed up on the stumps and started wading through them to get to the shore. Brian became scared. I didn't know what to do. Mike started calling loudly for help. I didn't know how to get out of this situation. I had a shotgun. I was panicking, and I shot him in the head. I didn't think about what I was doing. Things didn't go according to plan, and I needed to cover up what happened. There was hardly any time left. I should have been back home by now and getting ready to go hunting with my father-in-law. No one knew I was at the lake with Mike, so I decided it would be best for me to drive home and pretend like I had overslept. I drove home and hoped that Kathy was still asleep. Katie was asleep. My phone was on the floor. I went to bed, called my father-in-law, and apologized. Brian did all he could to make an excuse for himself. Then he concealed the corpse. Denise didn't know that Brian had killed Mike with a gun and buried him. He tried to tell her, but she didn't want to hear him. She was happy that her husband was dead. For as long as Denise lived, she thought that God had kept him from swimming out and let him drown. Brian says that they promised each other that they would never talk to each other again. It was okay for Denise and Brian to do what they did, because they said Mike was killed because they couldn't live together. Brain would say in court, "We said the money was just the cherry on top." It turned out that Brian was the one who put down the hat, boots, flashlight, and license. First, he had to keep the searchers from leaving a lake. Then, he had to find a reason to declare Mike dead so Denise could get insurance. Usually this takes 5 years, but the lovers got it done in 7 months, with Social Security and other benefits added in. Denise got around $2 million. Denise Williams was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and accessory to a felony on May 8, 2018. She could get life in prison if found guilty. Denise said she wasn't guilty of all 3 charges. She was given a life sentence in prison in February 2019. 5 months later, Ansley, Mike, and Denise's daughter got all of her late father's property and the insurance money that Denise was owed. Denise Williams appealed her conviction and life sentence in January 2020. Her lawyer told Florida's First District Court of Appeal that there was no proof that she had anything to do with the murder. In November 2020, the murder conviction was thrown out, but the 30-year sentence for planning to kill someone was kept. Denise is being held at the Florida Women's Reception Center right now. When she gets out, she will be 78 years old. To serve the rest of his sentence, Brian Winchester was sent to the Madison Correctional Institute in Florida. His current date to be freed is July 30th, 2036. He'll be 67 years old. The daughter of Mike and Denise, Ansley, says her mother is not guilty and blames Brian Winchester. The woman wouldn't talk to any reporters about the case or her personal life. Cheryl and Nick Ansley's uncle says that they haven't been able to get in touch with Ansley. Cheryl is very sorry that she lost both her son and her granddaughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her. So when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was, but as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, the police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. "It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess," where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyre, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure Tyler is not the father. I will try to contact Antoine." Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that, during a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends, who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 1992. Milleke van Doorn, a resident of Zaandam, Netherlands, was attacked after missing her bus. It took over 20 years for authorities to find the perpetrator of this crime. The development of DNA testing methods also played an important role. Milleke came from a typical, ordinary family. She lived in Zaandam with her parents and 2 sisters. Zaandam is a city in the province of North Holland. It is the main city of the municipality of Zaanstad and was granted city rights in 1811. It is located on the river, just north of Amsterdam. Milleke was not a troublesome child. She did nothing wrong and was friendly to everyone. She had recently graduated from high school, where she had a solid reputation. She believed that her life was only beginning and that she had a bright future ahead of her. Unfortunately, one summer night changed everything. Milleke became well known throughout the country, and her fate received a lot of attention. Milleke attended a friend's birthday party on Sunday evening, June 7, 1992. The party took place in one of the apartments in this building. The place looked the same in 1992. And little has changed since then except that the trees have grown taller. Milleke decided to leave before the birthday celebration ended. She was having a great time with her closest friends. But because she lived in a different part of town, she had to leave while public transportation was still operational, just before midnight. She said her goodbyes to her friends and headed outside. Milleke walked to the nearest bus stop, which was approximately 160 yards away. This bus stop had not changed much in 3 decades. According to investigators, when Milleke arrived at the stop, she discovered that the last bus had left a half-hour earlier. She was aware of the bus schedule but did not consider it due to the Christian holiday of Pentecost that day. The last bus left half an hour earlier than usual. Milleke had a different way to get home. It involved taking the train. The train station was located on the same street as the bus stop. Milleke would have had to walk approximately half a mile to get there. Nonetheless, she never returned home. She frequently slept over at her friends' houses, so her parents did not immediately sound the alarm. There is a church near the train station, and there is a pond nearby. The following day is Monday morning. The pastor of St. Joseph's Church was taking a morning walk when he noticed a body floating in the pond and was shocked. He called the police at 8:54 a.m. Detectives arrived on the scene in 5 minutes, and the Van Doorn family was overcome with despair and sadness that morning. Milleke's body had been recovered from the water. On first inspection, investigators realized they were dealing with a crime. She had numerous injuries on her neck, face, and body, including several stab wounds. She was also partly undressed. The perpetrator wanted to hide the body so that passersby couldn't see it, so he covered it with reed stalks. However, this plan failed, and Milleke discovered the body because her family was devastated by her death. She had been young and dreamed of a beautiful future. But now her parents had to mourn her. They had no idea who could have dared do such a thing to their daughter or why. Following the autopsy, investigators gained some insight into the motive for the crime. The medical examiner discovered semen and pubic hair inside me, just like in his body. Even after the body was removed from the pond, there was no water in his lungs. This meant she had died somewhere else. It wasn't until after she died that the body attempted to be hidden in the pond. It was also unclear when Milleke died. It could have occurred shortly after she left the party. However, it could have been several hours later. Because her body was submerged in water, body temperature could not be used to determine when she died. The pond is where the perpetrator disposed of the body. Milleke, however, died somewhere else. The police were attempting to locate the crime scene, and investigators believed that because of the severity of the wounds, traces should have been left behind as one piece of evidence that could point to the crime scene and possibly the perpetrator. Was one of Milleke's shoes missing? Police distributed informational flyers, among other things, stating that one of Milleke's shoes was missing and asking anyone who found it to report it to detectives. The second shoe would eventually be discovered, but we'll talk about that later. It was 1992. DNA research was still in its early stages of development. As a result, DNA samples from Milika's body were ineffective in aiding the police investigation at the time. The detectives initially addressed me as if I were a member of their family. They wanted to know if Milika was in a conflict with anyone, or if she had rejected an obsessive man who couldn't accept rejection. Milika, however, was not at odds with anyone, according to her family members. Her personal life was also fine. She dated a guy her own age, and they rarely fought. After discovering that Milika was at a birthday party before she died, investigators decided to interview all of the guests who had invited their milk, including his boyfriend. Numerous interviews yielded nothing. Everyone at the party told the same story. Milika left shortly before midnight and was supposed to take a bus to her neighborhood. Milika's friends knew that the last bus had already left before she arrived at the bus stop that day. Today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. However, things were different in 1992. As a result, it was impossible to contact Milika to determine whether she boarded the bus or not, and whether she arrived home safely. After ruling me out, they look at my friends as possible suspects. Police officers began searching for potential witnesses to the crime. They went door to door, interviewing residents in the area where the body was discovered. This yielded a wealth of information but few specifics. Several people reported hearing a woman scream at night, but it quickly stopped, so they did not give it much thought. Witnesses reported seeing a man with a Turkish appearance riding a bicycle to the location where Milika's body was found. Investigators decided to focus on members of the Turkish community who live in the Kogerveld neighborhood, where Milika's body was discovered. Some young Turkish men had legal problems and were the focus of police attention. However, months later, investigators were still unable to identify the suspect. All of the men they spoke with denied being near the pond on the night of the crime. As a result, the investigation was deadlocked. 6 months after the crime, a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church discovered Milika's second shoe, which had been there all along. It was impossible to get to the church's roof without a ladder, so it was determined that the perpetrator had, for some reason, thrown one of Milika's shoes onto the roof while he was at the pond, regardless of whether there were any other marks on the church roof. They had long been erased by wind and bad weather. Months and years passed, but Milika Van Doren's case remained unsolved. This was another factor that deeply affected her parents. After all, whoever had so coldly and brutally taken their daughter from them remained free and happy, whereas the Van Doren family's lives were irreversibly altered. Over time, the police have returned to this case. Investigators had repeatedly interviewed residents in the area where the body was discovered, hoping that someone would recall something and provide previously unknown information, but this did not happen. The Milika story was also discussed on various television shows, and the police received calls with leads. However, this did not help in getting closer to the suspect. Nonetheless, the authorities had samples of the perpetrator's DNA at their disposal, which could be described as lying in wait as DNA testing technology advanced. Medical analysts speculated that the perpetrator was a man of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and was aged between 16 and 30. Approximately 200 men voluntarily submitted buccal swabs for DNA testing, but no results were obtained. A significant event occurred in April 2012, nearly 20 years after Milika's death, which shaped the investigation even further. Thanks to a change in the law in the Netherlands, DNA kinship testing became possible. Based on the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, a psychological portrait of him was created. The police profiler believed Milika was an unintentional victim of a frustrated man who was resentful of women in general. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have only spoken to her briefly, but he then grabbed her violently and began threatening her. After satisfying his basic needs, he realized Milika would recognize him, so he decided to kill her. He remained silent for several weeks after committing the crime. Perhaps he pretended to be ill so he wouldn't see anyone or go out because he had scratches on his body from his fight with Milika. He is a hot-tempered man who takes criticism poorly, is selfish, has few friends, and mistreats his girlfriends. In 1992, the police profiler believed the offender to be between the ages of 18 and 25. In April 2016, the investigation into Milica Van Doren's case was reopened. While there had been no serious reports in over 20 years, a specific report surfaced in June 2016, mentioning the names of 2 Turkish men. Both of these men had lived in Zaandam in 1992, and they had both left shortly after Milica died. This needed to be determined. Whether the 2 men had any involvement in the crime, it wasn't easy. They turned out to be in Turkey, and it took over a year to find them and take the necessary steps. However, DNA analysis of the 2 men revealed no matches to the DNA discovered on Milica's body in 2017. 25 years after Milica's death, authorities decided to try to identify the suspect using DNA typing technology. In November 2017, scientific tests on DNA samples found on Milica's body revealed that the DNA almost certainly belonged to a man of Turkish ancestry. The police requested a voluntary DNA sample from 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was discovered and neighboring areas in 1992. The Netherlands Institute of Forensic Medicine was tasked with analyzing the Y chromosome pattern, which is the DNA pattern passed down from father to son, in order to send out a request for voluntary DNA. Authorities promised that the samples would be used only in the investigation of Milica Van Doren and then destroyed. Police also stressed that none of the men to whom the request was sent were suspects in the case. Nearly all of the 133 men of Turkish descent who received the request agreed to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for testing, but a few refused. According to a police statement, 126 of the 133 men provided DNA samples. A police spokesman called it fantastic, saying that the fact that so many men agreed to cooperate was respectful and demonstrated that they all wanted Doren to be held accountable and the case resolved. It took about a month to analyze the DNA samples, but it was worth it. The DNA of the man who attacked Milica 25 years ago was not one of the samples tested by these experts. However, among them was a DNA sample from a man who had no idea he was related to the perpetrator. On Monday, December 10th, 2017, police announced the suspect's arrest. He turned out to be Hussein, a 47-year-old man whose last name and image were not published in accordance with local laws. He was one of 7 people who did not provide DNA for verification. Hussein, on the other hand, had a brother who had nothing to hide and gave the authorities his DNA without knowing where it would lead. By identifying family ties and compiling a list of individuals who refused to provide DNA to the police, investigators quickly figured out who had been hiding from justice for 25 years. These are the only photos of the suspect that I could find. The police obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein, and this time his consent was not required. A comparative analysis revealed a perfect match to the DNA samples taken from Milica's body. Based on this information, Hussein, who had established a family and fathered 4 daughters since the crime, was formally charged in the Milica Van Doren case, and he denied guilt during his 2018 trial. He initially claimed that he was possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he did not recall attacking Milica. However, he later changed his strategy and claimed that he had a secret and very close relationship with Milica, which is why his DNA ended up in her body. He claimed to be hiding his relationship with Milica because he had recently married. However, the judge did not believe him because Hussein made the statement only a year after being arrested, and because no one could confirm Milica and Hussein knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Only immediate family members testified at the trial. According to one sister, the man who did this remained silent for years, refusing to reveal his identity or cooperate. When police asked for his DNA, he continued to live freely in the neighborhood, starting a family with 4 daughters. She addressed the suspect, stating, "You are an unidentified man who ruined my life. It disgusts me that there are men like you who exploit women, discard them like garbage, and then go on with their lives." The other sister stated, "I had hoped that you would talk about your motives in Milica's last hours, but instead, you made a completely implausible claim that you had a secret relationship with her and complained about how difficult it was for you and your own family. However, your family is welcome to visit you in prison. If I want to see Milica, my only option is to go to her gravesite." She concluded that Milica died in a terrible way, and so I hope for justice. She deserved it. When her father was offered the opportunity to speak in court, Milica Van Doorn and her family were overcome with emotion. He was furious and said, "If you keep your mouth shut for 25 years, you're a coward." Hussein's treatment of Milica was appalling. According to the attorney, "It's shocking when the police come to your house and tell you that someone has taken your child's life because the family lived in constant fear for years, because they didn't know if this was a targeted act against the family." Hussein was found guilty on December 11, 2018, based on DNA evidence, despite his continued denials of involvement in Milica Van Doorn's case. He was convicted of taking Milica's life, which the court determined was Doorn's, to conceal the evidence of another crime, a crime against sexual integrity. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In addition, the judge ordered Hussein to pay Milica's family €10,000 in compensation. Hussein refused to appear in court during the pronouncement of his sentence. He was taken to court, but opted to remain in a cell outside the courtroom. Hussein filed an appeal in February 2019, and his sentence was reduced from 20 years to 19 years and 7 months. His time in prison, however, was brief. Hussein died on Sunday, June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer's report, Hussein died after working out, and the resuscitation treatments he received were ineffective. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in the pond, and there was still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossom and beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother. Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times, giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket. despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the Castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 a.m., and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop, and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, he pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking, and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. "I am passing Anna's car." Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting, and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request. so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021. Because of the overwhelming evidence, he admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to 2 bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Frey Street public house, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered in DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died, ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently, Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Muvia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Muvila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Alita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Alita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Alita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Alita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Alita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Alita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Alita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Alita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Alita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Alita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Alita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Alita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Alita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Alita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in yours. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Elita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Elita didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Elita continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Elita had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Elita rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when a leader failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Elita would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Elita Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Elita intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Elita met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Elita chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for a leader to distract the guard and let them in. Elita approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Elita tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Elita became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Elita then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Elita entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Elita then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Elita had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Elita had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Elita had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Elita appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Elita had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elita attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Alida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Alida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Alida was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Alida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Ernesto's name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Alida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Alida repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Alida claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Alida mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Alida to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Alida from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful. So Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisbee visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisbee testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisbee didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisbee's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisbee's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisbee's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive-by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel flashlight and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivieri told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivieri told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivieri confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivieri agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivieri did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivieri at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivieri informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivieri, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivieri was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivieri being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivieri. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivieri, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier-Ivory, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivieri claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivieri's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death. but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisbee provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivieri's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010, approximately a year before Bridget died. It was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivieri firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivieri used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivieri to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisbee believes Olivieri will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisbee stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Donna Ellen Brown was born November 10, 1963, in Florida. Donna was the eldest of 3 girls. She was attractive, intelligent, and successful in her job as an operating room technician. She met nuclear engineer Mark Winger, and the two married in a traditional Jewish ceremony in 1989. Donna and Mark appear to be the picture perfect couple. They were successful and had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. However, not every story ends perfectly from the start. On Tuesday, August 29, 1995, at 4:27 p.m., Mark Winger called 911 to report that a man was harming his wife, Mark, who lived in Springfield, Illinois. His 31-year-old wife, Donna Winger, called the dispatcher to report that he had shot the man. When the cops arrived, Donna was in critical condition after being hit in the head with a hammer 7 times. A 27-year-old man named Roger Harrington was found beside Donna in critical condition, having sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Both victims were immediately transported to the hospital, where Roger died shortly after arrival and Darla died a few minutes later without regaining consciousness. The police secured the residence and discovered no evidence of forced entry. Mark, visibly distressed, told the police that he shot the man after witnessing the attack on his wife. Mark described how he was in the basement on the treadmill when he heard noises upstairs, prompting him to investigate. He found their adopted baby Bailey on the bed in the master bedroom, but no sign of Donna. When Mark heard more noises downstairs, he grabbed his handgun from the bedroom nightstand and headed for the dining room. Mark saw a man in the hallway wielding a hammer and assaulting Donna. Mark shot the man, and as he attempted to rise, he fired a second shot. The police discovered the bloodied hammer used in the assault, which belonged to both Donna and Mark. The house also contained a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which Mark confirmed was the weapon used. When Mark asked about the identity of the man who had attacked his wife, the police confirmed that it was Roger. Mark then said, "That's the man who has been harassing my wife this week." According to Mark, Donna had traveled to Florida to visit her parents 6 days before. Her mother dropped her off at the airport, and a driver named Roger, hired through a limousine company in St. Louis, Missouri, drove her back to Springfield. According to Mark, Donna, Roger was excessively talking and flirtatious during the 2-hour drive, expressing a preference for older women and inviting them to intimate parties. The conversation took a dark turn when he revealed hearing a disturbing voice named Dom instructing him to harm others. Mark called the cops, saying the guy scared her. She stated that he was extremely frightening. He threatened to kill people, set car bombs, and mutilate them. Dawn has returned to Springfield. She informed her family about the unsettling encounter, expressing fear and discomfort as a result of the disturbing conversation and erratic driving. Mark told the police that, despite safely returning home, the situation persisted. Donna received several strange phone calls, and based on the timing, she suspected Roger was the caller. The police found a note in the house that described Donna's unsettling car ride. Mark also told the police that he reported the incident to Roger's employer, which resulted in Roger's suspension, which Mark believed could have exacerbated the situation. The police discovered Roger's car parked outside the Winger house, facing the wrong direction. They discovered various weapons inside, including a knife and a tire iron. Authorities concluded that Mark acted in self-defense, and they chose not to press charges due to the traumatic circumstances. The case was closed with an acknowledgement that Mark had already experienced significant distress. Mark appeared deeply affected by the events. Mark and Donna had moved to Springfield shortly after their wedding, where they discovered happiness. Donna worked as an operating room technician at Memorial Medical Center, and Mark was an engineer with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. Despite facing challenges, such as Donna's initial distress at learning she couldn't conceive, their lives took a positive turn when a doctor informed them of a teenager willing to place her baby for adoption. On June 1, 1995, Donna and Mark happily welcomed Bailey, their adopted daughter. Following Donna's tragic death, Bailey, now responsible for the infant, chose to remain in the same house. To help with childcare, he hired a nanny, Rebecca Simic. Rebecca unexpectedly became pregnant a few months into her job and gave birth to a daughter named Anna. Mark and Rebecca married just over a year after Donna died. Mark decided to sell the house and sever ties with Donna's family. The new family, Mark, Rebecca, Bailey, and Anna, relocated to a different town. They gradually expanded their family by adding 2 more children, Maggie and Ben. Donna's close friend Donna Schultz told the police in 1999 that she had an affair with Mark while Donna was still alive, and that Mark made troubling statements that she remembered. Donna Mark believes it would be easier for us to be together if Dawn had just died. All you'd have to do is enter and find the body. Donna also provided disturbing information that raised concerns with the authorities. When Mark learned about Donna's unsettling experience during the car ride back to Springfield, he allegedly told her that he needed the driver in his home. This revelation prompted the police to reopen Donna's case. However, they were disappointed to find that some evidence had gone missing. Mark filed a civil lawsuit against BART Transportation, seeking accountability for Diana's death as a result of Roger's actions. Roger's attorney requested access to the civil suit's evidence and files because he worked for BART Transportation at the time Diana died. Despite this, the police were able to save some files and access photos taken on the day of the incident. Donna and Roger are shown on the ground before being transported to the hospital. However, the positions of the bodies appeared to contradict Mark's earlier account, given to the police years ago. Mark told the police that he saw Roger kneeling beside Donna's head, assaulting her with a hammer, which prompted him to open fire. Mark claimed Roger fell backward, and in an attempt to get up, Mark shot him again. According to Mark's description, Roger's feet should have been near Donna's head, facing the opposite direction. However, after reviewing the photos taken by the police upon their arrival, it appeared that Roger and Donna were both on the ground, facing the same direction. This inconsistency prompted the police, for the first time, to suspect Mark of being involved in his wife's murder. The question of why Roger was at their house that day remained unanswered. Simultaneously, during the civil suit involving Mark, a possible explanation emerged. BART Transportation hired a blood spatter expert who concluded that the blood spatter patterns indicated Mark's involvement in the deaths of Donna and Roger. As the police dug deeper into the case, they discovered more incriminating evidence. Susan Collins, Roger's roommate, informed law enforcement that she overheard Roger arranging a meeting with someone on the day he was killed. Furthermore, a note written on a bank deposit slip inside Roger's car was discovered, which contained Mark's name, address, and a time. Susan informed the police that Roger had mentioned agreeing to meet with Mark to resolve issues raised by Mark's complaints about Roger's driving and the concerning conversation he had with Donna. Roger left the house around 3:30 p.m., and the note indicated a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., which corresponded to the prosecution's belief that Mark had asked him to come to the house at that time. On August 23, 2001, Mark was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. The prosecution claimed that Mark was responsible for Donna and Roger's deaths. They claimed that Mark wanted to remove Donna from his life, but did not want to risk losing custody of their adopted daughter Bailey, so he avoided divorce. Mark allegedly saw an opportunity when he learned about Donna's problems with Roger, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to eliminate Donna and frame an innocent man. The prosecution proposed that Mark contact Roger, whom he had never met before that day, and invite him to the house. When Roger arrived, Mark allegedly led him inside and fatally shot him. This narrative, was supported by the fact that there was no forced entry at the residence. The prosecution also claimed that Donna, who was in the master bedroom with Bailey when she heard the gunshot, went downstairs and was beaten to death with a hammer by Mark before dialing 911. The prosecution used a note found in Roger's car, which contained Mark's name and address, to prove that Mark had lured Roger to the house. The jury discovered that despite having weapons in his car, Roger did not bring them into the house and instead used Donna's hammer to attack. This raised questions about Roger's intentions, assuming he had gone there with the intent of assaulting Donna. The court was also made aware of inconsistencies between the location Mark claimed Roger was in when he shot him and photos taken on the same day, which contradicted Mark's account. Dean's testimony was crucial in shedding light on Mark's alleged statements, expressing a desire for Donna's death. The court learned that on August 25, 1995, 4 days before the murders, Mark inquired with his coworker Candace Bolden about the fate of his adopted daughter if Donna died. Later that day, Mark complained to Ray Duffy, the president of the transportation company where Roger worked, about Donna's ride. Mark called back a few days later, asking for the driver's full name and expressing a desire to speak with him directly about the situation. During the trial, the court was informed of Donna and Roger's severe injuries. When the cops arrived at the house, Donna was found face down on the floor, with Roger on his back. Donna died from brain trauma caused by multiple blunt force injuries to the head, consistent with hammer strikes. Roger died from brain trauma caused by gunshot wounds to the top left side of his head and above his left eyebrow, as well as contusions on his chest from hammer strikes. The defense argued that Roger's erratic decisions that day, such as his weapon choice and unusual parking, demonstrated mental instability. His behavior during the car ride with Donna supported the claim they made concerning the position of the bodies in the photos. The defense argued that while Donna and Roger were critical when paramedics arrived, they were not dead and they may have moved in an attempt to save their lives. However, the paramedics denied moving them before the photographs were taken, and Mark did not testify at the trial. Regarding Deanne's testimony, the defense claimed she was motivated by personal feelings of rejection. While Mark admitted to having an affair with Donna, he married the nanny he hired shortly after Donna died. The defense claimed Donna harbored resentment for not being chosen by Mark to marry. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury convicted Mark of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. While still serving time for his first-degree murder convictions, Mark became involved in a failed murder, for-hire plot in 2005. He allegedly attempted to orchestrate attacks on Deanne for testifying against him, as well as on Jeffrey Gilman, a childhood friend, for failing to post his $1 million bail. Investigators discovered 19 handwritten pages that detailed Mark's desires for Donna. He allegedly wanted her kidnapped and forced to write a statement recounting her testimony, claiming Mark's innocence before plotting her death. Mark claimed in court that these notes were simply a fantasy he never intended to carry out. Despite Mark's assertion, he was found guilty of soliciting murder and sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane, and stepfather, Ira Drescher, responded strongly to the evidence against Mark, emphasizing the brutality of Donna's murder. What makes it difficult to understand is how he murdered Donna in such a vicious and violent manner. Throughout the legal proceedings, Mark has maintained his innocence. Donna, who testified against him, was granted immunity and received no charges as a result. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Susie Cooper was at the Nag's Head pub in Heworth, York, United Kingdom on Thursday evening, March 18, 2009. She eagerly awaited the arrival of her dear friend, Claudia Lawrence, with whom she intended to share a drink, a common occurrence among close friends who felt more like sisters. Susie waited patiently, but Claudia was nowhere to be seen. Susie texted Claudia, concerned that she might be running late. However, after receiving no response, she decided to call Claudia, only to discover that the call went directly to voicemail. It seemed unusual for Claudia to miss their meeting, so Susie considered the possibility that Claudia had simply fallen asleep. Claudia worked as a chef at the University of York, which required her to arrive early due to the nature of her work. After getting the job, She moved to Earthworth Road, where she lived alone in a modest terrace house, enjoying her solitude. Claudia enjoyed participating in a variety of activities. She frequently socialized with friends at the Nag's Head pub and spent time honing her horseback riding skills, which she had developed since she was a child. Claudia had a pony as a child, and her family's home in Malton, a North Yorkshire market town, included a paddock. Her upbringing was filled with joy and fulfillment because she was the youngest of 2 girls. Her sister, Ali, was 3 years older. Her senior Claudia's parents, Peter and Joan, provided them with a wonderful life and a good education, sending them to a private school for a comfortable upbringing. Aside from material comforts, Claudia and her sister learned the profound values of kindness and love. Their home became a haven for animals in need, instilling in Claudia a compassionate and nurturing attitude that she carried into adulthood. Despite her parents' divorce when she was an adult, Claudia remained close to both her father, a solicitor in town, and her mother. Claudia did not show up at Nag's Head that fateful night, and Susie became increasingly concerned as she had not heard from her. Susie decided to check in on Claudia again the next morning. Sensing that it was extremely unusual for Claudia to miss a meeting without communication. This time, her attempt to call Claudia resulted in a more unsettling discovery. Claudia's phone was switched off. Susie was immediately alarmed because Claudia was known for always carrying her phone with her and texting constantly. Susie, concerned about Claudia's well-being, contacted Peter and expressed her inability to reach her, concerned as well. Peter agreed to go to Claudia's house and investigate the situation. Fears persist that Claudia may have been involved in an accident at home or worse, faced a potential threat from an intruder. Peter took the initiative to contact the University of York, where Claudia was employed as a chef and was scheduled to work on Thursday. Unfortunately, the news he received was upsetting. Claudia did not show up for work that day. When Peter arrived at Claudia's house, he noticed that her slippers were neatly arranged by the door. The dishes were stacked, and her bed was perfectly made. Her passport and bank cards were present, as was the jewelry she wore on a regular basis outside of work. Her phone and rucksack were noticeably absent. Claudia always carried her rucksack to work, which she used to transport her chef's whites. This raised the unsettling possibility that she had left for work on March 18 as planned, and her failure to arrive suggested that something had gone wrong along the way. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Peter immediately contacted the police, officially reporting Claudia missing. The case revealed its peculiarities from the start, prompting an unusual response from the police. Despite Claudia's age of 35 and the lack of obvious signs of foul play, police launched an immediate search. In cases involving adults, particularly when there is no obvious evidence of wrongdoing, authorities may take a more patient approach, taking into account the possibility that individuals will take a break or some time for themselves and reappear later. However, in Claudia's case, the cops were inclined to believe otherwise. Claudia had last been seen on a Wednesday, after speaking with Peter and Joan on the phone that same night. Beyond that point, her whereabouts were a mystery, with no discernible clues. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police responded quickly, dispatching nearly 200 officers to search the area surrounding Claudia's home and the route she usually takes to work. They also thoroughly investigated the events of the day she was last seen, hoping to find any unusual occurrences that could shed light on her disappearance. Claudia was caught on COT TV leaving work just after 2:30 on the previous Wednesday. Her 45-minute walk to do her homework was captured on video by various CCTV cameras. During her walk, she posted a letter and was offered a ride by a colleague who saw her. Claudia declined the offer, returned home shortly before 3 p.m., briefly went inside, and was seen walking towards her house again 15 minutes later. Later that evening, Claudia made a routine phone call to her father, Peter, and then another to her mother, Joan. Both conversations were unremarkable, with no alarming or distressing content, and followed the usual pattern of their interactions. Claudia mentioned during the call with Joan that she was going to bed soon to prepare for an early morning shift that started at 6 a.m. They talked about how they were watching the same TV show, location, and plans for Mother's Day. Claudia ended the call with a casual goodnight, a seemingly routine exchange that tragically marked Joan and her daughter's final conversation. Claudia texted at 8:23 p.m., Claudia did not respond to a text message sent about an hour later by a friend from Cyprus. Her phone was turned off at 12:10 a.m. According to the police investigation, Claudia most likely awoke as planned the next morning, ready to leave her house with her backpack and phone. Law enforcement believes that an incident occurred on March 19th between Heworth Road and Goodrich College. A cyclist reported seeing a woman resembling Claudia conversing with a man near the Melrose Gate electricity substation at 5:35 a.m., which provided important information. This time coincided with Claudia's usual presence at that location, as the bridge was only a 10-minute walk from her house. The man identified by the police as a left-hand smoker was the focus of this sighting. Although this account appeared significant, the CCTV camera at the Melrose Gate shops, a little further along the route, did not capture any images of Claudia during that time period. Another witness reported seeing a man and a woman arguing on the grass verge beside a parked vehicle on University Way. Around the time Claudia was supposed to start work, despite police efforts, including searches of the area and public appeals for information, no one came forward with irrelevant information about the sightings. The investigations revealed nothing about Claudia's fate. There was no identifiable crime scene, and it remained unclear whether Claudia had been missing since Wednesday night, or if she actually left for work on Thursday morning. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Claudia's disappearance became more complex, leaving investigators and those concerned for her in a state of uncertainty. Several mistakes in handling the Claudia's case hampered the search efforts. One notable error was the distribution of a photograph of Claudia with blonde hair on the internet and through news agencies. Claudia had dark hair when she went missing, though. This misrepresentation may have caused confusion for those attempting to identify her. Claudia did not own a smartphone and had no social media accounts, which exacerbated the situation. The lack of digital traces made it difficult for the police to track her last movements, limiting their ability to establish a comprehensive timeline of events leading up to her disappearance. The police investigated CCTV footage in the vicinity of Claudia's home and discovered intriguing details. On Wednesday at 7:15 p.m., a man carrying a rucksack entered the alley behind Claudia's house and stayed for only a minute. What added to the oddity was his habit of stepping back and waiting for a passerby to pass before exiting, implying a desire to avoid being seen. Then at 5:07 a.m. on Thursday, another man was apprehended after entering and exiting the same alleyway in under a minute. Due to the low quality of the footage, it was unclear whether it was the same person in both instances. Strangely, no man ever came forward in relation to the sightings. At 5:42 a.m., Skeetfu a.m., KTV footage shows a light-colored Focus driving down Heworth Road towards Claudia's home. At some point, you can see the car's brake lights illuminate, indicating that the driver is braking. Police speculated that the driver of the vehicle may have pulled over to pick up Claudia from her home. However, neither the car nor its owner were found. Nothing of significant value was discovered while searching Claudia's house. However, an unidentified partial fingerprint was discovered in the vehicle, adding another layer of mystery to the investigation. 6 weeks after Claudia's disappearance, the police turned the case into a suspected murder investigation. The decision was based on the lack of evidence indicating whether Claudia was alive or dead. During the ongoing search for Claudia, media coverage changed, influencing public perception of the case. Initially, it centered on a hardworking and friendly young woman who went missing on her way to work, causing widespread concern and a shared desire to discover the truth. The scenario of a woman disappearing while commuting to work struck a chord, instilling fear and panic in the community because people can easily empathize with the possibility of such an incident occurring to anyone. The Claudia's case story took a dramatic turn as details about her private life emerged, revealing multiple relationships with men, some of whom were married. Some of the focus shifted from a missing beautiful and friendly girl to a missing homewrecker. Claudia's relationships included married men. Of course, they refused to cooperate with any investigation, so the case was shrouded in mystery, rumors, and allegations. Even today, some people refuse to share relevant information. Claudia's relationship should not have affected any of the coverage. Claudia was a single woman with no children, and her relationships should not have been the subject of headlines and sound bites. Those who knew Claudia described her as a loving and caring friend. The only reason her relationships matter is whether or not any of the men were involved in her disappearance. and that's why the secrecy surrounding some of those relationships has hampered efforts to locate Claudia. The truth is that on that Wednesday night, she may not have slept in her own home. She may have met someone, but they have not disclosed this information. The question that needs to be asked is why not? Unfortunately, no answers have been provided, and Claudia's disappearance remains unsolved and a complete mystery. In a significant development, 5 years after Claudia's disappearance, the case moved forward in 2014. Police made their first arrests and searched locations related to the investigation. A house in North Shields, Tyneside, was searched, and a cellar was dug at an Icon pub in New York. Notably, Claudia's phone had been traced to the area in the weeks before her disappearance. The investigation into Claudia's disappearance took several turns, including the arrest of a 59-year-old man on suspicion of murder and a 46-year-old man on suspicion of perverting the course of justice. Nonetheless, both individuals were released without charge. A year later, 4 men frequenting the Nag's Head pub were arrested on suspicion of murder. Unfortunately, the case was not pursued due to a lack of evidence. Because of the lack of conclusive findings, the Claudia's case remains shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. The search for the truth has been fraught with false leads and dead ends. Claudia's family, who adored her, is now holding out hope that someone will come forward with vital information someday. Until then, the fate of their beloved daughter and sister is unknown, leaving them with the enduring hope that answers will emerge and bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. This story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio, and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply JJ Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. JJ had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles, Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, And when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows house to discuss God's judgment day and the second coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallows' tragic end by the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallows' marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him, but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Tylee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Tylee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Tylee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintained their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallow was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 11, 2008, on Monday, Sarah Widmer, a 24-year-old dental hygienist, and her 27-year-old husband, Ryan Widmer, a sports planner, were at their home in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Sarah had just finished her shift at a dental office, and Ryan had finished his day as well. The couple, who met through mutual friends and quickly became inseparable, spent a quiet evening together. Their relationship had progressed from a blind date at a pub to purchasing a home, marrying, and being in the midst of newlywed bliss after only 4 months of marriage, as they looked forward to their future, which included plans for a Costa Rica honeymoon and a Cancun vacation. The most exciting anticipation revolved around the prospect of getting a new puppy, which they were actively pursuing together. On August 11, Ryan and Sarah Widmer watched TV while eating leftover hamburgers, corn on the cob, and cheesy potatoes. According to Ryan, they began with some of Sarah's favorite shows before moving on to a football game. Sarah then decided to take a bath in the master bedroom bathroom. Ryan recalled that she asked him to check the doors before accompanying her upstairs. He remembered her walking upstairs. After they had both said, "I love you." She walks on her tiptoes, as she frequently did, at 10:49 p.m. That night, Ryan dialed 911. The call lasted 7 minutes. He told the 911 dispatcher that his wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub at their home in Morrow, Ohio. Ryan informed the dispatcher that my wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub. I believe I was downstairs. I just came up here and she was face down in the bathtub. Ryan told the dispatcher that he had been watching TV downstairs and went upstairs to find Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. He mentioned that she frequently fell asleep in the bathtub. Ryan followed the dispatcher's instructions and removed Sarah from the bathtub before being guided through CPR. During this time, he temporarily put the phone down to empty the tub and lift Sarah, which took approximately 29 seconds. Within 6 minutes of receiving the 911 call, police found Sarah naked on the bedroom floor. Her body felt warm and dry, but her hair was wet. While performing CPR, the police noticed a pinkish-white, frothy discharge coming from Sarah's mouth and nose, indicating drowning. When paramedics arrived, they made 2 unsuccessful attempts to intubate Sarah in her bedroom. 2 more attempts were made in the ambulance during the 10-minute ride to the hospital. Despite a 5th unsuccessful intubation attempt, the hospital's emergency room physician made a 6th attempt and was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sarah was pronounced dead the same night. When questioned at the hospital, Ryan told police that he and Sarah were alone at home that night. He mentioned watching a football game on the downstairs TV while Sarah was taking a bath around 10 p.m., and he expressed concern to the police that he was afraid she would fall asleep in the bathtub. When asked if Sarah had fallen asleep in the bathtub, Ryan said no, but she did have a habit of falling asleep in unusual places. Despite Ryan's claim to the police that he found Sarah in the bathtub and assumed she had fallen asleep, authorities became suspicious. When they arrived at the house, they noticed Sarah's skin was dry, but her hair was wet. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in Ryan's account, particularly during the 911 call, when he described finding Sarah lying face down in the tub. There were concerns about a potential contradiction because they believed Ryan told the nurse at the hospital that he found her lying face up. During the search of the large mirror residence, law enforcement discovered several discrepancies that raised further concerns. The bathroom floor, bathroom mat, and towel on the floor were all dry. The bathtub was mostly dry, with only a few droplets visible near the drain. Notably, no wet towels were found in the home. Police discovered additional inconsistencies in Ryan's narrative. Ryan had initially told them that he was watching a Cincinnati Bengals football game on the television downstairs while Sarah took a bath. However, upon inspection, the downstairs TV was not tuned to that channel. Instead, the bedroom television was set to the specified channel. Police also discovered bloodstains on the bedroom carpet, where Sarah had been found lying on the floor when they arrived. These findings raised suspicions and added to the growing list of inconsistencies in Ryan's account of what happened that night. Dr. Russell Updegrove, the Warren County coroner, performed the autopsy on Sarah, and his findings revealed that her cause of death was drowning. Notably, several physical injuries were documented during the examination, including faint bruising on the right side of her forehead, a specific hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, bruising on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, and an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruising and lacerations on her upper lip. Sarah had deep muscle hemorrhaging in the front of her neck, as well as scalp contusions. Dr. Updegrove determined that Sarah's death was the result of a homicide. He stated that Sarah's injury occurred prior to her death and was not consistent with injuries commonly associated with PPR. Toxicology reports confirmed the absence of prohibited substances and alcohol in the system. Ryan was arrested for aggravated murder on August 13, 2008, just 2 days after Sarah died. It was the prosecution's case that Sarah died as a result of drowning. Their argument was that the cause of Sarah's death was less important than how she died. How did she drown? The prosecution claimed that the 911 call, the crime scene, and Sarah's injuries all pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator of her death. Their argument revolved around the claim that he had forcibly held her underwater, causing her to drown in the bathtub. During the investigation, the police dusted the bathtub for fingerprints and discovered streak marks believed to be caused by human hands, primarily in the center of the tub. They used a superglue fuming process and reflected ultraviolet imaging to detect finger and smear marks. A forearm impression was also discovered on the bathtub, which was determined to be made by an adult male using hair follicle testing. However, the exact timing of the impression could not be determined. The prosecution also claimed that the lack of wetness inside the bathroom was incompatible with the scenario Ryan described. If Sarah had drowned and Ryan had pulled her out of the bathtub, the floor and other bathroom items would have been soaked. They emphasized to the jury that Sarah's body was dry when police arrived minutes after Ryan called 911. The prosecution cited details from the 911 call, claiming that Ryan had revealed too much information and was orchestrating the call, implying premeditation. The prosecution told the jury that a violent confrontation took place in the Widmer home that fateful night. Although the reasons for it were unknown, they brought in an expert witness who testified that it was extremely unlikely to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub without the use of prohibited substances or alcohol. According to this testimony, the sensation of water on the face or the activation of the gag reflex would usually wake up an individual, and if that didn't work, a drop in oxygen levels would do the trick. The prosecution called on Coroner Updegrove, who performed Sarah's autopsy, to provide his expert opinion on the events of that night. He testified that a plausible explanation for Sarah's dry body and wet hair would be that her head was pushed over the edge of a bathtub, toilet, or sink. This act could have occurred either forwards or backwards in running water, or submerged in full water. The prosecution's central claim was that Ryan purposefully held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and they argued that he should be found guilty of her murder. In response, the defense argued that there was insufficient evidence to back up Ryan's claim of killing Sarah. They emphasized the couple's apparent love and argued that Ryan had no discernible motive to harm Sarah. According to the defense, those who knew Ryan had never seen him angry or raising his voice. Friends of the couple attested to their happiness and shared the belief that they were planning a bright future together. To bolster their case, the defense performed their own autopsy, presumably to challenge or provide an alternative viewpoint to the findings presented by the prosecution's witnesses, particularly Coroner Updegrove. Dr. Werner Spitz, who had been retained by the defense, conducted a second autopsy on August 15, 2008, 2 days after the first. Although he agreed with the conclusion that Sarah's cause of death was drowning, Dr. Spitz expressed a different opinion on the manner of death, saying he would have ruled it undetermined. He saw several injuries on her neck, arms near the crease of her elbow, upper lip, nape of her neck, scalp, a tear in her liver, and neck hemorrhaging. Dr. Spitz was unable to definitively determine whether these injuries were the result of CPR. As a result, he stated that he would not consider her death a homicide. The defense contended that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. Notably, Ryan and Sarah's nails were found to be unbroken or chipped without any injuries. The defense also brought attention to the presence of female DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, with no match identified. They contended that Sarah's injuries were most likely the result of the extended CPR and multiple intubation attempts performed that night, both inside the house and in the ambulance parked outside the house during transportation to the hospital. And in the hospital itself, the defense posited the theory that something medical, such as a seizure or cardiac ailment, could have been the underlying cause of Sarah's death. They also explained the seemingly contradictory evidence of Sarah's dry body and wet hair, claiming that skin dries more quickly than hair. In the first trial, the jury found Ryan not guilty of aggravated murder, but convicted him of murder. A few months later, however, a new trial was ordered in response to the defense's concerns. It was discovered that some jurors had conducted their own tests on how long it took them to dry after taking a bath, potentially influencing their interpretation of the evidence. Ryan's second trial was in May 2010. However, the jury was unable to reach a decision, prompting the declaration of a mistrial. Ryan's third trial began in January 2011, with additional evidence being introduced into the legal proceedings. The defense sought to establish a case that Sarah had an undisclosed cardiovascular or neurological condition that caused her to lose consciousness and drown in the bathtub. To back up this claim, they presented testimony from several medical experts who suggested the possibility of such an underlying medical issue. However, the state countered these claims by bringing in their own medical experts to challenge and refute the defense's assertions. Sarah's co-workers' testimony revealed more about her health and daily routine. They described Sarah sleeping in her car before starting work in the mornings and going out to rest during her lunch breaks. Colleagues also revealed that she suffered from allergies and had headaches and stomach pains. On at least one occasion, her headaches were severe enough to cause blurred vision, forcing her to retreat to a dark room until the symptoms passed. Dr. Benjamin Mesmer, a dentist at Sarah's practice, took the stand and testified that he was present when she died. He recalled her complaining of a headache and stomachache that day. Sarah's friend's testimony painted a picture of her tendency to fall asleep in unexpected places, such as during a game or in the middle of group discussions. One of her friends suspected she had narcolepsy, a sleep disorder characterized by excessive sleepiness, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, and in some cases cataplexy. In contrast, Sarah's mother, Ruth, and Stuart testified for the prosecution. She stated that she had never noticed anything unusual about her daughter's sleeping habits. Sarah, however, did experience headaches. Ruth believed they were the result of sinus problems. According to Ruth's testimony, she spoke with Sarah on the day she died as she was leaving work, and Sarah made no mention of having a headache. Ruth stated that there was no family history of seizures, heart disease, or cardiac problems. Sarah had a heart murmur and a cleft palate as a baby, but a physical examination report from June 2008 made no mention of the heart murmur's continued presence. Furthermore, there was no mention of a cardiac condition, neurological defect, or disease in the report. Jennifer Cruz's testimony provided an important and potentially damaging account. According to her statements, she contacted Ryan while he was in prison after seeing a Dateline episode about his case. She claimed that on October 26, 2009, at 11:06, Ryan called her and confessed to Sarah's murder. Jennifer testified that Ryan stated, "I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed Sarah. I did it." Jennifer testified that Ryan had a heated argument with Sarah in their living room about his alleged infidelity, drinking, smoking, and pornography. The argument allegedly escalated upstairs, where Sarah informed Ryan that their marriage had ended. According to Jennifer, the confrontation became physical, with Ryan allegedly saying, "Nobody ever leaves me, and I mean nobody." Jennifer's testimony took a darker turn as she described Ryan's alleged admission to violence. Jennifer Ryan admitted to punching Sarah in the chest during their confrontation, which caused her to fall backward and hit her head. Ryan claimed to have blacked out, and when he awoke, he discovered Sarah on the floor, unresponsive and not breathing, with wet hair. Furthermore, Jennifer claimed that during the 911 call, Ryan only pretended to perform CPR because he knew Sarah was already dead, rendering resuscitation futile. Despite this shocking revelation, Jennifer continued to communicate with Ryan following their initial discussion. Ryan did not report the incriminating conversation to the police until after her second trial was declared a mistrial. In response to Jennifer's testimony, the defense attempted to undermine her credibility. They presented evidence of her previous prescription drug addiction and misdemeanor theft convictions, attempting to cast doubt on the veracity of her statements and motivations. The defense presented a challenging scenario, claiming that they could not definitively explain what caused Sarah to drown that night. The defense urged the jury to consider all of the facts in the case, emphasizing that Ryan had no apparent motive to harm Sarah. Despite these arguments, Ryan was ultimately convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 to life in prison. Interestingly, one of the jurors in the third trial cited Ryan's behavior in court as a major factor in their guilty verdict. The juror observed that Ryan made no reaction when autopsy photos were shown in court, implying that his lack of emotional response influenced the perception of his guilt. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked, but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. she reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, the situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, the family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage. but Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitoniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitoniak's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitoniak's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitoniak fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitoniak. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitoniak was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pitoniak was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support. believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job in a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, a promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negress, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.